Looks like we are ready to go racing. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are lining up on the gate for the first moto of the weekend. Here we go, we are national racing, ladies and gents. Day one here at Manchester Platt Fields. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers heading into turn number one. That is the 7 plate of Lewis Rawlinson. Fluent Bicycle Motocross leading this one out. Who's in there with him? That's the 4 of Robin Matten Alonso. Had the pleasure of meeting Robin not too long ago at Nottingham. He's putting in a shift, heading down that third straight in that one spot. Doing it for Peckham BMX Club. Rawlinson in there into the 20 plate in 3. That is Bailey Penny bringing it down the final straights. With the mid-lengths, Freddie Woolwork on the 17 in a top 4 spots. 14 of Logan Young leading out race number 2 in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. That looks like Alfie Sim, Rebel Racing in there at about 3 at the moment. Who's in 2? That is Edward Jones, I think, on the 775. Out of the Bruntwood Massive. Young, Jones 1 and 2, Sim in 3. Who's picking up the 4 spot? Looking like it is the 692 of Ella Lamb. Fast Signatures race team. Cooper Westwood getting busy. He's in there at about 5 at the moment. Got a battle on down this final straight. Looks like he's going to hang on to it. Nicking a top 4 spot on the line. Westwood in that top 4. Race 3, Divine Cottrell, Lamb, Harding, Byrne, Marco and Hindley. All in this one. That looks like Marco in there at about 5 at the minute. Down the final straight though, got to be Eli Lamb on the 3 plate, taking the moto win with the 838 of James Cottrell into. Crash in turn number 2 in the 13-14 cruisers. That looks like Sean Brown leading it out on the 21 plate. The 051 of Jamie Haywood in there in 2. The 22 in the 8, Isaac Caulfield. John O'Hara, 2 of the Fallen Riders.
Oh, yeah.
Phil's turned up.
Get here when you can.
Afternoon shifts arrived.
It's loud, isn't it? Those microphones. I'm just going to turn myself down a bit.
Hello, everyone.
How are you? Here we are racing rounds, what are we? 3 of the National BMX Series here in sunny Manchester. And Richard Eames is stuck in a studio in Sheffield. Carry on, mate.
Race 6, more 30-40 cruisers. That looks like Moto 1 at 365 and leading it through Theo Locke. On the 1X plate, his teammate Tate Kitson in there in 3. Stanley Palmer in at 2. 12 plate leading this one out, looking like Ben Weiss. Out in front, doing it for Birmingham NRT in race number 7, 15-16 cruisers, Rebel Racing in there in 2. That is Alexander Stokes on the 14 plate, the 450 in 3. Johnny Jackson out of the Hawks, bringing it down this final straight. Peterborough in 4. That is Alfie Thompson on the 8 plate, but it is Ben Weiss taking the moto win. Flynn Drellincourt on the 7X sorted race gear on his home track, leading this one through. Who's in there with him? Looks like it is Flukes, Kaishu Flukes out of DC Cycles, bringing it through this third straight. MCR in there in 4. That is the 782 of Zach Chapman in and out of the final turn. Looking like Drellincourt's going to take that moto win on Esselmont. Leads out race 9. Louis Kymack, Joseph Stebbings, Harry Elwood, Lewis Barnes, Ashton Coombs and Jack LaBrasse. All in race 9 as well. Esselmont running away with it at the moment. BMX Hype. Louis Kymack in there in that 2 spot. Lewis Barnes working his way around the outside, doing it for Prodigy Race Team. He's in there in 3 with the LaBrasse, bringing through that top 4. Battling it out down the final straight. He's going to hang on to that 4 spots. Race 10 on track. No, it's not. It's race 11. John Lillingston in there in at 2. Bonfire. Sorry, I was trying to make sense of that race. 30-39 cruisers, race 12. Stuart Laurie, Martin Brown, Mario Bruno. Ryan Jones and Ash Richardson on a track. Gotta be Martin Smiley Brown, your British champ. Smiley Spike will leading this one out, the 7.53 in there with him. That is Mario Burno heading down the final straight. The front two riders running away with it. Ash Richardson good around at the top three, doing it for CGR. 40-44 cruisers on a track. That looks like it could be Donald Robertson, I think, on the 938, doing it for the Centurions. Who's in there with him, looking like that could be Richard Stevenson on the 639, working his way around the outside. Stevenson, Robertson, 1 and 2. That is the 093 of Andy Todd out of Peterborough in a top 3 spot, and that is how they're going to finish. Kingsley Mears, Pro Start BMX, 134 on the plate. Going 1 and 2 with Fraser Watson on the 3 plate. Now 2 guys running away with it into turn number 3. That looks like the 12 in the mix as well. Kev Merrin in there at about 4, doing it for Moto 1 race team. Trying to find a way around. Team is Graham Stark. Stark, Merrin down to the line. Who's going to get it? I think Merrin might have nicked it on the stripe. More 44 cruisers on a track. Race 15. That is MK Evolution. Neil Blanche on the 5 plate leading it out. Who's there with him? Looking like, oh, pile up in the final turn. Looks like one rider's lost their peak. He's got it in hand though. Got it all under control. Neil Blanche was one of the fallen riders. Andy Groves was the other. Put your hands together for them 2 riders. Out on track, Mark Barnard, Stay Strong, Clark and Kent taking that moto win. Darren Reedy in there in 2. 45-49 cruisers on a track. Graham Stanley leading this one out. DC Cycles on the 1X plate. Who's there with him? Looks like Glyn Cartwright trying to find a way round. Stanley, Cartwright, 1 and 2 heading for the final turn. Who's there with him? That is the 3 plate of Damien Mead. Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Cobbs, he's in there in 4, doing it for Preston Pirates. That's going to be your top 4 as you head to the line. Graham Stanley taking the moto win. Race 18, 45-49 cruisers. Smith, Santos, Merrill, Barnard, Clark, Porter and Millen all in this. The 113 leading it out. Paul, Ricardo Santos out front looking good. That looks like Nigel Smith. In there in 2, looking for a way round, heading down to the stripes. Santos taking the moto win.
Here we go then. Oh, national commentary from Neil Stewart, the English speaker in the house, with his teammate leading this one out, Alan Hill on the front of the pack there, John Bentley in the 2 spot. And I think that's Carver, is it, in 3, yeah, Gary Carver. Absolute Bicycle Motocross on the inside on the 12X, coming for Richard Penny in a good qualifying position. But Hilly's going to take another moto win to his long list. Could be Ian Archibald leading this one out on the Prophecy bike that he's just got himself. Looks good out there. Where's Bernie Shale? Back in 4. Is that Bernie in 4? Oh, team manager will be having a word with him. Archibald looking good out in front. Another North rider. The 691 coming on through. That was Pete Butler and Stephen Notman. Jason Lewis leading the next one out. Stephen Hassel in there as well in 2, going around the outside. Buffalo Girls, not quite this time. Lewis leads it out. Hassel there in 2. Who's that in the 3? On the 4 plate, the old school 4 plate of Richard Ellis from Peterborough. And that's Madron, is it, in 4? Come on, Chris. Or is it Christos Chalkos? Alrighty then, Stuart Campbell. He's in this one. Where is he? Not sure. The number 3 at the front. Yes, Stuart in 3rd. So that's Sykes, is it, leading this one out from Darren O'Brien. Stuart Campbell. Whitaker's in there, but he's at the back of the pack. Alrighty then, race 23 on track 55 and over cruisers. Raymond Reed, Darren Broughton, Keith Brown, Michael Wolf, Graham Watts. It's going to be the template of James Yeo leading this one out. Raymond Reed. To do it in that accent, like Rich always does. In there in the 2 spot. Billy Stupple looking good out in front in this one. Well, I think it's Billy anyway. Yeah. No, it's not. Oh, hang on. I've turned the page too quickly. Yeah, it is Billy Stupple. I do beg your pardon. 21 and 41 closely following in behind. That was David Wright and Simon Watson on the old 4-cross bike there. Yeah, it's a good life. Race 25, 13, 16 female cruisers. Absolute out there. Cody Harmer. DC in there in the 2 spot. That's Bibby Alderton from Cornwall. Then we see Jaxx Hemstock there in 3 as they cross the line. These are the first qualification motos here this morning, afternoon in Manchester, sunny Manchester. GBR shirt worn there by the world number 6. Must be the world number 4, Elsa Rendell Todd. Leading that one out by a long, long way. Cadman Carpenter Nyquist in that one as well. On to the next one, the 30 and over ladies. Oh, Sarah J. Nichols, first national race back. She's been doing the regionals, been chasing Michelle Stupple down in each and every race, but there she is in the 2 spot. Michelle Stupple, Ice Factory, leading this one out. Sarah Jane in there in 2, and Leah Pendleton in 3. Oh, check it out, Leah Pearson's got the whole shot from Nicholas Spears. More 30 and over ladies cruisers. Leah Pearson, of course, national number 3, former British champion, doing it for the Maybo Concept team. Is Neil Gibson here? Is he here anyway? You need some. You haven't collected your stuff from the shop, if you are here. Leah Pearson looks good out in front, takes the win in the race 28. 29 on track. Watts, Batsford, Wong, Burston, Rushford, Hempstock. Who we got leading it out? Looks like Kim Batsford at the front of the pack. That's Anita Wong there in 2. Then we got Amanda Hempstock and the 11 plate of Josephine Burston chasing through with the 18 of Sharon Watts and Cara Rushford from Royston. Oh, this one's going well. The number 1 on the series. 17-29 ladies now. Lily Chizawa. Hannah Drew is in there as well somewhere with Hannah Hedges. Olivia Firth, I think, was 2nd. Race 31. If you want to have a go, my friend.
17-29 women on the last straight. Taylor Lee Mohan taking that moto win. Charlotte Jackson in there in at 2. Race 32, Izzy Hurry, Maybo UK leading this one out, heading into turn number 2. Who's in there with her? Looks like it could be Kira Lee on the 16 plate, bringing it through that 3rd straight. Who's on the 4? In there in 3, that is Molly Nice doing it for Thrill Factory. The 20 of Trinity Cam in at 4, in and out of down the final straight. Hurry looking like she's going to take the moto win. Lee Nice going to go through in 2 and 3. 17-29 cruisers on track, one rider down in turn number 2. Out front though, that looks like Freddie Cadman Carpenter leading out. Connor Blythe in there in that 2 spot moto 1 race team in there in 3 with Theo Pope on the 30 plates. Foreman rider was Lloyd Freeman. Put your hands together for Lloyd as he finishes his lap. On track, Jay Taylor on the 10X plate, looking like he's going to take a win in race number 34. Ryan Brooks in there at about 3. Race 35, more 17-29-year-old cruisers, Mowat, Penny, Roy, Fryer, Wilson, Warden, and Armitage on a track. The 1X leading it through, that is Charlie Roy, Moto 1 at 365. Denied in there in 2, that is Daniel Wilson doing it for BMX Widow Photography. Headed down at the final straights. That is Jack Mowats out of Retro Racing in there in 3. Rocky O'Brien on a track leading this one out. Joe Paul's right there with him in there in that 2 spot, looking for a way through. Who's in 3? That looks like Retro Racing, Jack Wiggins.
I walk so tall, ascending, I stand so high, earth below.
Betty Lawrence, if you're about, could you head to admin please? We've got an issue with your transponder. Betty Lawrence, if you could head to admin please. We have an issue with your transponder, thank you. More 17, 29-year-old cruisers on the track. Check him out, your national champ. Alex Brooks in and out of turn number 2. Lab Racing. Bringing it into the final turn, the 11 of Jason Daly in there in 2. The 14 having a move put on him in that final turn. That was Whittaker moving from a 3 to 4. Looks like Luca Manzi's worked his way into a top 3 spot. Whittaker in that top 4. Race 38. 6 and under girls are lining up on the gates.
Future feeling, new sensation. Body is rocking and the mind is reeling and rolling, racing, changing motion, flowing like a river into the ocean. Better get yourself ready for the next transition, cause the time is right for a new vibration. My vision, one nation, one tribe. One day will come the might to move any mountain.
Here we go, the 6 and under girls heading down the first straight. Peddling their little hearts out. Who's leading this one through? Looks like Abigail Henning out of Preston Pirates on the 279. The 657 in there in 2. That is Mabel Pine out of Exeter Eagles heading through this second straight. Who's in 3? Looks like that could be All Lake Jewish on the 653. Out of Gosport, that's your top 3 heading down the third straight. Who's in there in 4, picking it up as they come on through. Looking like it is Supercross on the shirt of the 366 plate. That is Maggie Devine, sorted race gear, flying down this final straight. Looking like the other Exeter rider in there as well. That is Susie Wyatt. Hattie McGoldrick out of Preston Pirates in there in 6. Matilda Hewitt in 7. 6 and unders on track. Check them out. Who's leading it out? Looking like Arlo Payne out of MCR on his home track on the 656. In and out of turn number 2. Who's in there with him? That is Preston's Oscar Rutherford on the 511. That's your front 2 riders as you head towards turn number 3. Who's in there in 3? Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton on the 334 with the 104 of Charlie Thorne out of Exeter. In there in the 4 spot heading down the final straight. It is going to be Payne taking the win. Rutherford in 2, Crossley 3 and Thorne in 4. Second rack of 6 and unders coming at you down this third straight. The 134 leading out Finley Thomas out of Gosport. Who's in there with him? The 453 of Joseph Claydon. The 595 of Roman Birdfield in there in 3, trying to put together a solid lap, and he's doing a cracking job. Look at the move down the final straight. Claydon's worked his way from 2 to 1. Thomas takes 2, Birdfield in at 3. Race 41, 7-year-old girls. Ella Grant, Macy Dyson, Lauren Snell, Phoebe Millar, Ellie Robertson and Tallulah Widdowson. Gotta be a British champ. Phoebe Millar, Moto 1365 leading this one out. Who's in there with her? That is the 296 of Lauren Snell, doing it for Mixed Picks Race Team. That's going to be your top 2 as they head across the line. That looked like Maisie Dyson in at 3. 7-year-old to race 42 on a track. That's the 505 leading it through. Dominic Zapanos out of Runnymede in and out of that final turn. Who's in there with him? Looking like Emerson Tucker, Pure Bikes on the 068. Heading down the final straight. Hunter Chambers in there in the top 4 finish. And that was a Leon James Burton in 3.
Yeah, race 43 on track. Ethan White, Mason, McAlpine, Wills, Weston Gilbert and Jessup. Jensen Jessup in this one from Cyclopark, but the 761 leads this one out. That's Ethan White. White is looking good from Braintree. We see a local guy there from Bruntwood, Alexander Gilbert. Looks like that's him in there in 2 with a rider from Andover, Arthur Mason. Arthur Mason there in 3. Alrighty then, race 44 on track. Male 7s, Oscar Marco, DC Cycles. But the 855 and the 034 lead this one out because Oscar's in 3rd. The 855 was Henry Sullivan, Rusty Nut Racing. And the other one was the 344 of Alistair North. Race 45, Geddes, Cross, Dyson, Wyatt and Wally. These are the female 8 years old on track. And we're looking at the 090, I think that's Florence Dyson, from the 723 of Rosie Geddes from Cumbria. Or was that Cumbernauld, maybe? I beg your pardon. Race 46, River Henderson, Peckham, Betty Willis, Charlie Hargraves, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Roxy Rowlands, Holly Webb. What we got leading it out, that's the 352 of Betty Wills. Betty Wills from Bournemouth. You see Andover in there in 2. That's Holly Webb with Peckham, I think. River Henderson in 3. Okay, male, 8 years old, on track, Lewis Smith, big age group this one. 984, the 396 comes through. 984, Rex 4, 396. Was Hendrix Hines from Runnymede in amongst that top 3. As all riders safely cross the line with Donaldson, Kitchen, Griggs, Mark Lloyd Ford. Race 48 on track. And we've got the 118 and the 613 coming on through. Seth Kucherek and Tobias Groves from Bradford. I see a Bruntwood guy in there, I think. Is that Bruntwood? I could be wrong. Bradford, maybe. Race 49 on track. Bird, Grocock, Belton, Ballantyne, Lewis Field, Taylor Day and Jones, and it was Jack Belton leading this one out from the 590. Hugo Ballantyne. Then we see a rider from Andover, Oakley, Lewis Field, in there in 3. They're looking through to make it into the next round. Male, 8 years old, Staines, Ingham, Dent, Chambers, Thompson, James and Delsey. Charlie Dowson for Crucial, leading this one out from the 715 of Leo Igman. Then we see another rider from Bruntwood, could be Jacob Dent. Jacob Dent, he is in there. Race 51 is already on track. Kane, Russell, Haynes, John Lee, Holker, Chapman, Davis and Shaw. Let's have a look who's leading this one out. The 029. And the 029 is Jack Haynes. I see the Birmingham rider in there in about 3 at the moment. That'll be Ethan Shaw. And was that the 952, was it? Not sure. Jacob Russell from Manchester. Race 52 on track, female 9s. Grace Hudak from MK Evolution leads this one out from the 036. Bonnie Dudley. And the 889, Amir Kiss from Braintree. The young ladies are riding really hard and fast here. As we turn our attention to race 53, female 9 years old, Holly Richardson, Sophie Bailey, Lee Chappell, Lamb and Egan. So in this one, the 01, the British champion, leads out the 109. So it's Ella Lamb and Maisie Egan, 1 and 2. As race 54 comes out of that second corner house. These are the male 9 years old. And this is the 2, oh nice little manual, 252 was that, 006. Hello. Stemets, Jacob Anderson from Absolute. He's in there as well. Race 55 on track.
Thank you very much to Crank BMX Coaching. They've just delivered a bundle of custard creams up to the DJ Tower, so thank you very much. It is a brand new team, so make sure you keep an eye out for Crank BMX Coaching race team. It is their first race weekend as a team, so congratulations to them guys and good luck. Out on track then, race 55 at more 9-year-olds heading down towards the line. That's going to be Seb Hewitt. Creation Cycles taking that moto win. 56 on a track. Finley Munro's in this. I think that's him out front, looking good. BMX Hype in there as well. That is Joey Tompkins out of MK Evolution heading down the final straight. Munro, Tompkins heading to the stripe. Not quite sure who got it. And that was Teddy Jones picking up a top 3 finish. Out on track then, more 9-year-olds. That looks like Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Got to be your British champ, Benny Jackson, leading out the pack. The 938 in there as well. That is Preston New Mosh Powell in that 2 spot. Who's bringing it on through? Looking like Team Air. Bo Morris on the 159. That's going to be your top 3 as they head towards the strike. Divide Brand in there in 4 with Joey McAvoy. Rex Beasley on a track, stay strong, Clark and Kent leading this one through. Who's in there with him looking like the 193 plate picking it up? That is Lucas Toowold out of Peckham BMX. Riders all over his back wheel though. I think that could be Ollie Thorne on the 970 plate doing it for Exeter Eagles. Heading down to the strike, but it is stay strong, taking that moto win. Divide, Knightley, Hemhill, Snell, Waterhouse, Richards and Wood all on track. That looks like Sutton Race Gear, Jack Divide on the 561 leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Looking like the 784 of Aston Knightley out of Braintree BMX Club. That's Ronnie Wood in there about 4 or 5, taking it to the line. I think he's going to nick a top 4 finish on the strike. 10-year-old girls on a track, race 60. That is the 2 plate leading it out. Gotta be Iris Hyder, Rusted Up Racing. Riders right there behind her though. That's looking like Elizabeth Poole out of Manchester on her home track on the 954 plate. That's going to be your top 2. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Millie Rawlinson on the 4 plate, going to take the top 3. Pro Star BMX on a track, Laney Corden, your national number 3 from last season, leading it out the 15 plate in there in 2. That is Millie Ross out of Bournemouth. They're going 1 and 2 down this final straight. Who's in 3? Lakey Hay out of Team Gnarly and Doncaster on the 142. Riders queuing up behind her. That looks like it could be Olivia Webb out of Andover pushing for a top 3. I think she's going to take 4 on the line. Retro Racing in there in about 3 at the minute on the 24 plate. That's Isabella King in and out of turn number 3. Out front though, that is Grace Gerard, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, heading down the final straights. Looking like she's going to take the moto win. Lauren Keller on the 14 in 2. 10-year-old males on a track. The 24 plate leading this one out. Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution, who's in there with him. Moves are being made in the last turn. That is Louis Cheffy out of Team Mind on the 396. Works his way from 3 to 2. As race 64 hits this third straight out front, that is a 9 on the plate. Ronnie Payne doing it for Jump Club, leading this one out. Crank BMX Coaching in there as well. That is Archie Bell on the 606, heading down the final straights. The 30 plate in there in 3. That's Noah Bagwell doing it for MK Evolution. Leo Rowlands out of the Brookwood Massive, leading out race 65. I follow Leo on Instagram. He's been putting in the work the last few weeks. He's absolutely flying out front, taking it right the way down to the strike for the Bronte Massive. In there with him, that was Joe Rook doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Race 66, Richards, Jamiro, Brazia, Harding, Bowler, Thomas and Flint. Harley Bowler in there in that 2 spot for Creation Cycles, European number 5. It's Jamiro, Crucial Racing, looking for a way round in that final turn. But out front it is Sutton Race Gear, Leighton Harding, looking like he's going to take the moto win. Who's taking it down for that 2 spot? I think that might be Bowler hanging on to it.
Oh, then race 67 on track, male 10 years old. Huey Hall, Seth Green, James Bibby, Leon Waite, Kimber Waterhouse and Belton winning that one. We missed that one, but as they come out of our second turn, Cheeseman, Alan Swales. Looks like it could be Swales leading this one out on the 14 bike. It is, but look at this guy underneath. Oh, they're going elbow to elbow. And he's going to let the Preston Pirate sneak from the outside. And the Preston Pirate was Marcus Mullen. Well, we are racing round number 3 of the National BMX Series here in Manchester. As the gate goes down, race 69, male 10 years old, Murphy, Ballantyne, Labrasse, Gallis, Moss, Large and Worthington And it's the national number 8 that leads this one out. That's Adrian Galitas from Cycle Park, a Moto 1365 factory team. Marcus Moss, Crank BMX coaching, in there in 2. On the 18 bike, and the 3rd place goes to the 32 of Zach Worthington. He's in there in 3 from Preston Pirates. Female, 11 years old, Kiss Rutherford Jones, Tucker, True, Eaton, Ward and Gerard. Where's my teammate? She's there in 2, Dakota Tucker. And the Pro Start British champion leads this one out. Looking good though in 2, Dakota, well done. The full team coming on from Emma Kiss in 3rd. Chasing down that last straight. Good arm movement from the young ladies there. Keeping the pump going. Jump Club in 4. That was... it's going to be Emily Eaton, was it? Anushka Jones, I beg your pardon. Anushka Jones. 71 on track, female, 11 years old, Manchester. 7 on the bike, leads this one out from the Hard Knocks girl. The world number 1. Is she going to win? No. Brooke Fawcett, the world number 1's been picked back to 2nd in her first moto. Race 72 on the gate. Yeah, race 72. First to show was the number 2 bike, closely followed by the 2-2 as well. So, first to show was Ethan Rogers, Sullivan Collis from Absolute. He's there in 2. It's pretty close racing behind. They're all struggling to get round that second turn, elbow to elbow, but no problem for Rogers and Collis. And it is the 3-2-2 and the 20 of Roland Els and Dylan Spence in the top 4 there. The rest of the guys got a bit of work to do as we turn our attention to race number 73. Potts. Oh, that's a tricky one. Watslow, is that? Watslow, Frankie Giffin, Jude Hoff, Jamie Turblanche, Honeywell and Lewis. It looks like it was the Fluent guys leading this one out. That's Frankie Griffin. As we turn our attention to the next one. Tibor Kiss, Borton, Reddin, Davey, Bowden and Head. We are coming fast and furious here today. The race is being led out by the number 36. That was George Reddin from the Technique team. See a rider there in 2. Be Riley Wright, I'm not sure on that one. Race 75, Kucherick, McNulty, Arnold, Green, Malin, Holloway and Palmer. It's a single digit out in front. That's Oliver Arnold. The 23 and the 17 in there in 2 and 3. That's Hunter Malon and Thomas Palmer. They're trying to get through to the next round. Male 11 years old. They will have a whole shot award later on today. So the ODI sponsored whole shot award is for the male 11 years old and the girls 13 years old. See, I remembered. Yeah. Didn't even need to write that down. So this age group will be battling for some big money prizes later on this afternoon when it comes to the final. Race 77 on track, 52 leads it out. That's Kurt's Stockis. 2 riders from Peckham in there. That's Kobe Williams. Well, it looked like 2 riders from Peckham, but Oscar Chambers must be the other one. Race 78, because here's the other Williams brother, Zane. He's in this one. Where is he? Have I missed? No, he's there in about 5 at the moment. So the European number 6 leads this one out. That's Freddie Parkinson, James Miller, Team Air. Braintree in there in 3, Harry Tyres. That's a cool name for BMX, isn't it? Tyres. Is you if you want to have a go, mate. 79 on the track already. It's all right.
I was too busy talking.
That's right. Rich Eames is always the one for that. Just walks off, chats to everyone.
12-year-old girls on a track, then headed down the final straight. That looks like Jalala Patel leading this one out with Matilda Sacharu in there in that 2 spot. Pepper going 1 and 2 in that moto. More 12-year-old girls, Cleve, Miller, Leary, Young and Brown all heading into this final turn. The 4X of Lottie Brown, absolute bicycle motocross leading it through moto 1365. In there in that 2 spot with Katie Millar, your national champ from last year. Tight to the stripe, I think Millar's going to nick it over the line. Brown in there for 2. Race 81, 12-year-olds on a track heading for this first turn. That looks like the one on the plate. Factory Supercross tie, DS leading this one through. Who's in there with him looking like the 8th plate of James Cottrell. Doing it for BMX Winner Photography. DS Cottrell 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's picking up a top 3 spot as they're coming on down this 3rd straight? That looks like the 16 picking it up. Got to be Nate Hamilton out of the northeast. That's your front 3 in and out of the final turn. Noah Buttery, Smiley's Flight Club in there in 4. Who's picking up 5? That's going to be Alfie Sim on the 27 plates. In and out of turn 1, more 12-year-olds. Archer, Knowles, Young, Palmer, Westmore, Moore and Lopez. Pepe Lopez in the mix. In about 4 or 5 at the moment. He's making moves in that 2nd turn, just coming in a little bit unstuck. Out front though, Logan Young on the 28 plate leading this one out. Who's there with him? That is the 20 of Thomas Westmore, Adam Moore at Runnymede. The 66 of William Knowles out of Broadwood in there in 3. That's going to be your top 3 heading towards the stripe. I think that was Lopez in there inside the top 4. Smiley's Flight Club at this age group is busy. The world number 8 leading this one out. Gotta be Harry Bailey on track. Who's there with him? That is the 46 plate of Milo Weller out of the Brunty Massive. 13 on the plate in 3. Robert Matten Alonso already raced 1 cruiser moto and he's in there in the top 3 on his 20-inch in race 83. That's how they're going to finish. Elvis Lawrence leading out race 84 on the 14 plate, doing it for DC Cycles. That's the 11 of Toby Lynch in there into the 15 in 3. That is Oscar Jewell out of Team here in Andover, heading down the final straight. That's your front 3, clear of the rest of the pack. Eli Lamb, Fast Signature's going to hang on to that top 4. Rollison, Stevenson, Shenton, Osborne, Duffy, Harrison, Hinley and Notman all on track. The 17 of Todd Smith Notman out front. The 920 in there in 2. That is Heath Osborne out of Birmingham BMX Club heading down the final straight. Newton Hinley in there in the top 3. Henry Shenton going to round up the top 4. 2 riders down in turn number 2. Harry Donald, European number 3, leading it out. BMX Hype. I think one of the fallen riders might have been Freddie Richardson. It was Freddie Richardson and Oliver Tyres. They're back up into their feet, finishing the lap. The 2 riders out of Braintree. Put your hands together for them 2 riders. As more 12-year-olds head through this 3rd straight. That looks like Nathaniel Eames on the 24 plate. In there at about 3 at the minute. He's got riders queuing up behind him. He's getting busy in the last turn. High lows have been made. Eames isn't done yet. Heading down to the stripe. Flukes, I think that he's going to take the moto win. Eames in there in the 4th spots. Race 88, Ellis, Shaw, Rayford, McFarlane, Miller, Stevens and Richards all on track. Check him out, Kobe Rayford, European number 4. This guy's as rad as they come. The 9 plate in there as well. Ronnie Richards, Fast Signatures heading down the final straight. That's going to be your front 2. Looking like Isaac Shaw, Birmingham NRT, going to take that 4 spot. 13-year-old girls race 89. Out front it is a 13 plate leading in through Ruby Walford on her home track. The 6 plate in there in 2. That is Grace Birch, Green Machine Tribe. Heading down the final straight, Summer Glynn in there about 3 or 4, taking it down to the line, but it was Walford taking that moto win. More 13-year-old girls, Watson, Knowles, Cooper, Wright and Bryce all on track. In and out of that final turn, looking like Alana Watson leading this one through. Concept Mabos, Ava Wright in there in that 2 spot, heading down to the line. All of Cooper Creation Cycles going to take 3.
Alrighty then. Race 91 on track, female 13, Proctor, Waite, McFarlane, Haig, Rushworth and Richardson. Look at this young lady leading this one out. The world number 6, Lexi Waite. She looks like she could do with a bigger bike. I reckon she's ready to go up a size. Anyway, what do I know? Race 92, male 13s. And beat Franklin, Labras, Headley, Kunaso, Kirby, Kusino, Carr and James. Look at this guy leading this one out in the USA top. Who's that? Bradley James, was that? Wow. They went so fast I missed it. Here we go. Race 93 on track. Diving in the inside on the 701 bike was Mason Gross from Nolsey. Probably been here a few times. Well, we're going to move on the inside though. Coming up underneath him into the lead. The new leader on the 200 bike is that Jack Davey from Cornwall. So Jack Davey looking good on this track. Very technical track here. Looks quite simple until you come out of that last turn. You got that mega last straight in front of you. Kind of glad I'm not racing actually, if I'm honest with you. The national number 8 leads this one out. Or is that the world number 8? It's the world number 8 of Heath Thomas. Elijah Jamira's in there. We've got Luke Wilcox also in there, the world number 4. Male 13, race 95. Gatasco, McSwinny, Shaw, Edwhistle, Howell, Spirit, Dunkley. Pretty close this one, nice style into the last corner from Freddie Edwhistle. And they're going to battle down to the line. Enzo Shaw in there. And Sonny Howell. Race 96, Bowen, Wolford, Kitson, Seeley, Morgan, McCrum and Hunt. Looks like it's the Stay Strong rider, Kai Bowen, the national number 3. Leading this one out from the 5 of Lucas Seeley. Then we see Tate Kitson in there in 3 and Jensen Hunt in 4. Oh, Casey Daniels banging out the tunes today. As we turn our attention to the front of this one, it's going to be Ben Larkins, national number 1, Pure Bicycles. Nice one, Ben, out in front. Presakek, Barnard. Where's Barnard? He's in about 5 at the moment, I think. Chase, Surridge, Boone, Avery and Tomlinson in that one. Now they're getting really fast out there. Guppy, Elkindi, Osborne, Sim, Spencer Price and Harrison Schofield. It's the national number 7 in this one, followed by the 12. And the national number 7 was Amos Guppy. Lucas Osborne, I think it might have been Schofield in 3. And we move on to the female 14, Catherine Carpenter and Lorianne Carruthers going for it bar to bar in the second turn. And the national number 7 from Allen's BMX Heritage, Alexis McCartney there in a strong 3rd position. But Cadman Carpenter's going to take the win for Halo Wheels BMX race team. Race number 100, female 14, Sophie Elwood. The national number 2 in there as well, Megan Roy. Crucial BMX, Sophie's in 3. So who was that took the win? Oh, just kicked your camera. I'm sorry about that. Now hopefully that's all right. 14 on track already. I recognise that style. That's Ruby Moore's Radio BMX. Look at this young lady go, what style she has. One for the future, that is for sure, even though she's living in the present right now. Looks like my man out there, Clitheroe, the world number 6. These two guys having a good race with Finley Hoff. Close neck and neck racing from these two. Clitheroe's just got it at the moment in the corner, but they're diving. Oh, it's nice racing from Hoff and Clitheroe, keeping it clean. They know it's only a moto, no need to go mad at it.
Race 103, 14-year-olds heading in and out of turn number 2. Finn Phillips out of Bournemouth and leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Picking it up, that's a 33 plate of Zachary Tia. Out of Jump Club, the 14 plate in there in 3. That's Henry Rayner. out of Odom Race Team, heading down the final straight. Front three riders running away with it. Ollie Cottam going to round up the top four. More 14-year-olds on a track, leading this one out. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, looking like Mason Lang on the 309. One rider hits the deck. Not quite sure who that was. That was Rusting Up Racing. Jack Bailey. Let's hope Jack's okay. He's back up to his feet. He's going to walk away, which is good to see. Put your hands together for Jack. Out on track, Freddie Dudman, Concept Mabo UK, leading this one out the 28 plate. In there in two, that is Joe Penton Vogue. Heading down the final straight, the 16 plate. In there in three, that's Finley Collis. Coming under a bit of pressure from Ollie Coffin, heading to the stripe. Collis going to hang on to that top three. Race 106, more 14-year-olds heading for turn number one. That's the 7 plate leading it out. Noah Everly, hashtag 59, the 13 plate in there as well. That is Caden Dunn doing it for GT Factory. Heading into turn number 2, Everly Dunn, 1 and 2. In and out they go, looking like that could be Kemi Cook in there in about 4 at the moment. The 23 plate in 3, that is George Chapman. Cook in 4, last straight action. Here comes Dunn, Everly and Dunn going down to the stripe. Who's going to get it? Looking like Dunn might have just nicked it over the line. 12 on the plate, Cody Coker, Retro Racing leading this one out. Who's in there with him, picking it up? Got to be Eli Smith doing it for Rab Racing. That looks like the Brookwood Massive in there as well. Zaid Flynn in about 4 at the moment, making moves in that second turn. The 18 plate in there in 3. That is Dylan McKenna out of Preston Pirates. Last straight action, Coker, Smith, 1 and 2. That's how them two lads are going to finish. McKenna in there for 3. 15-year-old girls, race 108 on track, 4 on the plate, leading this one out. Micah Pritchard, DC Cycles, going 1 and 2 with Mabo UK. That is Esme Brook picking up that 2 spot in and out of turn number 2. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Cody Harmer in 3. That's Abby Nequest, Mabo UK in there in 4. So the 2 Mabo ladies in this one. Brooks made her move in the final turn to work from 2 to 1. Heading to the line. Who's going to get it? Looks like Brooks going to nick it. Pritchard settles for 2. More 15-year-old girls. Cook, Taylor Day, Phillips, Proctor, Jackson and O'Brien on track. That's the 2 on the plate. Akira Cook leading this one out for Odom Race Team. Paige Proctor, Allen's BMX Heritage in there in that 2 spot, headed down the final straights. That looks like Erin J. Jackson in there in a 3. Race 110, 15-year-olds on track. Pro Star BMX, Gabe Simpson on the 6 plate, leading this one out. Who's in there with him? That's the 11 plate of Curtis Copeland, Birmingham NRT. The 29 plate in there as well. That's Ted Warwick out of a Runnymede, heading down the final straight, coming under a little bit of pressure. That's Samuel Hamling from SAS Race Team, going to take the top 4 finish. Race 111, Harry Elwood in this one. Hugo Moon, JTL Simpson Davis, Thomas Doran, Niall O'Connell, Henry Eyre and Roger Rones. That's Henry Eyre leading this one out, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross Jump Club. In there in 2 with JTL Simpson Davies. More 15-year-olds on a track. Jared Hill, Pure Bikes leading this one through. TM watching closely from the stand. Hill leading this one out, putting together a very smooth lap. Zach twitching in there in 2, putting pressure, heading to the stripe. Hill twitching 1 and 2. Just one rider crashes at the line. Let's hope that they're okay. Blackpool, Jaden Green leading through race 113 on the 17 plate. That looks like moves coming in the final turn. Gotta be Jack Clark out of Ipswich on the 217, working his way from 3 to 2. Zach Reeves going to pick up a top 3 finish across the line. Mabo UK 7 on the plate. Gotta be Max Clear leading this one out, the 8 plate in there in 2. Elliot Brook, Rab Racing, so Mabo Rab going 1 and 2 down the final straight. Heading to the line, that looks like the Brookwood Massive getting in on the top 4 action with Joseph Bamford.
Alrighty then. Looks like the sorted race gear guy lead that one out. We're just having a quick chinwag up here on our strategy for the day. There's two of us. Great job by Lewis Locker in the National Series. Good young lad, good commentator. It's nice to hear his voice. But they dragged in the old school Neil Stewart in Manchester. Well, Richard Eames does his World Cup thing. Big delays out there apparently. They've got loads of rain. So that race is not kicking off soon. That was Lucy Hutt taking the win in that one. That was race 116. 117 on track with the 6 and the 8 of Tilly McCrum and Nilm Parr from Dragon. So that could be down Wales way, is it? I guess, I'm not sure. Okay, back onto the male 16s. Esselman, Sparrow, Yeo. It's the 16 and the 11 though. Alfie Holloway and Arnie Esselman, 1 and 2. Not sure who that is there. I think it's Benjamin Weiss from Birmingham NRT in the 3. Moving on. Oh, big crash in the second turn. Happy birthday, Joseph Makepeace. As the GBR, I don't know what you call it. Maybe they could come and tell us what they're called. These new GBR shirts. Youth Academy or something. Oh, they're only just getting out of the way. Oh, dear. But that was, well, I guess that was Lucas Smith, was it? Or Jimmy Criddle? Anyway, I don't know. They all crashed anyway. Dubman, Gerard, Montfort, Mucha Acarelli, Milbank and Almeida from Braintree in that one. Let's just take a moment to sort ourselves out before we go up to the gate and race number 121. Alrighty then, race 121. Zander Mavawani Wright back at it on the inside, looking good from Lewis Fletcher in there in 2. Josh Waball, he was there. Oh, he's getting a bit wobbly now. I said his name. Commentator's curse. Mavawani Wright leaves this one out for Fletcher. 1 and 2, easy peasy, orange squeezy. The 31, Ethan Chartler from Blackpool. He's there in 3. Garlic bread. Anyway, number 5. The national number 5 leaves this one out. Hang on a minute. Number 5. Oh, Owen Putland, I beg your pardon. There is another number 5. It's a different age group, that's why. 24 in the 2 sport. That's Kieran Benachrist. And 2 Preston Pirate riders, Grieg and Grieg. Oh, they must be brothers. But Jude Green was up there in the top 4 position. Must be brothers. Race 123 on track. 12X and the 150 on the pure bike was Jaden Seawood. Hard Knocks bike coaching and Jack Ellis on the old Jake Adcock is that from Ice Bikes. He's there in qualifying positions. Talent Development NSR Foundation. Thanks for that really short name. That's really nice and short, isn't it? Can it be any longer, that name? Could it be any longer? All right, then, NSR Foundation. That's what we'll say. Thank you, Dylan. Dr. Smooth. I don't even know where we are now. What race are we on? Oh, riders down. You can't go too low on that second turn. Save it for the last turn. The second turn is not built for that move, trust me. And if you're running 120 PSI, here's a top tip for you. It's really sunny. If your bike's been out in the sun, you might want to drop your pressure down a little bit, because that's what will happen. Or you might get a blowout. And nobody likes a blowout. Right, I can see Ice Bikes leading this one out. That's Michelle Stupple. Yeah! On the 20-inch. Yeah, look at these girls go. Anita one. Is that Batsford there, I think? Yes, it is. And Amanda Hempstott. Good to see the ladies getting out the 20-inch. It's over to my good friend Lewis Locker for race number 127. I can do it if you want. It's Neil Brudes out in front. Just because I know who it is. And the British champion in there in two. Is that Tom Palmer? John Lillingston, I beg your pardon. Darren Utley in three. Go on, Darren. Oh, it's getting older now. You better take over, Lewis. They're all getting a bit older for me.
War Masters on a track, race 128. That's got to be Stay Strong. Scott Waterhouse leading this one through on the 37 plate. In there with him, it is a 5 picking it up. That's Tom Palmer. Crucial racing in and out of that final turn. That looks like it could be Billy Irwin on the 8 plate, picking up a top 3 spot as they head across the line. Vets on track, Cording, Carrick, Hill, Smith, Allen, Poole and Hughes. In and out of turn number 2, Alan Hill on the 1 plate, leading this one out. Who's there with him? Got to be Urban Air on the 6 plate. That is Lee Carrick picking it up. The 4 in there in 3. That is Craig Hughes. The front 3 riders running away with it down the final straights. Craig Cording, Pro Star BMX in there for 4. As more vets, 40 plus, hit that second turn. Who's leading it out? Got to be Thrill Factory, Zoltan Bude. Heading through this third straight. The 2 plate in there with him. Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Matt Barnard. In and out of the final turn. Bude, Barnard, 1 and 2. O'Brien in a 3. Heading down to the stripe. Adam Bude in there in 4. Brett Knight in 5. As Jason Lewis leads out race 131, your British champ from last year. He is heading through this third straight, doing it for the Brixton Massive, the 15 plate in there. In 2, that is Fitzroy Bryce, the 6 on the plate in 3. That is Stephen Fortune, doing it for Divide Brand. That's your top 3, heading down to the stripe. A moto win for Jason Lewis. More Grand Vets on track, in and out of turn 2. Craig Nelson. Neil didn't tell me. I just have the blinkers on my ears. Nelson having the move put on him in that final turn. That's Benters trying to work his way through, and he's managed it. He's going to take the moto win. Nelson in there for that 2 spot. Moving on to race 133. Carver, Carter, Smith, Chalkos, Madron, White and Hood. That's the 2 on the plate leading it through. Gary Carver out of the northeast going 1 and 2 with the 5 of Chris Madron for Pure Bikes. Moves being made in the final turn. Big Daddy White's in there in the 4 of the minute trying to work his way through. Heading down to the stripe. It is going to be Carver taking the moto win. 17 to 29-year-old women on a track. 3X on the plate, Elizabeth Bound. Pure Bikes in and out of turn number 3. Heading down the final straight. That looks like it could be Emily Clinch in 3.
Just a quick one, all riders in the lower age groups, please make your way round to the pens for your second qualification moto. All riders for your second qualification moto, the first 10 motos, please first make sure you are in the pens ready for your moto number 2.
Race 136, Beard, Elwood, Nice, Jackson, Wilson, Monday and Gaynor all on track. That's the 4 on the plate leading it through. Phoebe Gaynor. Moto 1365 race team, the 12 plate in there in 2. That is Molly Nice doing it for Thrill Factory, headed down the final straight. 13 on the plate in there in 3. That's Samantha Beard out of Bournemouth, heading down to the stripe. That's going to be your top 3 with Gaynor taking the moto win. Race 137 on the track. Ellie Featherstone going 1 and 2 with Jaya Bradshaw in and out of that final turn. That's looking like Odom and Mabo going through, heading down to the stripe. Featherstone, Bradshaw. 19, 29-year-olds on track. Camille Suleiman's in there in 3. That looks like Ben Bates in 2, but out front it is Connor Hedges, Pro Star BMX. Hedges, Bates, Suleiman, 1, 2, and 3. That's how they're going to finish as they cross the line. Nineteen, 29-year-olds, race 139 on track. Fallen rider in at turn number 1 was Callum Davies. He's back up to his feet. And Conor Blythe went down as well. Let's hope that both riders are all right. They're back up. Going to finish their laps. Put your hands together for them two guys.
Alrighty then, male to 19 to 29, Kay Curlin. More West Curlin, and he's in 3rd. Go on, Curlin. Divide UK up there in 2, Daniel Kay. But who was that leading this one out? I didn't recognise the kit there. Is it the Jump Club guys? Oh, it's Josh Moore, I beg your pardon. BMX Hype. Oh, I'll be in trouble for that. Oh, I'll be in trouble from Chris Matt. Anyway, Daniel Clay, 2, Ben Curlin, Pure Bikes 3. More 1929s, Issar Day, Gibson, Brazil, Hickson, Giles, and Pasco White. Is that Gibson leading this one out? I think it could be for Concept Mabo. Crucial in there in 2 out of Brazil, still mixing it with the young guns here. But it's good to see Gibson back up on his feet and on his bike again and looking very good here in Manchester this afternoon. Brazil in there in 2, Izzard in 4. Alrighty then, junior men.
Race 142, junior men hit the track, heading for turn number 1. On the inside, looking like Casey Markley, Concept Mabo leading this one through. Who's in there with him? Looking like Crucial Racing, picking up that 2 spot. Gotta be Harrison Collis on the 537, looking up the inside into turn 2. Didn't quite make it stick. Markley, Collis. Here comes Ben Cornish on the inside, working his way through. Looking to make it happen in the final turn. Collis hanging on, heading down the final straight. Markley 1, Collis 2. Gonna be Cornish in 3.
Honey, bring it close to my lips, yeah. Honey, bring it close to my lips. Honey, bring it close to my lips, yeah. Honey, bring it close.
Yeah, junior men on track, hit the gate there. Elbow to elbow. We got Tanner, Roy, Fawcett, Bell, Fitzsimmons, Daly and Gilbert. Looks like it's the NSR Foundation rider, Harry Tanner, leading this one out. Pro Star in there. No, I beg your pardon, it's Charlie Roy in there in 2. Harrison Bell's in about 4 at the moment. Hard Knocks trying to make moves here. Who's that in the free spot? It's the 742. The 742 of Ben Fitzsimmons. And now Bell makes his move, gets up to 4th. He's in the qualifying position as Harry Tanner takes another win in the junior men.
Race 144 Championship women heading down this first straight. That looks like Freya Chalice. Absolute bicycle motocross on the 646. Leading this one out. Chalice out front. Who's there with her? That's Crucial Racing and Stay Strong. Clark and Kent. Elbow to elbow. Sienna Harvey just getting the edge in and out of turn number 2. Chalice, Harvey 1 and 2. Who's in there in 3? That's the 347 of Elsa Rendell Todd. Betsy Backs in there in 4. It's getting busy down the final straight. Chalice is going to take it. Harvey, Rendell, Todd, Backs 2, 3 and 4.
Superclass men hit the track. Dean Rees in the mix with a box of tricks. And he's trying to make moves, but who's that on the inside? No, it's the guy in green, the 110 of Matthew Malone. But look who's leading it out. It's the old school of Callum Strickland. Stay Strong out in front, leading these young guns into that last corner. Malone there in 2. There's going to be moves in here. George Hunt's got his elbows out, and Hunt's made the move, and he's made it stick in front of Fletcher. And I think it was Dean Rees there making moves, getting up to a top position.
Last moto of the first set hits the track, heading for turn number 1. Last year's national champ going to take the whole shot into the first turn. Who's leading it out? Moore's out front. That looks like Kyle Evans in there in 2. Tyrese Bradshaw in there in 3, making moves, sticking it up the inside of Maho in turn number 2. It is Moore, Evans, Bradshaw, 1, 2 and 3. Clark's on the outside looking for a way into that top 4. Hunt's hanging on though down the final straight. Moore, Evans, Bradshaw, 1, 2 and 3. Hunt's going to round up the top 4.
Good stuff. That's your Moto 1s. On to Moto 2s any second now. Then we are racing again, 9 to 12 cruiser mixed. McKenna, Lillington, Hindley, Cottrell, Westwood, Devine and Jones. And Alfie Sims in there as well. Looks like it was Cottrell, BMX Widow Photography, leading this one out. Where is BMX Widow Photography? Is she here this weekend taking photos somewhere? No doubt. He's leading it out anyway. The Cruiser Bruisers on track. Somebody from Peckham leading this one out. It's going to be Robin Martin Alonso. Looks like one of the riders from Fast Signatures, Eli Lamb, in there in 2. So Alonso, Lamb. 14 play is Logan Young. And Fluent, is that? Louis Rawlinson. Race 149 already on track. Byrne, Woolwork, Harding, Young, Ella Lamb, Swales, Odlin, Fast Signatures BMX team. In the mix in about 3 at the moment. Sorted Supercross leads this one out. Hadley Harding. And then it was Isla Young, Ella Lamb. She's in there in 3, doing it in amongst the boys. It's good to see them mixing it up. 15 plate leads this one out from the 044. Eric McSwitty and Kai Turpin. 1 and 2 in race 150. 151 on track. Hayward, Byrne, Vac, Kitson, Schofield, Brown and Pinder. Looks like the 21 leads this one out. There's Sean Brown, Kitson. Where is he? He's in there in 3. Let's see, Schofield. Is that Schofield that went down? I think it was. The number 6. Yes, so national number 5 comes past me. Stanley Palmer, Caulfield, Harradine, Davison, Kirby, Locke and Tia. In race 152, 153 on track. Jumping his way into that first turn was the national number 3 of Arnie Esselmont. I can see a BMX Widow in there in 2, is that? Or is that a different shirt? Oh, I don't know now. I'm a bit confused. No, it could be just Manchester. Zach Chapman, I think it was. Yes, it was. And Jake Hart is that in 3. Thomas Doran, Coombs, Roberts, Hart, Thompson, Fletcher, Lukai Mapp in this one. As we see Thomas Doran leading this one out on the 4X, but he's been overtaken by the national number 7 of Lewis Fletcher. He's riding 2 bikes this weekend. Lukai's having his own little battle at the back. Ledgewood Bar, Makepeace, White, Stebbings, Flukes, Jackson, Drellincourt, and the 11 plate of Kaiaisho Flukes in this one. And Birmingham's NRT's Benjamin Weiss crosses the line there in 3. 15-16 Cruvers, 156 is the race number. The 14 plate leads this one out. Alexander Stokes, 1 rider down here in the first turn. Hopefully he's all right. It's the 14 bike of, was that Lewis Barnes? Hopefully he's all right. It's the other 14 that leads it out. It was Stokes. I'm all right for the moment. Daniel Popel, Jack Hudson in the next one. And Martin, Smiley Brown, Leary and Thompson. Who's got the speed to take the lead? It's the guy on the inside on the 095 bike. And the 095 bike is Daniel Pope. Smiley Brown on the inside, being pushed hard around the outside. It's going to be Jack Hudson then, is it? I think it is. So, Pope, Brown, Hudson. Yeah, he's on the 4-cross. Wow, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but this is ridiculous. John Lillingston leads this one out. At the front of the pack with Ryan Jones. Mario Berno should be in it. I think that could be him in 2, is that? Yeah, that's Mario. And the 3rd place is the national number 4 of Ash Richardson.
Oh, we're back. 40-44 Cruisers. Race 159, Todd, LeBras, McCoy, to Blanche, Walsh and Stark, all heading into turn number 3. That is the 5 on the plate, Neil to Blanche. MK Evolution going 1 and 2 with Andy Todd. Andy McCoy's in there at about 5 at the minute. He's been putting the pressure on recently. He's been commentating for the Midlands region, and now he tells me that every time someone makes a mistake, he can notice it. So pressure's on from Andy. Keeping us true, 40-44. Race at 160, Scott Main out on track, in there in that 2 spot, but bringing it down to the line. That was Fraser Watson on the 3 plates. Stevenson, Groves, Robertson, Whiting, Too Good and Mears all on track. Kingsley Mears leading it out. Pro Start BMX heading for the final turn. Who's in there with him? That is the 639 of Richard Stevenson. Going at 2 out of 3 with Donald Robertson out of Cumbernauld Centurions. Andy Groves on the 347, going to round up that top 4. 45-49 Cruisers, race 162. That looks like the 1 on the plate. Darren Reedy, GT Factory, heading into turn number 3. The 4 plate in there in 2. That is Brett Knight doing it for Crucial Racing with David Stokes on the 13 plate. Heading down to the stripe, taking that top 3. Howell, Millen, Mead, Cartwright, Elkindy, Barnard and Barnard all on a track. That is the 2 of Glyn Cartwright leading it out with Matt Barnard doing it for State Strong. Clark and Kent heading down to the stripe. Barnard's going to make his move and go from 2 to 1. Mead in there for that 3 spots. Race 164 on a track. Graham Stanley, DC Cycles. 1X on the plate, looking good heading for this final turn. The 1-1-3 in there in 2. That is Ricardo Santos. In and out of that final corner. Jules Allen, Halo Wheels Race Team in there in that 3 spots. Tim Porter in at 4. 50 to 54-year-old Cruisers out on a track. Riders out of the northeast in this one, going through in that 2 spot, but it is the 3 plate leading it out. Kevin Sykes going to 1 and 2 with the 6 of Gary Carver in and out of that final turn. The northeast in there in 3 as well. That is Stephen Notman on the 15 plate, heading down to the stripe with Tim Drew bringing through that top 4. Alan Hill, your world number 4, Pure Bikes leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with his teammate Chris Madron. Hilly Madron 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like it is the 18 plate in there in 3. That is Mark Worley out of the Centurions in and out of that final turn. 27 of Tom Carter on his home track in there in a 4. Ian Archibald on a track on the 8 plates. Doing it for the Cumbernauld Centurions with the 15 in there in 2. That is Stephen Hassel. Out of Bournemouth, Richard Ellis on the 18 in there in 3. Heading down the final straights. Looking like that could be Stuart Campbell bringing through your top 4. Late charge from him. Going to nick the 3 on the line from Ellis. Race 168, McFarlane, Rhodes, Fortune, Bentley, Lewis, Butler and O'Brien on track. That is the 5 plate lead in this one out. Got to be John Bentley, Allen's BMX. In and out of that final turn. Darren O'Brien in there in that 2 spot, heading down to the stripe with Pete Butler in there for 3. Looks like Jason Lewis has lost a chain at some point during that race. He's not giving up though, he's going to finish his lap. Pure pumping power down the final straight. Keep going, Jason. That looked like it was James Yeo taking the win in race 169. Race 170, 55 plus cruisers, Watson, Clark, Noble, Wright, Brown, Watts and Woof. In and out of that second turn, looking like that could be Team Mine leading this one out. Keith Brown on the 26 plate going 1 and 2 with Robert Clark out of Peterborough, who's in there in 3 bringing it round. That looks like it could be Simon Watson on the 41 plate heading down the final straight. Keith Brown going to take that moto win. 13-16 women's cruiser on a track, race 171. That looks like Elsa Rendell Todd, DC Cycles, world number 4. In and out of that final turn, going 1 and 2 with BB Alderton, also out of DC Cycles, heading down that final straight. That looks like Grace Burge, Green Machine Tribe, rounding up the top 3 in that moto. Race 172, Yetska Hemstock, Cody Harmer, Isla Radcliffe, Anya Matan Alonso, Annalise Cadman Carpenter and Abby Niequest all on a track. That is the 147 leading out. Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Halo Wheels, race C going 1 and 2 with Cody Harmer down the final straight. Yetska Hemstock doing it for Ice Bikes in there in that 3 spots. As 30 plus women's cruiser heads in and out of turn number 2. That is Leah Pearson Concept Mabo in and out of that second turn down the final straight through factory. Anita 1 in there in that 2 spot. Them front 2 ladies running away with this one. Nicola Spears in there in 3, and that looked like Josephine Burston on the 11 plate in at 4. Race 175 on track. E2 on the plate, Michelle Stupple, Ice Bikes leading this one out. Who's in there with her? That is Lee Pendleton. Alan's Heritage on the 17 plate, headed down to the stripe with Amanda Hempstock in at 3. 17-29 women's cruiser, Olivia Firth, Kira Lee, Jamie Elwood, Lily Chisholm, Trinity Calmer, Charlotte Jackson and Sammy Prince all on track headed down the final straight. That looks like it could be Olivia Firth leading this one out. Going 2 and 3 is Alan's Heritage. That's Kira Lee and Charlotte Jackson picking up podium spots in that one. Race 177, more 17-29-year-old women's cruiser. In and out of that final turn. That looks like Pro Start On the jersey, Hannah Drew on the 2-plate, heading down the final straight with Molly Nice through a factory. Them two front ladies running away with that one. Amy Willips in there for that top 3 finish. That's got to be Taylor Lee Mohan, Royal Air Force leading this one out, going 1 and 2 with Mabo UK's Izzy Hurry. Last straight drag race, heading to the stripe. Looking like it is going to be Mohan hanging on to it. Hurry for 2. Hannah Hedges taking that top 3 spots. 17:29 men's cruiser on track. Check them out down this final straight. That is Hedges Blythe going 1 and 2. Here comes McHugh with a late charge to the line, looking like he might have nicked the top 2 spots. As they cross the finish, Alex Brooks on track. Race 180. Rab racing in and out of turn 2. That is Luca Manzi in there in 2. Going 2 and 3 with Rocky O'Brien, who's worked his way around the outside to go from 3 to 2. Archie Large in there at about 4 at the moment, having the move put on him from Lloyd Freeman in that final turn, who's worked his way into a top 4 spot. But it is Alex Brooks taking the moto win. Charlie Roy, 1X on the plate, Moto 1365 race team. Who's in there with him, looking like Freddie Cadman Carpenter. Halo Wheels bringing it through towards his final turn. In they go, the 8 of Max Henderson. In there in that 3 spot, Ryan Brooks. Rab Racing in there in that 4. Heading down to the stripe, it is going to be Roy taking that moto win. More 17, 29-year-old cruisers on a track. Watson, Needham, Wilson, Armitage, Daly, Taylor, Patel and Simpson. Royal Air Force out front, that is the 26 plate, Pete Watson. And Barnesbury leading this one out, going to 1 and 2 with Daniel Wilson out of BMX Widow Photography, Jason Daly in at 3. Looks like we had a fallen rider, that was Daniel Wilson. He's back up, finishing his lap, put your hands together for Daniel.
Yeah, here we go then, 17 to 29, Cruiser G, Pope, Parr, Hill, Thompson, Mowat and Penny. Looks like the national number 2, Joe Parr leads this one out. I can see Theo Pope in there in the mix with a box of tricks. He's in there in 2 at the moment. Alan's BMX Heritage leads it out. We got the NRT guy moving on through. That's Harrison G, who's on the 4, Retro Racing. Jack Mowat, he's there with Carl Hill back in 5 at the moment. But Parr takes a nice win for the Heritage team. Alrighty then, Pocket Rockets. The Powder Puffs, they used to call them years ago. Female 6 and unders. Hewitt, McGoldrick, Jewis, Wyatt, Henning, Pine and Divine. Look at these young ladies go. 279, Abigail Henning, not even 6 years old, riding a bike with disc brakes and everything else. Preston Pirate, I think she is. Yeah, she's a Preston Pirate. There's another one in there, Hattie McGoldrick. She's in about 3 or 4 at the moment. 657, bless them, Mabel Pine. She's there in 2, and I'll tell you what, Mabel's putting in the pedals here. This is not over until the finish line. Look at her go. Mabel Pine really trying to get that win. It was a close one on the line. Male 6 and unders, Jones, Thorne, 480. That was Susie Wyatt from Exeter. Oh, she's going to get caught, hopefully not. 595 is the leader in the next one. That's the young lads. Roman Birdfield, 6 and under. As they all come down the last straight safely. 186 on track, Crossley, Claydon, Thomas, Payne and Rutherford, all riders down in the second turn. It's the 134 that leads this one out, and the 453 in 2. That's Finley, Thomas, Joseph Claydon. And is that, I'm trying to see the name on that guy's back there. I think it was Crossley, was it? Charlie Crossley in there. The 511's got himself back up. Look at him pedal. His race ain't done yet. Look at him go, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together there. That was Oscar Rutherford back up on his bike. We've still got one down, but fair play to Oscar. Picked up a 4th place for his for his efforts. Alrighty then, on track, the British champion, the 01 from Moto 1 Racing. The 01 was Phoebe Miller, of course. Moto 1 365. Our good friend Martin Baxter and the 365 collaboration. She is looking fast out in front, but the 296 is not giving up. That's Lauren Snell in there in 2 from Decoy. And I think that was a Manchester lady in there in 3. Was it Robertson? Male 7 years old, 188 on track. Sullivan, Robinson, Gilbert, Mason, Maguire, Emerson, Tucker, and Dominic Zapanos in there. So Emerson's in about 3 at the moment. Looks like the guy in red leads this one out. That's going to be Henry Sullivan. Rusty Nut Racing, is it? Or is he in 2? I'm not sure who that was out in front. I beg your pardon. I'm getting used to these names. There's no foreign names, so I'm struggling. Okay, Chambers, Wills, Jessup. The 034 leads this one out. That was Anthony Pernaby. Oscar Marco, familiar DC Cycles. His dad's probably a racing as well this weekend. Looking good there in the 2 spot. Male 7 years old, 190 on track. T-Wold, Avis, Burton, Thomas, McAlpine, Weston and White. This is pretty close into the last turn. The 502 is there. That is the 502 of Caleb T-Wold. And it's all pretty busy with Burton, Thomas and McAlpine chasing them down towards with Weston there, I think, just at the back. 191, Rowlands Cross, Wally, Geddes, Hargreaves. I think it's Hargreaves leads this one out. The 723 plate of Rosie Geddes, I beg your pardon. Then it's Hargreaves. Rowlands. But they haven't given up as they cross the line. Dust flies up behind. And they're all safely through. Betty Wills leads this one out for Dyson, White, Henderson and Webb. And we move on to the male 8 years old. 725 of Jack Kitchen. Charlie Dowson's in there. Crucial rider in there as well. Charlie Dowson, he's in about 4 and 5. Fluent Motocross was in there with Kitchen. As we move on to race 194, Oliver Hawker. Ethan Shaw leads one out. He's the British champion from the 386 of Hendricks Fines from Runnymede. And Leo Ingman, he's there in 4. What, 195 on track. Male 8 years old, Jake James, Davis, Jones, Spencer, Ford, Ballantyne and Kane. The 984 and the 590 are your early leaders. Rex Ford, Hugo Ballantyne. That's how it was in the first moto. A real tough age group, these young 8 years old. But Ford looks like he takes another win from Ballantyne. Okay then, Andover, Oakley Lewis Field leads this one out, as he did earlier on the male 8 years old. The 613 of Tobias Groves. He's making moves in that last corner. And I lost my page there. Malachi Smith, let's give him a mention. Jacob Russell is crossing the line there, but Oakley Lewis Field, 2 wins from 2, I think. Oh, rider down in the last turn. What happened there? That's a strange one. Donaldson, Haynes and Chambers. The 008 was that? Of Donaldson that went down, but he's back up. He's going to finish his lap. Females, 01, the British champion of Ella Lamb. First signatures. Isla Saint-Britain, Maisie Egan. There's the female 9s come across the line. They've got a semi-final by the looks of this. No, straight final. Amber Chapel, Aria Lowe's-Lee, Richardson of Dudley. It's race 200 now. Joshua Coates, Knightley, or Kitely, I beg your pardon. 784 of Kitely and Wood, 1 and 2. Didn't catch the number of the rider in 3, but he's pushing hard through. As Kitely from Braintree, I think that was, took the win. Oh, we've got somebody jumping the third straight already. Nice. Nice style from the 304. Pedal, pedal, pedal comes the noise. Finley Munro that was. Stanley Duffy in the mix. A Stay Strong rider in there as well. Rex Beasley. Rex in effect. Oh yeah. Love this tune. I got this on vinyl. 12-inch live version. Signed by Baby D. And the bloke that does the rap. Yeah, I still kept a bit of my vinyl. What a tune. Alrighty then. Round number 3, Manchester BMX. The 252 or the 292 leads this one out. Jacob Anderson, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Smiley's Flight Club in there. He's being hard pushed from the retro kid. I thought that was a retro rider, but maybe not. Mix Picks. Lucas Tewolder. Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Benny Jackson. He takes the win in that one. Race 205 is on track. Second qualification motos here in round number 3 of the National BMX Series. In sunny Manchester, we got a BMX height rider on the 666 MK Evolutions. Joey Tompkins. He's going to take the win in race number 205. 206 on track, Olivia Webb, Haig, Keller, Baird, Cunningham, Davenport, Dyson and Mackey in this one, but it's the 14 plate of Lauren Keller who leads this one out into the last turn with the 409 or the 406 of Paige Cathcart Cunningham. She's in there, and the 066 was that pushing on through? Not sure. Could be the wrong number on the shirt, doesn't help. And that's over to my man now for race number 207.
10-year-old girls on a track heading down that final straight. That looks like it could be Poppy May Kirby having a scrap out front. Severn Pritchard on her way through for a top 2 finish. Not quite sure who the one that I I think that could have been Etta Cleve taking the moto win there. One rider hit the deck. That was the 12 plate of Penny Blackburn. Put your hands together for Penny as she finishes her lap. Race 208, 10-year-old girls, Paul, Hyder, Headley, Gerard, King, Corden and Rawlinson. It is the 2 plate of Iris Hyder going 1 and 2 at the minute with Grace Gerard doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Paul's in there in the 3 spot as well, coming under pressure from Lainey Corden at a pro stop, pushing to the stripe. Didn't quite make it, I don't think. Out on track, 10-year-olds, race 209, the 2 on the plate, leading it out. James Bibby, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, leading this one out. Who's in there with him? That is Super Sorted Race Gear. Leighton Harding on the 975, heading to the line. Who's in there in 3? That was Isaac Smith. Out on track, Everly, Belton, Taylor, Bagwell, Guy Latish, Cheeseman and Richards. That looks like Richards in there in about 3 at the minute. Who's there in 2? That is the template of Zach Everly, but out front it is Adrian Guylatis riding for Moto 1365. He's going to take that Moto win. Leo Rowlands on a track on the 4 plate, doing it for the Bronte Massive, heading into turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Looking like that could be Max Livingston, I think, on the 516. Heading on through, it is the 460. Seth Byrne, Green Machine Tribe, the 16 plate in there in 3. That is Akin Brazia out of Cycle Park, heading down that final straight, coming under pressure as they head towards the stripe. Who's going to pick it up? I think that could be Alkindi taking the top 3 spots, but the moto win was, of course, Leo Rowlands. I think Bram Heaver took a tumble on the first straight. He's back up and finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Bram. As race 212 hits the track, heading for that first turn, Preston Pirates. Oh, one rider hits the deck. Archie Bell. Crank BMX coaching. Let's hope that Archie's all right. Went down in a huge heat. Out on track, the 12 on the plate, Marcus Mullen. Preston Pirates on a charge, the 21. In there in 2, that was Huey Hall. Bringing it in and out of that final corner. Who's there in 3? That looks like Logan Waterhouse. Carnage in the 10-year-olds. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Archie Bell. Riding for the brand new race team, Crank BMX Coaching. A very generous race team as well. Let's hope that Archie's okay as we move on to race 213, heading in and out of that first turn. The 6 on the plate, leading it out. Joe Rook, Clark and Kent stay strong. Who's in there with him, picking it up, looking like it could be Harry Swales, Fast Signatures race team. Oh, Jamira went to throw it under. His back wheel gave way. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for a tie, Jamira. Out on track then, check them out. It is going to be Rook and Swales going 1 and 2. That's race 214, goes in and out of turn number 2. Who's leading it out? Looking like it could be MCR. That is Arthur Thomas. On the 25 plate, who's there with him? That's the 19 picking it up. Leon Waite out of the mid-lengths, heading down the final straight, looking like the front 2 riders are safe and clear. Otis Murphy gonna go through in 3 on the 8, 7, 8 plates. More 10-year-olds, race 215, Bowler, Payne, Davis, Hamill, Worthington, Challenger and Kimber. That looks like the 9 plate of Ronnie Payne leading it out. Harley Bowler's teeing up a move, but the 548 made it first. That looks like it was Emil Challenger on the 29 plate, pushing Payne all of the way. Challenger and Payne across the line for 1 and 2. Bowler's going to take 3. Race 216, 11-year-old girls on track. 4 on the plate, leading it out. Dakota Tucker, Pure Bikes. The 14 plate in there with her. That is Emma Kiss out of the Braintree Massive SAS race team. Allegra True on the 13 plate in there in 3. Heading to the line. That's how they're going to finish. Jump Club in there in 4. That was Anushka Jones. More 11-year-old girls, race 217 Pro Start BMX leading this one out. That is Emily Eaton, your British champ from last year, heading down to the stripe, looking like she's going to take the moto win. Brooke Fawcett, Hard Knocks bike coaching, in there for 2. Check him out, 2 on the plate. Mabo UK leading this one out. Ethan Rogers heading into the final turn. Oh, 2 riders hit the deck. Rogers, though, leading it out down the final straight. Frankie Griffin in there with him in 2. I think one of the fallen riders was Max McNulty out of the Outlaws. The 63 plate is back up to his feet. That is Alex Borton. Put your hands together for Alex and Max. They're both up and going to finish their laps. And Sullivan Collis took the moto win in race 219. Race 220 hits the track. Perkins, Pipe, Kiss, Lewis, Kutrick, Cartwright and Williams all heading for that first turn. Who's on the inside? Looking like it is the 992. Check him out. JP Jack Perkins lighting up the first straight here at Manchester for Divide Brand. Heading into turn number 2. Who's in there with him? That looks like it could be Zane Williams on the 13 plate, so it is JP Williams 1 and 2. The 60 plate in there in 3. That is James Pipe in and out of that final turn. The front 3 riders running away with it. Ben's Tibor Kiss in there in 4, coming under pressure as they head towards the stripe from Cartwright. Cartwright gets it a little bit wrong, slips his pedal. He's going to take 5, and Kiss hangs on to 4. 11-year-olds still on track. Race 221. That is the 11 plate of Thomas Honeywell throwing in a high-low in that final turn, going neck and neck with Oliver Arnold down this final straight. Who's going to get it? Arnold to the line. Not quite sure who got it. Race 222 on a track. 34 on the plate. That is Ethan Howell, Creation Cycles. Took a tumble in his last moto, but he's on fire out front in this one. Looking like he's going to take this moto win. The Brunty Massive in there behind him in 2. That is Henry Potts on the 59 plate. More of the Brunty Massive on track. Oh, hits the deck. That was Josh Jepson. He's back up to his feet straight away, though. Let's hope that Josh is all right. Out front, though, the European number 6, Freddie Parkinson. Pro Star BMX going to take that moto win. Evan Davey in there for 2. Out on track. Riley Butt, I think that is in there in 2. "12-year-old girls on track." Sorry, I got lost there. Out on track, then the 1 plate leading it through. Katie Millar, Moto 1365 race team. Who's in there with her? That is the 3 plate of Sidoni Cleve out of Braintree, heading down the final straight. It looks like that's how they're going to finish. Who's in there for 3? That's going to be the 4 plate of Jalala Patel. Race 226, Bound, Mucha, Young, Dixon and Sacharu on a track. The 4X, Lottie Brown leading it out. 484 in there with her. That is Matilda Sacharu in there into the 10 plate of Isla Young in there in 3. Dixon, Mucha going at it for the 4 spot, heading to the line. Dixon with a late charge, looking like she's going to nick a top 3 podium spots. As we move on to the 12-year-olds, race 227 into the final turn. That looks like it is Ronnie Richards, Fast Signatures race team heading to the stripe, going 1 and 2 with Harry Bailey across the line. E3 on the plate, that is Harry Donald, BMX Hype leading out race 228. Who's in there with him? Looking like Isaac Shaw doing it for Birmingham NRT. Donald, Shaw round the outside, jumps his way from 2 to 1. Donald's not done yet, but he's coming under pressure from Elvis Lawrence down the final straight. Lawrence has worked his way from 3 to 2. Shaw, Lawrence, Donald, 1, 2 and 3. Out on track, looking like James Cottrell's having the move stuck on him in that second turn. The W6 leading it out then. That is Senshu Flukes, DC Cycles in and out of that final corner. Going 1 and 2 with Freddie Richardson on the 938. Cotty's in there in 3. Who's going to pick up 4? That looked like it was Billy Harrison. Heath Osborne, on the 920 plate, crossing the line in that top 4. More 12-year-olds race 230, that is the 6 plates. Ned Guppy, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, heading down the final straight. Looking like he's going to take the win in this one. Harry Stevens, Team Mind, in there in 2, coming under pressure as they head to the stripe. Eli Lamb looking like he might have nicked that 2 spot on the line.
Alrighty then, 2-3-1 on track. Looks it's those guys from, I was going to say Fluent, but I'm not sure it is a Fluent rider now. Similar sort of kit, but we'll check them out as they come past. These are the male, 12 years old. It's the 17 plate. He's from the north. And that is Todd Smith Notman leading this one out. Amelia Everly, I think it was there in the 2 spot. Young lady mixing it up with the boys. The world number 5, more 12 years old. As the 60 goes down, that's Brady and Duffy. Your early leader is the number 7, Oliver Tyres. Cooper Westwood from Divide UK in the mix. Look at this guy go, the 60. Oh no, that's from the previous race, I beg your pardon. He's trying not to get lapped. Fair play to him, round of applause. Ty DS, is that, leading this one out? It looked like Ty DS, it was Ty DS, yes. 18, Newton Hidley in there as well. And a Bruntwood guy, William Knowles. But it was the factory Supercross rider, Ty DS, that took the win. As we turn our attention to Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. And the European number 4 of Kobe Rayford. He's in there and out. In front by a long way, Kobe Rayford, looking good. Samuel Robinson from the Jump Club, just bringing up the back of the pack. Lucy Gardner, female 13s, I beg your pardon, Lexi Waite. So that's Lexi Waite leading this one out. Lily Hayes, SAS Race Team, Lana Haig, Etana Price. But another win for Lexi Waite, mid-lengths. More ladies on track. The 18 plate of Edith Watson. Elida Watson, I beg your pardon. Lottie McFarlane in there as well. Orla Cooper. Summerglyn also in the mix. As we turn our attention to race number 237. And Ruby Wolford leads this one out on the 13 bike. Ava Wright is in there as well on the 11. Concept Maybo. And the 6 of Grace Berg from Green Machine. That's a tight race there. With Grace Proctor bringing in the 4th. Male 13s now. Lopez, Dunkley, Schofield. As we see, Ben Lark is in there as well. Schofield back in 3. He had a tumble on the cruiser earlier. But it looks like Kai Bowen took the win there from Ben Larkins. Schofield in 3. Okay then, race 239, Richie Cousineau, Groves, Wolford, Boone, Gatasco and Osborne. The 12 plate leads this one out. Lucas Osborne, looking good, rider from the south there. Which one is that? Could be Rufus Cousineau. And Logan Ritchie from MK in there as well. More male 13 years old, race 240 on track. The national number 5 of Lucas Seeley. Looking good out in front. I can see Lucas going well. Freddie Franklin in there as well. In the top 4 position. And Wilcox for the Halo team. Avery, Shaw, Kirby, James, Sim, Thomas and Kitson. Tate Kitson there making moves in that last quarter, working himself from 4th to 3rd. Is he going to make 2nd as the thrill rider Heath Thomas takes the win? Kitson's going to race to the line as we look at the one rider that went down there. Could have been Enzo Shaw, I think. 242, David Timmer, Tomlinson, Headley, Radcliffe, Guppy. Cooper McCrum, Ted Spencer. It's going to be Guppy leading this one out for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. But it's not over until it's over, because the 18 is that. Coming on through, he's pedalling hard and fast. Harvey Tomlinson from Merton. Strong lap from him. More Manchester riders on track. The home track advantage of Ewan Beat as the 181, was it the 161? The 161 of Szymon Pryszczek gave that one a go. Race 244. Jensen Hunt is in this one. He's in about 4 at the moment. The national number 6 of Bradley James leads this one out from the 29 of Eric McSwitty. Jensen Hunt still in a qualifying position though. As we turn our attention to the young ladies on track. Female 14, Missy Large, Betty Brewer, Ashman Maloney, Marsh Cockerell and Marriott. Is that Jessica Marriott out in front? I think it could be the world number 4 on the BMX Hype team. Sabina Ashman in there as well for Rusty Nut. And Ice Bikes, Imogen Cockerell. Female 14s, Coates, McCoy, Alonso, Curtis Carnes, Roy, Cadman, Carpenter, and Varuti. Roy leads this one out from Cadman, Carpenter, and Alonso. Alonso takes the second, Cammy Carter in third. Don't forget to check your scores for your results. Make sure you're not listening to the commentator tell you where you came. Make sure you're checking the scores. We can never be relied on. As Ruby Moores takes another convincing win. In race 247, 248, I can tell you right now that's James Clitheroe, just from the style of this kid. Nice and low over the jumps, keeping his speed going on that pure bike. As we see Finian Brady, Matthew Russell, Jack Bailey in there. But James Clitheroe takes another win for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. 8 on his plate. That's going to be Finn Phillips. Is that young Coppin there in 2? Ollie Coppin in 2nd. Wow, look at him go. Finn Phillips, one of the bigger 14-year-olds, takes another convincing win. It's a 34. Split down on that first turn. That was Sean Brown. When we look to the front, Pro Star are out there. Finley Hoff with Noah Everly. Obviously, these are just the motos, so we're just having a bit of a chilled out time on the mic. Once we start getting to the qualifiers, you'll hear the true English speaker in full effect. Oh, yeah. Love to big myself up every now and then. Nobody else does. 23, that was George Chapman that come past me at 100 mile an hour from John O'Haradine, Thomas Kay, Ollie Cotman. On to race number 252. And the national, someone's Eli Smith from the 28, is that, of Joe Penton Vogue and I wanted to say Zachary Tier. I might have missed one here. Hang on a second. Well, that's GT colours. That's Caden Dunn out in front on the 13 bike. So we are on race 253. The 18 comes on through. Dylan McKenna from Preston. Looking strong today here at Manchester. But the GT factory rider from Blackpool, Caden Dunn, he's done in moto number 2. Female 15, Proctor, O'Brien, Cook, Brooke, Pritchard, Niequest. Oh, they're battling in the last corner. The elbow was just not strong enough. I think that's Niequest, out in front. And the DC rider now has taken over the second spot. That's Mika Pritchard. And we race 255. Sorry. I always get a bit behind.
Just to let you all know, if you're interested, I'm pretty sure that the quarterfinals are about to start in Turkey for the first round of the World Cup Series. So if you do want to watch it, it's on YouTube, or you can go to the link on Facebook via 15's page. That's where you can see it. So it is on YouTube. So if you just go on YouTube and type in UCI World Cup, it should come up. That's what I did anyway. Right, 15-year-olds on track. That is plate 15 leading this one through. Ryo Stepanovs. Oh, couple of riders hit the deck in turn 3. I think one of them was Joseph Bamford. Went down very, very hard. That looks like Harry Elwood trying to get back to his feet as well. Race 258 on track. Just going to get some medical attention for Harry and Joseph. That looked like Max Clear taking that moto win. Still to this day, I'm going to say Charlie. Where's Dave? Somewhere. He's over there, look, having a beer. Whilst we have a brief break, while we get Harry and Joseph checked over, we've got a little bit of an announcement. So, usually when we come to nationals, we get our whole shot awards from ODI, who are kindly going to be supplying their whole shot awards for 2 selected age groups this week, well, today. But we also have whole shot awards for all A finals today for the championship classes, junior men, elite men, and championship women. Put your hands together for Joseph and Harry for me, ladies and gents. Back up to the feet. So the whole shot award for the A finals, there will be £50 per A final. Whoever crosses the whole shot line in the first turn first. And they are provided by a large number of donors today. So we've got Velo Solutions, KSC Motors, BMX Hype, Rob Hawker, Knick-Knack Engineering, Max Earthworks, Dalton Residences, Cavanna Homes, and Pro Starts. So massive thank you to the sponsors for the whole shot award for today, ladies and gents. So if you are in an A final today, there's not just a podium spot for grabs, there's also 50 quid. We are ready to resume racing, then race 259. 15-year-olds heading to turn number 1. That looks like Rebel Racing. Josh Williams going to take all 3 riders down in the first turn. Williams out front, Rebel Racing looking good. Who's there with him? That's got to be Bruntwood's Max Burgess on the 37. Front 2 riders running away with it. The 563 of Oakley Hooper. Mixed Picks race team in and out of the final turn. That looks like BMX winner photography, Niall O'Connell. In there in 4, late charge from him. He's going to nick a podium spot on the line. The 42 of Romeo Kapai was one of the fallen riders. The 41 of Aidan True was the other one. Put your hands together for them 2 riders. Both back up to the feet, at least, which is good to see. Race 260, 15-year-olds on track, headed for turn number 1. That's got to be the 5 plate on the inside. Henry Air, Absolute Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with Pure Bikes. Jared Hill, Air Hill 1 and 2, Moto 1365. In there as well, that is Thomas Millar on the 12 plate. That's your front 3 riders. As it stands, Ipswich in there as well. That is Jack Clark on the 217. Coming under pressure from the outside, that's Samuel Hamling. Doing it for SAS, working his way into a top 4 spot. But it is Henry here taking the Moto win. 11 on the plate, Curtis Copeland, Birmingham NRT, leading this one through, heading into turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Got to be Jaden Fawcett, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. 1 rider down in the turn. Front 2 riders running away with it. The 923 in a 3. That is Elliot Albert out of Cornwall with the 59 plate in 4. That's Callum Heath. Not quite sure who the fallen rider was. I think that could have been Lewis Cook. Looks like Lewis is back up to his feet as we move on to the 16-year-old girls race 262. Lucy Hutt leading this one out, your current British champ, doing it for Odin Racing. Her big sister Emily's racing in Turkey today. And that looked like it was Tilly McCrum in there in 2. More 16-year-old girls on a track. Who's leading this one through? I think that could be Ellen Parr. Doing it all. Couple of riders down in turn 2. It is Ellen Parr, Crank BMX Coaching leading out. Moto 263 from Amelia Grattan. I think Yetska Hemstock was one of the fallen riders. And possibly Megan Gerard. 16-year-olds race 264 on a track. That looks like it is Alfie Holloway taking that Moto win. Race 265, Jimmy Criddle, Crucial Racing E6 on the plate, leading this one out. Arne Esselman in there with him in 2. Criddle, Esselman 1 and 2, the 42 plate in there in 3. That's Josh Ball out of Birmingham, who's in there behind him, looking like Makepeace going at it down this final straight with Sparrow. I think that could be heading to the line. Not quite sure who got that 3 spots. Race 266, more 16-year-olds. Chandler Wise, Mavawani Wright, Bigger, Gerard and Montfort heading into turn number 2. That looks like it could be Xander Mavawani Wright, you national number 3 from last year. He's got George Gerard all over his back wheel though, heading in and out of that final turn. Ben Weiss in there in 3, doing it for Birmingham NRT. Johnny Jake Montfort looking for a late charge as he heads to the line. Not quite going to get close enough. He'll settle for 4. More 16-year-olds, a race 267 on track. Concept Mabo looking like Max Dudman leading this one through, heading down the final straight. And I think that was Alexander Stokes in there in that 2 spots. Owen Putland, 5 on the plate, leading out race 268. Who's in there with him? Looking like Mickey Porter on the 239. That's the 25X in there in 3. Got to be Oscar Matthew Cowlard. That's your front 3. Heading down the final straight. Rossi O'Brien, Ice Bikes, picking up a top 4 spot. Jump Club in at 5 with Jude Green. Freddie Cadman Carpenter, 17 to 18-year-olds on track. 10X on the plate. Who's there with him? That's the 32 plate of Henry Rowe. He's getting busy in the final turn. Preston Pirates throwing it underneath. Kendall Green working his way from about 5 to 3 in the final turn. Out on track, Callum Child Maple going 1 and 2 with Jaden Seawood heading for the final corner. That looks like the 10 plate in there in 3. Got to be Kenny Phillips out of CGR. Going 3 and 4 with Ice Bikes. Jake Adcock out of Gosport BMX. That's going to be your top 4, but it is Child Maple taking that moto win. James Sankey on the 14 plate leads out race 271. Who's in there with him? Picking it up. Looking like it could be a rusted up racing. Finley Lynch on the 25 plate. Heading for the final turn. The 134 Preston Pirates in there in 3. That is Thomas Grieg heading down the final straight and to the line. Looking like it is Jack Ellis picking up the 4 spots. 30 plus women on a track. Hemstock, Albert, Stuffle, Wong and Batsford all charging through this 3rd straight. That looks like Stuffle leading it through. 5 on the plate in there in 2. That is Anita Wong, the 3 in 3. That is Kim Batsford doing it for Jump Club, heading down the final straight. Manda Hemstock in there in 4. Claire Albert in 5, but it is Michelle Stuffle taking that moto win. Masters 30 plus on track, check him out. Scott Waterhouse leads it out. Neil Brunez glued to his back wheel in and out of turn number 2. Heading through the 3rd straight, that's the 8 plate of Berwin. In there in 3, who's picking up 4, looking at the 10 of David James out of Exeter Eagles. Throwing in a high-low on Irwin in the final turn. Brunez has worked his way from 2 to 1. Looking like he'll pick it up. Waterhouse in there for that 2. John Lillingston, your British champ, on track. In and out of turn number 2, doing it for Moto 1365. He's got Tom Palmer right there on his shoulder, heading into the final turn, the 380. In there with them both, that's Ryan Thorne doing it for BMX Race Team, heading down the final straight. That is Maciej Itzvan out of Exeter, picking up that top 4. Vets 40 plus, Alan Boudet, Barnard Hill, Park, Carrick, Boudet, all on track. Zoltan Boudet in there in 2, but it is Alan Hill leading it through. Who's in there in 3? That is Lee Carrick, neck and neck with Matt Barnard down the final straight. Adam Boudet in there in 5. Heading to the stripe, Hilly, Boudet, Carrick, Barnard, Boudet. Alan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Martin Parr in 7. Brett Knight goes down in the first turn with Craig Cording. Let's hope that they're both okay. Craig's back up to his feet right away. Put your hands together for Craig. That looks like Craig Hughes taking the moto win there. Gary O'Brien in at 2. Danny Taylor in 3. Looks like Brett's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Brett Knight, ladies and gents. We are resuming racing with the Grand Vets men heading for turn number 1. That's the one on the plate, got to be Benters. Alan's Heritage leading it through. John Bentley out front. Oh, Fitzroy Price gets it all wrong on the outside, but he sticks upright. In and out of turn 2 then, Bentley leading it. Pro Star in there in 2. That is Jai Kemp looking for a way through. Who's in three? It's the 53 of Big Daddy White. Nigel White coming under pressure from Fitzroy Bryce, but he hangs on to that podium spot. Bryce is going to take 4. Bernie Shale in 5. Paul Musgrove, Hood, Knowles, Nelson, Carver and Day on track. Looking like it is Craig Nelson on the 5-4-2 plate, going 1 and 2 with Gary Carver. On the 2 plate, in and out of that final turn, David Knowles on his home track, in there in 3, heading down to the stripe. That's how they're going to finish. Musgrove in 4.
Alrighty there, Jason Lewis jumping his way through into the lead in the 50 and overs there out of that first turn. Lewis looks to lead this one out from, who is that in second place? Oh, it's Matt Phillips. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I didn't recognise you out there all super fast and smooth. Bagsy's in there in 3. Madron is hanging on, literally. Actually, that was Steve Fortune in 3. Bagsy's in about 5. Anyway, on to the female, 17 to 29. Elizabeth Bound for Pure Bikes out there with Jack Bradshaw, 1 and 2. Green Machine there in 3 with Megan Kirby. And the thrill rider, Lucy Monday in 4th. Well done, Lucy. Jackson, Willits, Clinch, Gaynor, Lemon, Townsend, Hurry, Dewey. Looks like it's Gaynor out there in front. Not sure who that is there in the 2 spot. Could be, well, I'm not sure. I'm just going to say that. 17 to 29 females still on track. Hannah Drew leading it out. I don't know if she got a wheel change, not sure, but Hannah Drew leads this one out from Molly Nice, and also in there was Olivia Firth. I think it was Firth that was mixing it up. The 2 comes past us, Caitlin Ellis. She is fast. They're in first position. Ellie Featherstone followed her home in 2, former elite rider. 19 to 29 is on track. Joshua Moore. Here he is, Joshua. Yeah, out there in front. We got Wallace in there. Beg your pardon. I do beg your pardon. It's Billy Luckhurst from Stay Strong. I'm getting it all mixed up. I better quit and go home, I think. What happened there then? Why did I think that was someone else? Anyway, it was Billy Luckhurst. I beg your pardon. Alrighty then. The world number 3 in this one, Brinley Savage. Oh, the 17X went down. And still looking for these guys. Savage looks good. Pope, Blythe, Jackson, Bates, Hickson, Spelling Nisco and Kate. We've got the 13 plate there. Ben Bates, Team Bunnies, leading this one out from Divide Racing's Daniel Kay. And the rider there in 3 was Theo Pope. Okay, now we see Adam Brazil and Josh Moore. That's who I thought it was earlier. It's because it's grey, the kit. But Brazil, Moore, 1 and 2. NRT there in 3. Finley Clark and DC Cycles. Where's my main man, Ben Curlin? Oh, he's in about 5. Oh, dear. Camille Suleiman it was. Junior men. Ben Fitzsimmons, Harrison Bell, Daly, Svetkus, Cornish, Hunt and Collis. Looks like Cornish is up the inside here. Oh, who's that? Making moves, Benji. Is that Benji Fitzsimmons? It's getting busy in the second turn here, isn't it? So Cornish, Crucial Racing, Collis, Benji Jackson, and Bell's got a little bit of work to do down the last straightaway. Is he going to make it past? I don't think he is. That is a super hard category. Second rack of junior men on the gate.
Junior men hit the track, heading towards that first turn. That's looking like Casey Marley on the 159, going to lead it through. Who's in there with him? That looks like it could be Danny O'Gorman. And all riders hit the deck. Martley O'Gorman, 1 and 2. That looks like it could be Harry Tanner in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Got to be Thrill Factories. And oh, O'Gorman hits the deck as well. Martley, Tanner, Gilbert, 1, 2, 3. Fawcett's in there in 4. We lost Charlie Roy and Danny O'Gorman. Put your hands together for the 2 riders, ladies and gents.
Alrighty then, Championship Women 17 and over. Harvey Bax, Haslam Chalice, Rendell Todd and Webster. And it is Freya the Slayer Chalice leading this one out there, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross now. Betsy Bax in the 2 and in the 3 spot there in the NSR Foundation top is the GV rider Elsa Rendell Todd. Crucial BMX Sienna Harvey in there in 4. And the other rider from Absolute there in 5, Evie Webster. But a convincing win again for the young lady, Freya the Slayer.
Penultimate moto of the second set, heading down the hill and through the first straight. Boville's on the inside. Who's going to get it? Boville leads it. Bradshaw's getting caught up in the mix. Boville out front looking good. More Strickland picking up 2 and 3. Bradshaw's in 4. Who's picking up 5? That looks like Reeves. Out front though, Mabo UK looking good, heading for the final turn. Moore teeing up behind Boville, last straight action. It is going to be Boville and Moore heading to the stripe. Moore's going to make his way through. Boville for 2, Strickland, Bradshaw 3 and 4.
Last moto then in the second qualification moto here in round number 3 of the National BMX Series. Superclass men hit the track. Carl Evans, woohoo! 211 hits the front. C and K. We got the guy there in the 2 spot. That's going to be Matthew Hart on the concept Mavo team. So it's the old guns versus the new guns here. Hunt looking good in 3 at the moment. Evans is looking good to hang on here from Matt Hart. He should know this track quite well, Evans. Hart in 2. Good performance from there. George Hunt and Joel Clark, I think it was. Here we go then. Round number 3. Then third qualification mono here today for round number 3 of the British Nano BMX National Series, sponsored by Pure Bicycles and Trophy UK. Thank you very much for all attending. How many was the rider count in the end, do you know? Was it like 1,000 or something? Pretty much. Alfie Sim, Jack Swales in this one, he's in about 4. It's the 838 though leading this one out. That's James Cotterill from BMX Widow. That's somebody from Knightwood, Logan Young in 2. And then Alfie Sim and Swales, there's your top 4. These guys will be going through to what looks like a semi-final, but don't quote me on that. Young rider from Peckham, the national number 4 of Alonso. He's that in the grey there. Hindley, Newton Hindley in there in 2. He's got 12 on his back, but not on the sheet. Freddie Woolworth, it could be. Or Edward Jones, it was. Woo. 9 to 12 cruisers. Lamb, Westwood, Marco, Rollinson, McKenna, Young and Devine. I can see Fluent out there, Louis Rollinson. And the number 11 of Jake McKenna. Ella Lamb making moves in the last corner, goes from 4th to third. Got to show you appreciation there for Ella Lamb. A young girl mixing up with the boys on cruisers and one of the smaller riders. Certainly got the skills to pay the bills. And yeah, we got a pair of tyres in the Pure Shop ready for collection. Mr. Lamb, if you're listening. They're in the Maxxis DTHs, I think. Got your name on them. Anyway, more of these, you know what you call them, fast signatures. Stanley Palmer leads this one out from, where's Tate Kitson? Oh, he must be in the next one. Hang on, what's happened here? Maybe. All right, number 21. 21 and 929. 21. Okay. Sean Brown, Tate Kitson. Sorry about that. Lost my page. The national number 7 now. Race number 299. Perry Ogden, Chapman Brown, Ledgerwood Barr, Fletcher Barnes, and Weiss. And we're already on race number 300, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the 300 number. Stokes, Jones, Hart, Coombe, Hoare, Stanley, and Stebbins. 14 leads this one out. Rebel Racing's Alexander Stokes. In the 15-16 cruisers. Arnie Esselman is in this one. That could be him leading this one out. I think it is. The national number 3 from the 7. The national number 7 of Flynn Drellincourt. Yeah. Then we go on to 15-16 cruisers. Race 302. Pritchard, Elwood Flukes, Lukai Mapp, Johnny Jackson, William Friend, Thomas Doran. Doran's in there in 2. Looks like Harry Pritchard led that one out. I'm not sure. Yeah, race 303, 30-39 cruisers. Jones, Richardson, Laurie Pope, Leary and Hudson. Hudson's in there in 2. And that's Danny Pope out there in the first position. More cruisers hit the track. John Lillingston, Martin Smiley Brown, Thompson in there in 3. Darren Thompson, Mario Burno in there in... Oh, it's changed hands now, so Mario's gone up to 3. But it's still Lillingston and Smiley Brown. 1 and 2 out of that last corner. What's Smiley got down the last straightaway? Has he got enough to get past Lillingston? Ooh, photo finish. Start, too good. Alison Walsh, McCoy, Whiting, Coltman. Number 7 on his plate, Graham Stark. The 085 coming on through with Simon Too Good. He's just too good, that man. He's just too good. Walsh was in there with McCoy. But we're already excuse me. We're already on 40-44 cruiser. Kev Meron, Watson, Neil Teblanche. I think he's leading this one out from Watson. In third is the rider from MK, I want to say. Glyn Cartwright, I think it was. And I'm going to pass you over to my man. Oh, no, I'm not. I'll carry on. He's busy watching the UCI Supercross. That's right. I'll carry on. It's all right, mate. Race 311, Brent Featherstone. Gary Carver. I don't know. I ain't got a clue, mate. Oh, hang on. I've turned the page. I might have gone too early here. That's Mario. That's Damien Mead. Is it? I lost track there. Sorry about that. that Matt Barnard on the cruiser? Barnard, lead this one out from Reedy. Speedy Reedy. Good results for Cottrell. They're in third. 3:10 now. 3:11 comes next. Now it's Bailey, Barnard, Clark, Smith, Cartwright and Stokes. All in the mix with a box of tricks. As we move on to race number 3:11. Sorry about that.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers, Featherstone, Carver, Notman, Worley, Hassel, Bentley, all on a track, looking like John Bentley on the 5-plate. Allen's Heritage leading it out. He's got Stephen Hassel right there with him on the 15X, heading into the final turn. That's the 6 of Carver in there in 3. Brent Featherstone in 4, heading down the final straight. Notman in 5, Worley in 6. That's going to be how they finish. Hilly on track, world number 4 on the plate, in and out of turn number 2 for the Pure Bikes rider. Who's in there with him? Got to be Daz O'Brien, European number 5 from last year, heading towards the final turn, the 311 of Jason Lewis in there in 3, doing it for the Brixton Massive, under pressure though, heading down the final straight. Tim Drew looking for a way through, didn't quite find it. He's going to have to settle for 4. Christos Chorkos is on track somewhere. I think that's him in there in 2, heading through this third straight. That's got to be Madron in there in 3, but it is Pete Butler out of the northeast leading it through down the final straight. Butler, Chorkos, 1 and 2. Who's going to pick up that 3 spot on the line? Late charge from Campbell. I think he might have nicked it on the strike. More 50-54 cruisers. These guys going semi-final racing later on today. Down the final straight, it looks like that could be Archibald taking the moto win. Kevin Sykes, Richard Ellis going 2 and 3. Bernie Shale under pressure, heading to the line. I think that could have been Stephen Fortune nicking that 4 spots. 55 plus cruisers. 29 on the plate, Billy Stoppel, Ice Bikes UK leading this one out. That is Team Mind in there with him. Keith Brown heading down the final straight. Retro Racing, Darren Borton out of Cyclopark, going to round up the top 3. Out on track, James Yeo on the 10 plate, leading it out into the final turn. Got a bit of a gap on the 17 of Raymond Reed, doing it for Radio Race Team. Heading down the final straight, looking like the front 2 riders are safe and clear. Who's going to pick up 3? That was Simon Watson on the 41 plates. 13 to 16-year-old girls cruiser on a track, then Alderton, Hemstock, Nequest, Large, Radcliffe, McCoy and Harmer. Got to be the 3-plate of Cody Harmer leading it out. Mabo UK in there in about 4 at the minute. That's Abby Nequest on the 12 plate, who's picking up 2 and 3. That is Alderton and Hemstock heading down the final straight. Harmer, Alderton, Hemstock, Nequest, 1, 2, 3, 4. Divide UK, Island Radcliffe in 5. W4 on the plate, Elsa Reynolds, DC Cycles. Looking like she's going to take this moto win in the 13 to 16-year-old girls cruisers. Halo Wheels Race Team, Annalise Cameron Carpenter taking it 2. 30 plus women's cruiser on a track, Tracy Sharp, Cara Rushford, Sharon Watts, Clea Albert, Kirsty Freer, Leah Pearson. It is Leah Pearson absolutely charging away with this moto. Doing it for Concept Mabo, the 13 plate and the 16, battling it out for the 2 spot. Cara was on the outside, Tracy was on the inside. Tracy doing it for Team Bunnies, hanging on to the 2 spot at the moment. Last straight action, who's going to get it? Cara's going to nick the 2, Sharp's going to take 3. And that looked like Kirsty Freer in at 4. 433 on the plate. That is Sarah Jane Nichols out of Andover, leading out race 320 in the 30 plus women's cruiser category. Thrill Factory in there in 2. That's Anita Wong on the 6 plate with the 9 of Marsha Brook for Team Buddies, taking that top 3 spots. These ladies going semi-final racing later on. More 30 plus women's cruiser. That is the European number 2, Michelle Stoppel, Ice Bikes, going to 1 and 2 with the E7 of Kim Batsford, doing it for the Jump Club. Heading down the final straight into the line, Leah Pendleton on the 17 plate, doing it for Allen's Heritage BMX, taking 3. 17:29 women's cruiser moves were made in turn number 2. That's got to be Taylor Lee Mohan working away from 2 to 1. Lily Chisler in there in 2, doing it for Mabo UK. Who's in 3? That is Allen's Heritage. Charlotte Jackson on the 4X, coming under pressure, is ahead to the line. I think that was Molly Nice pushing all the way for a top 3 finish. Izzy Hurry leads our race 3-2-3 for Mabo UK. Got the 2 plate right there, whether that is Hannah Drew doing it for Pro Star BMX. Mabo Pro Star 1 and 2. Pro Star in there in 4 as well. That is Hannah Hedges. Race 3-2-4, Lawrence, Frost, Thompson, Firth, Elwood, Davies and Lee on a track. Sorted race gear, Olivia Firth leading it through on the 6 plate, the 16 in 2. That is Kira Lee doing it for Allen's Heritage. The front 2 ladies running away with this one. Down the final straight, Emily Frost going to round up the top 3. Absolute bicycle motocross, Bethy Lawrence in 4. Moving on to the men's 17:29 cruiser, that looks like Freddie Cadman Carpenter and Joe Parker in 1 and 2. Connor Blythe in there in 3, doing it for DC Cycles. Who's in there in 4? Looking like Connor Hedges, putting the pressure on Blythe to the line. Who's going to get it? I think Hedges might have nicked it across the stripe. Race 3-2-6 heading on through, looking like the 26 plate leading this one through. Pete Watson, Royal Air Force, Harrison G, Birmingham NRT in there in that 2 spot, pushing all the way under pressure from Jack Wiggins out of Retro Racing. Ryan Brooks in a 3rd in this one, heading into turn number 2. That looks like Owen Putland and Luca Manzi bringing it through the 3rd straight in 1 and 2. It is Brooks in 3, coming under pressure from Henderson. Around the outside, going to work his way from 4 to 3 in that final turn. Here comes Retro Racing down the final straight. Jack Mower looking for a way round Brooks. Doesn't look like he's quite going to make it stick. Brooks hangs on to the top 4. Out on track, check out the battle out front. That's Mac McHugh slotting into that 4 spot as they head into the final turn. Who's in there with him? Looking like that could be Jay Taylor, who came under pressure into the final turn. O'Brien, Daly, McHugh, Taylor, 1, 2, 3, 4. Last of the cruiser motos on a track then, that's got to be Alex Brooks, Rab Racing leading it through. Who's in there with him? Looking like he could be Daniel Wilson. BMX Widow Photography making moves in the final corner, works his way from 2 to 1. The Moto 1365 rider, that's Theo Pope. Looks to take advantage as well, but Brooks is going to hang on to 2. Pope in 3. Don't forget, guys, we are live streaming today, BMX Race Hub over on YouTube. If you've got any family members that want to watch your riders, direct them over to BMX Race Hub over on YouTube. They can watch all of the action live, courtesy of our BMX Race Hub team. 6 and under Zen, the girls on track, the pedaling princesses charging through this 3rd straight. Who's leading it out? Gotta be the 273. That looks like it could be Maggie Devine, I think, out front. Exeter, Mabel Pine in there in 2. That was Henning taking the win. Pine in 2, Devine in at 3. Right, 6 and under boys on a track. Check them out. That's got to be Arlo Pine. out front on his home track on the 656. The Preston Pirates rider in there in 2. That's Oscar Rutherford on the 511 plate. The front 2 lads running away with it at the moment. Who's there in 3? Looking like it could be Birmingham bringing it through. That is Frankie Jones on the 933. I look forward to his mum's race report later. Slips his pedal but sticks upright. Lincoln Hargreaves in there in for the 104. In a 5, that is Charlie Thorne out of Exeter. Down to the line, though, it is going to be Arlo Payne taking the moto win. Race 3-3, 2 more 6 and unders. That's Roman Birdfield on track. Doing it for Derby BMX Club. He's got the 134 in there behind him. That's Finley Thomas out of Gosport, but he's coming under pressure down the final straight. I think that could be Joseph Claydon looking to work his way through from 3 to 2. I think he's managed it. Thomas for 3, and it is going to be Crossley in 4. 7-year-old girls, race 3-3-3. That's your British champ leading it out. Phoebe Millar, moto 1365 out front. Who's in there with it? That is the 296 of Lawrence Snell doing it for mixed picks, heading down the final straight. Look at the battle on for 3. Looks like that could be Maisie Dyson going at it, heading to the stripe with Ellie Robertson. I think Dyson might have nicked it on the line. Robertson taking 4. 034 on the plate. Anthony Perebny. This guy was on fire last season. He's leading this one out in down the final straight. Who's in there in 2? That is the 261 of Alexander Gilbert out of the Brunty Massive.
Yeah, we're back. Race 335 on track. Jensen Jessup. DC Cycles, Oscar Marco leads this one out. 761 follows it through Ethan White. Where is Jessup there? 982 is it? Yeah, there he is in about 4 or 5. Maybe even 6. And the young rider that went down was the 754 of Seth Robinson, but he looks up and okay. Let's see if he's qualified through for his next round. These are the male 7 years old. Here's my man, Emerson Tucker on the inside, chasing down Henry Sullivan all day long. That's what's been happening in every race so far. There's 2 racks of 7, so they'll have a straight final. There's actually 3 racks of them, but might even be a semi actually for these guys. So even only 7 years old, big age group. Sullivan takes another win. Tucker, though, one of the smaller guys out there. Nice little manual on that last double. On the finish line, looks goody 2 there for Pure Bikes. As we turn our attention to the very next race of Holly Webb, Wally, Rowlands, Henderson and Cross. These are the young ladies. 796 of River Henderson from Peckham leads this one out from Holly Webb from Andover. And then we see, I think it was Cara Cross from Gospel in there. Yes, please. Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. Charlie Hargraves, Wyatt Geddes, Wheels of Dyson, is it in this one? 352. 352. Well, they look like young ladies. What have I done? Oh yeah, Betty Wills. I am sorry about that. We was getting ourselves a refreshment. It's very hot today. Make sure keep yourselves hydrated, and do keep the sun cream on. If you haven't got sun tanning lotion or sun screen, as it were, please make sure you are protected today. Keep yourself hydrated. It is very hot. There's a nice breeze up here, but when you go down to your level, I notice the difference in temperature. It's very hot. I don't want anyone fainting or having to go to hospital. As the British champion leads his way out of this one, Ethan Shaw from Birmingham NRT. These are the male 8 years old. Manchester have put on a great spectacle here. The club and the volunteers. to bring us this national. Over 1,000 riders registered. Not sure of the actual number racing today, but we'll get a count back on that a little bit later on. As the little guy there dousing from Crucial BMX from Nottingham makes a move in the last corner, jumps the last double and takes the win. And big shout out to Casey Daniel, who's throwing down the tunes today. It's just my ear of this, I'll tell you. The 3-1-2 Oakley Lewis Field. Now, he's had 2 wins from 2. Is he going to make it 3 from 3? He's looking good, but he's being chased hard. And the rider from Orange has got him on the line, I think. That was Ballantyne, I think. Female 9s. Ellie B, Bailey, Kiss, Richardson, Dudley and Chapel. 029. He's in there in 2. Is he going to push hard to get past Jack Haynes, that was, and Hugo Ballantyne. Young ladies again on track. Female 9s, Beat, Bailey, Kiss, Richardson, Dudley, Chapel. I went 1-2 early there, the last race. I don't know what happened there, but anyway. Big shout out to our traders. Please go check them out. Of course, our main man, B73 Tees. He's there, Dave Hall. And his awesome designs. Crucial BMX, DC Cycles, Sorted BMX Racing Gear. Obviously, Pure Bikes are out there. So, we do it whilst Rich is away in Turkey. We do have a top-class mechanic. And as I'm commentating today, you got no chance of me working on your bike. So you should be safe. 006. 006, 006, 006. Wall to wall, we treat up tall. Everybody's gonna have a ball. We're gonna freak you here, we're gonna freak you there, we're gonna freak you out this atmosphere. Yeah, that was Los Limits. Oh, I gave you half the rap there. I might do the whole rap later, just like we do in Europe, just for the crack. I remember that time when we rapped the moto. No, it was the ladies 30 plus final in Leicester. We did rap commentary. That was hilarious. I'll never forget that. Anyway, sorry, back to the racing. I like to keep you entertained, fill you in on all the gossip. Bethany Shrever's just got through her quarterfinal quite easily out in Turkey, so she'll be in the semi-finals in a little while. Cullen's gone through just as well. So that's good news. The only one that's not really out there is Kai White, of course. He's still got a shoulder injury. Anyway, that's enough about the World Cup. It's all about the British BMX National Series. Oh, we got Ryder down. I didn't see that. 5-2-2.
Friday night, looking for a man that'll do me right. First move that I made was on the dance floor, working down one time, then I went for more. Physical action was happening now. Saw this young player there through the crowd. Looked over to my left and told my girl, hey, if I see him again, I'ma have to say,
I think that's Seth Ritchie, who's down on the first straight. He's got up, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a round of applause. Let's get him across the track.
I got off the floor trying to find this man, looking all around, doing all I can.
He's from Milton Keynes.
By the end of the night, he's gonna be. I thought to myself he couldn't have gone far. Then I saw him again standing by the bar. So far, everything is going.
You all right, Seth? Give us a thumbs up, mate. He's all right. Alrighty then. We're back racing, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 349. Munro, Todd Smith, Devine, Squires, Taylor and Coates from Peterborough. But your early leader is the 304. The 304, of course, is Fiddly Munro. Then you got Samuel Smith in there from Sorted Race Gear. Jack Devine, he's in there in 2 now. Who's taking over the lead? These two are going to battle it out to the line. I'm telling you that right now. So it's between Devine and Munro. Munro's still got it at the moment. Devine's chasing hard. Then we got the 000. Is that even a number? Ollie Todd, what a cool number that is. He's there in 3. Race number 350, the male 9 years old. Watson, Eaton, Harvey, Waterhouse Hall, Orland and Jones from the Smileys Flight Club. 617 going on the outside there. That's Moray Watson. He's going to take the win in race number 350. 351 on track. Jones, Hewitt, Hemphill, Duffy, Jackson, Warner and Kitely. Now Kitely's been doing well for Braintree, but it's the fluent guy out in front. The 01 of Benny Jackson. Benny Jackson, lovely bike he's got, a Supercross. Looking good out in front. Female 10 years old on the track. Penny Blackburn, Caitlin Baird, Headley, Davenport, Stevenson, Gerard and Iris Hyder is how you say it. Hyder, like Ryder. She's out in front. The national number 2. Sporting her new Evil Knievel gloves. Iris Hyder. As the fluent lady Grace Gerard tries to chase her down, but I think somebody else came through and picked her on the line. Race 353. McSwitty, Rawlinson, Ross, Pritchard, Mackey, Cathcart, Cunninson, Webb and King. Alrighty then, here we go. I can see already the fluent colours coming through, but it was the 15 and the 4. So the 15, of course, was Millie Ross, Millie Rawlinson. So 2 Millies up there at the front of the pack, but I think they've been split now by a young lady on orange and blue. Is that one of the retro racing colours? I think it is. The 24 of Isabella King, retro racing, has managed to split the 2 Millies. As Millie Ross takes the win in race number 353. 354, female 10s. It was Lauren Keller and Lainey Cording. 1 and 2 in that one, but it's not over yet. There's a battle down to the line. Somebody from Green Machine, I think. Poppy May Kirby on the outside going through in 3rd. Male 10 years old, Smith, challenger. It's Itai Jamira. And then Smith from challenger. Huey Hall, Bram Heaver and Oliver Taylor.
I don't know what you'll do, but I know that it's true, crazy love. Keeps me up.
356, male 10 years old. 356. This must be 357. 357, James Bibby, I think, leads this one out. Yes, it is. 357. And the number 4 pushes on through. That's Leo Rowlands. He's in there with the Preston Rider coming on through. Is that Lucas Moss or Marcus Mullen? Race number 358, then I'm going to hand you over. Jasper Kimber, Bagwell, Murphy, Ballantyne, Whiting, Brazier and Allen. 18 is your man leading this one out. Akin Brazier from Cyclopark in race number 358.
More 10-year-olds on a track. That is the 460 plate of Seth Byrne. Green Machine Tribe leading it out from Harley Bowler Creation Cycles in there in 2. That is looking like Team Mine. Louis Sheffy in that 3 spot, bringing it down to the stripe with Billy Cheeseman in at 4. Race 360, a 2 good. Hamill, Belton, Flint, Large, Aston and Bojang all on track. That looks like it could be the 709 leading it through. Lucas Belton out of decoy with the 634 of Zach Hamill. In there in that 2 spot, heading down the final straight. Large in there in 3. He's going to round up that podium spots for Urban Air. Out on track then, Adrian Garlitis leads this one through. He's going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Joe Rourke in and out of that final corner. Jump Club in 3, that is Ronnie Payne on the 9 plate heading down to the stripe. Leighton Harding sorted race gear, he's going to take that 4, but it is Garlitis taking the moto win. 11-year-old girls now on track. Your British champ leading it through. That's Emily Eaton. Pro Star BMX. The 7 plate in there in 2. That is Martha Cottam heading in and out of that final corner. Who's in there with her? Looking like that could be Esme Ward out of team here in Andover with Jump Club in at 4. That is Anuska Jones. W1 on the plate, Brooke Fawcett, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, your world champion leading this one through. Who's in there with her? That is the 14 plate of Emma Kiss heading down the final straight. Fawcett, Kiss, 1 and 2. Who's going to get the 3? Looking like Dakota Tucker on the 4 plates. As we move on to the 11-year-olds, race 364. That is Dylan Spence leading this one out for Team Bunnies, heading in and out of that final corner. Battle on for the 2 spot. That is Braintree and MK. Hayden Cartwright hanging on to it at the minute. Harry Tyres has worked his way through from 3 to 2. Cartwright's going to take 3. Race 365, Ethan Rogers in there in 2. He's following round the 15 plate of James Miller out of team here in Andover. So it is Miller, Rogers, 1 and 2. 3 Machine Tribes, Thomas Honeywell in there in 3. The 28 plate of Josh Jepson in there in 4. Took a tumble earlier on, but he's making that top 4 spots. Freddie Parkinson, Pro Star BMX European number 6, leading out race 366. Who's in there with him? That looks like Frankie Griffin picking it up, heading towards the line. Kurt Storkis on the 52X plate, going to round up that top 3. More 11-year-olds on track. The 17 plate of Thomas Palmer leads this one out for Preston Pirates. Who's in there with him? Looking like the 59 plate of Henry Potts on the outside, working his way in. Roland Els on the inside, looking to make it stick. Els has shuffled back a couple of places in the pack. JP Jack Perkins has worked his way from nowhere to that 2 spot. Brilliant stuff in that second turn from him. So it is Palmer going to 1 and 2 with Perkins. Here comes Perkins, late charge to the line. Not sure who got it. Henry Potts hanging on to 3. Williams, Chambers towards Dilo. Arnold, Port Baker and McNulty on track. That is Zane Williams leading it out, doing it for Peckham BMX. Had the move put on him in that final turn. That is Oscar Chambers looking to make his move. I think he's going to make it stick. Williams, sorry, he's going to take it. Chambers for 2. That looked like Adam Arnold in at 3. Green Machine Tribe in this one in about 4 at the minute. That is Oakley Holloway, Lewis, Wilcox, Walden, Ajibade, Head and Mark Neal in this as well. That is the 3 plate leading it through. Charlie Wilcox doing it for Team Mine. Who's in there with him? Looking like it could be Oscar Walden out of Nuneaton heading down the final straight. That's going to be Holloway in there in 4. Looking like Jordan Abijade in there for 3. Race 370 on a track. That's the 14 plate of Colby Williams out of Peckham BMX going 1 and 2 with Charlie Craig out of Smiley's Fly Club heading down the final straight and to the stripe. Who's going to get the 3 spot? That looked like Hunter Mallion out of Brixton. Absolute bicycle motocross on a track, leading it out. Lottie Brown on the 4X, looking good at the moment. Who's in there with her? Jalala Patel in there in that 2 spot, holding off Sidoni Cleve, who's pushing all of the way. She's going to have to settle for 3. Late charge to the line for 4. Looked like Maddie Dixon might have nicked it from Isla Young on the line. Last year's national champ Katie Miller, Moto 1365 race team leading this one through. Who's in there with her? That looks like Matilda Sacharu out of Peckham BMX. Under pressure from Evelyn Leary, heading to the line. Who's going to get it? Leary takes 2. Sacharu taking 3. Check him out, Factory Supercross, Ty DS leading this one out for Peckham BMX. Heading down the final straight, he's got Birmingham NRT in there behind him. That is Isaac Shaw picking it up as they cross the line. That's going to be your front two in race 373. 12-year-olds, race 374. That is the W6 of Sensu Flukes, DC Cycles leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Ronnie Richards doing it for Fast Signatures Race Team. Heading to the stripe. That's going to be your 1 and 2. Looking like that could have been Oscar Jewell in for 3. More tyres. Lawrence, Thompson, Bearup, Rayford, Sim and Palmer all on track. Looking like your European number 4, Kobe Rayford. As right as you like, he's going to take that moto win for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Elvis Lawrence going through in 2 and 3 with Oliver tyres. Race 376, 12-year-olds on track. Robin Matter Alonso's in there at about 4 at the moment. Right in behind the 16 plate of Nate Hamilton. Out of the northeast, down the final straight, the other northeast rider. That is Tom Smith Notman. He's going to take this moto win. The 11 plate of Toby Lynch right there behind him in that 2 spots. Race 377 on a track, looking like the Braintree massive leading it out. Freddie Richardson on the 938, who's in there with him picking it up. Looking like the 22 plate in a 2, that is Brody Getz. Who's in 3, that is Team Mike. That was Harry Stevens on the 350 plates. More 12-year-olds, Amelia Reveley, your world number 5, doing it for the girls in hashtag 59, in there in that 1 spot. Out of Derby BMX Club, the 26 plate in there with her, that is Pepe Lopez. Out of TNT, the 33 plate in 3, that's Henry Shenton doing it for Team Buddies, heading down the final straight. MCR in 4, that is Lake Goddard on the 41 plates. Millington, Guppy, Young, Bailey, Cottrell, Senator Train and Rollison all on track. That is the 6 plate leading it through. Ned Guppy, absolute bicycle motocross, going 1 and 2 with a W8 of Harry Bailey heading down the final straight. Who's picking up 3? That is James Cottrell doing it for BMX Winner Photography, rounding up the top 3. Ben Millington in at 4. Race 380 on track, that's your European number 3, Harry Donald, BMX Hype leading it through the 46 and the 39, going at it for that 2 spot. That is Milo Weller and Edward Miller. Miller hanging on to it in a minute, here comes Weller, late charge heading for the stripe. Weller's going to nick it on the line. Miller's settling for 3. Rider down in race 381. In the 13-year-old girls, that looks like Concept Mabo leading it through though. Ava Wright on the 11 plate looking good into turn number 3. MCR right there with her, that is Ruby Walford on the 13 plate. Going to be Wright, Walford 1 and 2. Cooper's going to take that 3 spots. Lady Hay, Team Gnarly in 4. It was Lucy Gardner that went down on the first straight. She's back up to her feet. Put your hands together for Lucy. Race 382 on a track. 13-year-old girls heading towards that first turn. That is looking like Green Machine Tribe. Grace Burge on the 6 plate leading this one through over the whole shot line. The 10 plate right there in that 2 spot. That is Atana Bryce out of Peckham BMX. They'll queue it up behind Price though. Into turn number 2. Who's picking it up? Looking like Grace Proctor on the 14 plate in there in 3 at the moment, hanging on to it. Caitlin Yeo's in the mix. That looks like Yeo in there at about 5 at the moment. Moves are being made in the final turn. Burge hanging on to it, taking it right the way to the line. Price, Proctor 2 and 3. Yeo's going to pick up 4. Race 383 on track, 13-year-old girls. That is the W6 leading it out. Lexi Waite out of the mid-lanks. Heading through that second straight. Who's in there with her? Summer Glynn, Macy Richardson, Lily Hayes and Elida Watson. In and out of turn number 2. That is looking like the 18 of Alana Watson picking up the 2 spot. The 8.04 in there in 3. That is Summer Glynn bringing it down the final straight, coming under pressure from SAS Race Team. That is Lily Hayes looking for a top 3 spot. She's not quite going to get it. Glynn hangs on to 3.
Yeah, race 304, male 13 years old, coming on through. We got the 18 play of Harvey Tomlinson, Cooper McCrum, Hossein Parr. Also in the mix there, but it is the number 18 lead this one out from the 33 of Ocean Park. If I'm saying that wrong, then come and tell me. And we'll get it right the next time. All right then. I'm not afraid of constructive criticism. Sonny Howell, James Sim, Richie Morgan, Cranage, Surridge and Walford. The 6 and the 26 are well clear of the rest of the pack. That's Bradley James from Decoy and Oliver Sim from Mid-Lancs. Alrighty then, looks like the rider there leading this one out is the Rab Racing rider. I think it could be... hang on a minute. Number 5 and number 7. Lucas Seeley and Amos Guppy. I thought I was going to see Guppy out in front, but he's in second. And it was Seeley. Well, I was right. I was doubting myself for a minute, but it was him leading this one out. Freddie Entwistle leads this one out. I can see Harrison Schofield in there in 2. The wind's just picking up a bit up here, but it might be all right down on the track. I can see a little bit of movement in the flags. Schofield looking rad as always. And the Manchester rider there in 3. It's going to be Eric McSwitty. As the riders go across the line, we're already on track with male 13's 388. Elijah Jamira should be up there. I think the W4X. No, where is he then? Oh, he's not turned. Oh, has he gone down in that second turn as I must have said his name? Commentator's curse. Ben Larkins. And his good buddy there, chasing him hard. Coming out of that second turn, Larkins looks good. Wilcox is in there in 2. Larkins just needs to keep it rolling. Pure Bikes out in front. Halo there in the 2 spot. As we see the rider there in 3 in all black coming on through. I'm not sure who that was. Jensen Hunt I'm looking for, but he's not in that one either. So did Jensen go down or has he changed his kit? Not sure. All right then, race 390 on track. Check out the rider from Phil Heath Thomas on the inside. Then we got our friend Kai Bowen from Stay Strong. And the 118 coming on through is Henry Radcliffe from Decoy. As they come in and out that second turn, we can see Thomas and Bowen going at it. This age group is absolutely immense. The whole shot awards from ODI will go to the male 11-year-olds and the female 15-year-olds, but we have got the additional whole shot awards sponsored by our local heroes here with us this weekend. As Ruby Moores jumps the whole third straight without a pedal. That's what you call style, ladies and gentlemen. That kid is absolutely awesome to watch, and I can't wait to see how she develops in the future. She's only very, very young. She's racing full teens, and I think she's racing up an age group or 2, maybe, but Ruby Moore showing absolute awesome style in there. This age group is awesome with Roy in there as well, and the BMX hype rider there. And that was, of course, Jessica Marriott, Cadman Carpenter in that one as well. Can't wait to see the final later on of the female 14 years old. Here they come again, more of them. DC Cycles, Addis. That's going to be Bibby Alderton. As the other riders chase it down, as a rider there from Divide, Isla Radcliffe in there in second. Alrighty, then moving on to the boys, Cameron Cox, Tia Kay, Smith, Reynolds, Dudman and Haywood. We can see the rider there on the single digit. Oh, Eli Smith. It's the Jump Club rider that's gone down. And that is Zachary Tia. Unlucky Zachary. Let's see if he's done enough to get through now, or has that cost him his final qualification place. I see James Clitheroe. He's trying to style it out like Ruby Moores. Oh, I'm going to, sorry, Mr. Clitheroe, I'm going to say that Ruby outstyled you there in that last one. He won't mind me saying that. Henry Rayner it was from Odom in there. Well, it could have been Kemi Cook, actually. All right, then. Mucha, Jordan, McKenna, Penton, Vogt, Robbins, Pinder, Haradine. As we see the 28, the AT coming on through. That's Vogt and McKenna, 1 and 2. Is that the 011 of Shea Jordan from Birmingham, I think? Brumsgrove. Yeah, I reckon that's Birmingham. It's got to be, innit? Okay, then. Finn Phillips, I reckon that is out in front. I'm starting to recognise the riders now. I've only been doing it a couple of hours. It's my first go at commentating, don't you know? Mason Lang in there. Finley Collis back in 3 in that one. Oh, it's all getting mixed up now. As we see O'Brien, Dunn, Webster, Cotton Lamb, Blaine and Hoff. It's going to be Finley Hoff that takes the win in this one for a pro start. GT rider there. Caden Dunn in the 2 spot with Lucas Webster from Absolute Bicycle Motocross there in 3. Race number 399. Yes, the next race is going to be number 400, ladies and gentlemen. The 7 and the 12. Noah Everly, for those watching at home on the live stream. I hope you're enjoying it. We're enjoying it here in the sun. You should be here. But you might have other commitments like we occasionally do. BMX always comes first, of course. But we, sometimes do have other commitments. Look at this style for this young lady coming down the track, the number 2. Don't recognise her myself personally, but that was Akira Cook from Odom. Mika Pritchard there in 2, and the absolute rider of Cody Palmer in 3. It's me, Brooke. I'm getting into it now. Taylor Day, Allison, Nequest, Phillips, Proctor. It's only taken me 3 motos to warm up. And Nequest, I think, forgive me if I'm wrong, but that's 3 wins from 3, right? She's looking good today. Where am I? Race 402, Bamford. McGrail, Connell Burgess twitching. Is that twitching out in front? The 14, it is. Zach twitching. Team Mind on the Mongoose. NRT there in the 2 spot. That's going to be Curtis Copeland. As the other riders chase down that last qualifying position to make it through to the quarterfinals or semi-finals or whatever it is. Another super smooth rider, the national number 8 out there as he goes past. His pure bike doesn't make a single noise. Number 8 on his plate, that was Elliot Brook from Rabber Racing. Being chased hard by Jaden Fawcett and the rest of the crew in the 15s. More 15s, Green, Jones, Berry, Henry, Wesson, Moon, Cook and Simpson. Gabe Simpson leads this one out. He's a local guy. Knows his track like the back of his hand, as they say. Okay, we see a pure bike rider leading this one out. It's going to be Jared Hill. He's got a Superclass rider on his outside, but they've been friends for a little while now. Fringe Jellicourt and Jared Hill. They're not going to do anything silly in the last qualification moto, are they? Let's be honest. One more to go from me. Adrian True, Hamilton, Hamlin, Claire, Stepanovs, Chapman, Duran and Hooper. The number 7 leads this one out from the 15. Max Clare and, of course, Rayo Stepanovs from Bournemouth in there as they cross the line in the male 15 years old. Race 407 on track.
Beth Shriver has just won her semi-final, so she's through to the final over in Turkey, but on track, race 407. That is Henry Eyre leading it through Absolute Bicycle Motocross. In and out of the final turn, the 33 plate, the 13, of Josh Williams. Gonna go through in that 2. Zach Reeves out of Derby BMX Club picking up 3. 16-year-old girls, race 408, Lamb, Hutt, Grattan, Port and McCrum. That is Hutt leading it through. Did it for Odom Racing on the 01 plates. The 6 of Tilly McCrum, BMX Winner Photography. In there in 2, who's picking up 3? That is looking like Ellen Parr, did it for Crank BMX Coaching. More 16-year-old girls, race 409, Higham, Hemstock, Gerard Taylor and Akerele. That is Hemstock leading it out. Sorry, I got caught up in the live stream. Right, 16-year-olds race 410 on a track that is Danny, Jake, Monfort are leading this one through from Mavawani right, heading down the final straight. Couple of riders hit the deck in turn number 2. One of them riders was the 29 of Joseph Makepeace. He's back up and finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Joseph. Not quite sure who the other fallen rider was. Race 411 coming at you into the final turn. That has got to be Jimmy Criddle taking it down the last straight. Right the way to the stripe, European number 6. More 16-year-olds on track, race 412, heading towards turn number 2. That is looking like Ben Weiss in there in the 2 spot, chasing down the 17 plate of Sam Day out of Gosport, heading towards the final turn. Day, Weiss, 30 plate in 3, that is Joshua Simpson Jacobs out of Peckham BMX Club down the final straight. Day, Weiss, 1 and 2, that's how they're going to finish. MCR on track, got to be the 18 of Charlie Bigger leading it into turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Got to be Team here, that is Arne Esselmont. So it is Bigger, Esselmont 1 and 2. The 31 plate of Ethan Chandler out of Blackpool in there in 3. Esselmont's made his move out of the final turn, gonna work his way from 2 to 1. Esselmont taking race 413. Matthew Carlo, Putland, Phillips, Rowe, Ellis and Ellis all in this. That is the 10 plate of Kenny Phillips leading it out. Doing it for CGR into the final turn. The 32 plate of Henry Rowe in there in that 2 spot, coming under pressure from Oscar Matthew Carlo. Heading down towards the line. Owen Putland in there for 4. 17, 18-year-olds on track. One rider almost exits right. Not quite sure who it was, but out on track. MCR Liam Doyle on the 22 plate, coming under pressure from the 29 of Rossi O'Brien. Doing it for Ice Bikes in and out of the final turn. Who's in there in 3? That is Rusted Up Racing's Finley Lynch out of Andover. Freddie Cadman Carpenter doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team in and out of turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Ice Bikes picking it up. That's looking like Jake Adcock on the 12X, heading towards the final turn. Mickey Porter in there in 3. Quarterfinals have been drawn, ladies and gents. Quarterfinals are up on scores. The quarterfinals are going straight in after the motos, so we're going straight into quarterfinal racing after the motos. If you are in an age category with quarterfinals, you need to get yourselves on scores, and you need to be in the pens, ready and waiting when the gate drops on that last Superclass moto, please, ladies and gents. Thank you very much. All right, 30 plus women on a track. Stupple, Batsford, Wong, Albert and Hemstock. That is, of course, Michelle Stupple, 609 on the plate, Ice Bikes UK. The 5 in there in 2, Anita Wong doing it for Thrill Factory. The 3 in a 3, Kim Batsford out of Jump Club. Ice Bikes in a 4, that is Manda Hemstock. On the 561 with Clear Albert on the 9 and 2-1 out of Cornwall in 5. Masters hitting up their first turn. Tom Palmer, crucial race. Oh, rider down. Scott Hoare out of DC Cycles. Exited right off of the second straight. Palmer leads it. Irwin, Lillingston 2 and 3. It's getting busy out of the final turn. Palmer's running away with it. Irwin's under pressure. Has Lillingston got enough left to the tank? Lillingston's going to nick the 2 spots. Just checking over Scott Hoare. put your hands together for Scott Hall, ladies and gents. He's back up to his feet and walking away. So just a reminder, quarterfinals are going as soon as we finish the motos, ladies and gents. If you're in a quarterfinal, you need to start probably looking at getting yourself to the pens. Only got about 15 motos or so left. Masters on track, 30 plus heading towards the first turn. Check him out, Moto 1 race team in and out they go. Neil Brunez leads it out. Who's in there with him? That looks like Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Scott Waterhouse on the 37 plate. Brunez, Waterhouse running away with it at the moment. Who's in there in 3? That is the 6 of Martin Brown. Smiley's Flight Club, the 10 in at 4. That is David James out of technique. Coming under pressure down the final straight from Ryan Thorne heading to the stripe. Who's going to pick it up? Looking at Brunez and Waterhouse 1 and 2. Vets on track, Taylor, Knight, Poole, Carrick, Boudet, Barnard and Cording. It is Lee Carrick leading it through for Urban Air BMX. He's been on the winter training hard in and out of that final turn. He's absolutely flying, looking like he's going to take this moto win. Matt Barnard, Adam Boudet 2 and 3. Danny Taylor going to take 4. Alan Hill on track, doing it for Pure Bikes race team. In and out he goes of that second turn. Zoltan Boudet going 2 and 3 with Craig Hughes heading for the final turn. The 5 plate in the mix as well. That is of course Gary O'Brien doing it for Ice Bikes down the final straight. Hilly, Boudet, that's how they're going to finish. Hughes going to take 3. Grand Vets are getting busy through the second straight. Who's out front? That's Jai Kemp doing it for Pro Start. Craig Nelson doing it for Barnsbury on the 542. In there with him in that 2 spot. That looks like the 6 plate in 3. Steve Fortune Divide UK. The 11X in 4. That is Christos Chorkos. Did it for Pure Bikes down the final straight. The 11 in 4. That is James Musgrove. But Kemp taking the win across the line. Second rack of Grand Vet men on a track, race 424. That looks like the 29 plate leading it through. Matt Phillips Retro Racing, the 15 in there in 2. That is Fitzroy Bryce out of Birmingham. Madron's under pressure down the final straight. White's made his move and gone from 4 to 3. Shale with a late charge as well. Looking like he'll nick a top 4 spot on the line. More Grand Vets. These guys going semi-final racing later on today. Your British champ out front, Jason Lewis. Doing it for Brixton, heading down the final straight. That's Bentley in there in 2 for Allen's Heritage. Who's going to pick up 3? That is the 2 plate of Gary Carver. MCR going to take 4 with David Knowles on the 10 plates. 17:29 women on track. Ellis, Doohig, Gibson, Drew, Monday, Nice, Bound and Willets. Heading down the final straight, gonna be Caitlin Ellis, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, picking up the moto win. And that looked like Megan Duhigg in 2. Massive pile up in the final turn. That was Remy Godfrey and Lily Chisholm that went down. They're both back up and going to ride away. Good to see. Put your hands together for Remy and Lily. As more 17:29 women come at you through this third straight in a race 429. Who's out front? That is Team Mind on the 9X. That was Annabelle Townsend. Now we're on race 429. I've skipped a race. NSR Foundation, Mabo UK on track. That is Jaya Bradshaw leading this one through. Mabo going 1 and 2. Bradshaw, Hurry bringing it through this third straight. Who's there in 3? Looking like it is DC Cycles picking it up. Emmy Shackles, good to see her back racing, heading down the final straight, but it is going to be the Mabo UK ladies picking up the 1 and 2 as they cross the line. It's getting busy. 19 to 29-year-olds pile up in turn number 2. Harrison Pascoe White leads it out there. Finn Clark going 2 and 3 with Billy Lucas down this final straight. That's Randall in a 4.
Alrighty then, here we go. Both Star leads this one out. Adam Brazil there in the 2 spot. I want to say that's Connor Hedges. Surely that wasn't Connor Hedges, was it? Actually pedalling all the way round, surely. Alright, well, I'll take his word for it. Friendly Savage in there in first. 779 on his outside. Spencer Gibson. And this is not done yet because Wallace is in there as well. Sorry, I beg your pardon. More, I'll get them right one day. Today, this weekend, somewhere. Ben Curlin, I had a little word with him before this last race. I said, you need to up your game. And he's taken my advice, look. He's leading now. Go on, Ben. Yay! 13X in the 2 spot. Pete Watson. I don't think it's got anything to do with what I told him, if I'm honest with you. But he did need a result in his last one, so. All right, junior men. Alrighty then, they're down, the gate is down. Who's got the speed to take the lead? Junior men, it's the crucial guy on the inside. Haven't seen him all day there. There's Taylor Hunt there, leading this one out from the rider there on the NSR Foundation. That's Harry Tanner. And we see Hard Knocks in there with Harvey Fawcett in 3, but there's 67 of Taylor Hunt, crucial BMX. Out there in front with the NSR Foundation rider Harry Tanner coming on through with Fawcett, and that was, of course, Casey Markley in 4.
Moto 435, second racker junior men, their last moto, heading for turn number 1. That's Adam Gilbert on the inside. Cornish leads it. Ben Cornish out front, Gilbert in 2. Who's picking up 3? That's going to be Charlie Roy on the 300 plate, heading in and out of that second corner. Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 4. Who's in there behind him? That is Harrison Collis in a 5 with Harrison Bell in 6. Last straight action, Cornish, Gilbert 1 and 2. Roy chasing Gilbert to the stripe. He's going to hang on to 3.
That's tough, right? That age group this weekend. All right, their championship women on track. Elsa Rendell, Todd Morgan Haslam, Betsy Bax, Freya Chalice, Sienna Harvey and Evie Webster. And it's Freya Slayer leading this one out again, the young gun in the age group. 14, 15 years old, I think. As we see also another young gun, Elsa Rendell, Todd and Sienna Harvey. Tries to make the move, doesn't make it stick. As we see the rider there on the 347 coming on through, that is Elsa Rendell, Todd. Getting her elbows out in amongst the older girls there as Chalice, Bax, Rendell, Todd and Harvey crosses the line with her head down.
Penultimate moto of the day hits the track, heading for the first turn. Concept Mabo getting a good one, got to be Matt Hull heading in with the whole shot. Hull leads it out, the Mabo boys have picked up 2 and 3. That's Boville and Radshaw. George Hunt hits the deck in and out of turn number 2. Hull, Boville, Bradshaw, look at the scrap out front. That's got to be Mark Fletcher in there in 4. Reed 5 below 6. Hunt's back up to his feet in 7. Boville's not done yet. Hull, Boville, Bradshaw 1, 2 and 3.
Good to see Bradshaw back up and racing again. Unlucky George Hunt. Last rack on the gate. Right, it's ready. Watch the gate. Who's got the speed to take the lead? Look at these guys go. The British national champion of Eddie Moore leads this one into turn number 1. We see Callum Strick there in 2 and the old guns behind the 211. Carl Evans in the mix with a box of tricks. Elbows coming in the second corner, but Eddie Moore looks good. Strickland, Evans clear of the rest of the field. Dean Reeves now is going to try and hang on to that fourth spot. Reeves is being chased hard by Clark down the last straightaway. Reeves is going to hang on. Moore's going to take the win. Strictly for 2. Kyle Evans for 3. And that is your motos. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to quarterfinals. What do you want to do here?
We are ready to go quarterfinal racing, ladies and gents. The 8-year-olds are lining up on the gates. Quarterfinal number 1, here's the track. The 8-year-olds are a go. Check them out through the first straight. Who's on the inside? Charlie Dowson's looking for a whole shot, and I think he's going to find it. Dowson leads it out, the 811. In there with him, that is Chester Grocock out of Smiley's Fly Club. Dowson, Grocock looking good as it stands into turn number 2. Jack Haynes getting caught up in some traffic. Joseph Dewis is in there in 4. Who's in 3? That is the 846 plate of Malachi Smith out of the Hawks. Smith is in a qualifying spot. In there in 4, that looks like Max Moss in 5. Moss with a late charge gets caught up. Here comes Haynes. Haynes is going to nick 4 on the line.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 2, man. 8 years old, Belton, Kitchen, Valentine, Westwood, Bird, Jones, Donaldson, Taylor Day. In this one, we got the 838 and the 725 out there, but it's the 590 and the 250, which is what it's all about. It's Hugo Valentine and Rocker Westwood from Divide. He's in the 4th place. That's the way they're going to finish, as it is on my sheet. Belton, Kitchen, Valentine and Westwood.
Ethan Shaw and Rex Ford are leading our quarterfinal number 3 in the 8-year-olds into turn number 2. That looks like a Smiley's Fly Club rider. Got to be Jack Griggs in there in a qualifying spot, about 4 at the moment. Under a bit of pressure from Leo Ingham out of the Bronte Massive. Who's in there in 3? That is the 386 plate of Hendricks Hines out of Runnymede. So it is Shaw, Ford, Hines, 1, 2 and 3. Griggs is hanging on to it in 4. Has Ingham got enough left in the tank? I don't think he has. Griggs is going to go through in 4.
613 and the 047 lead it out. That's Tobias Grimes from Bradford. Aston John Lee, they're 1 and 2 at the moment and clear the rest of the pack. We've got a rider in there from Bruntwood. I think it's Jacob Dent. He's in about 3 at the moment. He's there in 4 as they come down the straight. Another rider from Bruntwood's been swallowed up. Oh, and he's being cut across there. The 118 is going through. That's Steph Chukovic. He's going through with the number plate that's so small. I think it's George Spencer. But George Spencer needs to keep it going. Is he going to hang on? Spencer versus the guy in green. I think the guy in green got it.
Benny Jackson, Bo Morris, Rex Beasley, 1, 2 and 3. Who's in 4? That is the 241 of Ronnie Wood under pressure from Arlo Steinmetz. Didn't quite make it stick. Joey McAvoy's not done yet either. Charging his way through from 5, from 6 to 5 to 4. Not quite going to make it happen. Wood hangs on in 4.
Alrighty then, quarterfinal number 6, the male 9 years old. Here we go. Munro, Divine Jones, to Wild, Claydon, Hemphill, Robertson and Henny, and Munro and Divine have been out front all day long. The 193 and the 104 of Chawalda and Jones. They look safe at the moment. Jones might have to keep it going for Fluent if he's going to get into the semi-finals. He looks like he has, the way he crossed the line and was bobbing his head.
Quarterfinal number 7, the 9-year-olds heading for the first turn. Joey Tompkins, MK Evolution and BMXHard.com leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Preston Newmarsh Powell picking up that 2 spot. Neil Grandans out of Brixton on the 008 plate. just not quite. James Bond in there in 3. Who's picking up 4 as they head on through this third straight? That looks like Aston Kiley looking for a way back at him. The 506 shuffles back to 5. That is Ollie Warner out of TNT. Got a bit of work to do to catch Kiley down the final straight. Tompkins, Powell, Kiley and Grandad's all going through.
Yeah, check out Murray Watson, the 617. He jumped the second double on the first straightaway, and he's up there in a qualifying position at the moment. But at the moment, it's Anderson from Bicycle Motocross leading this one out. Looks like one of the Team Creation guys there. Now taking over the lead, that's Hewitt. Hewitt's going to take it over, but Watson's still in a qualifying position. Makes a nice move in the last corner. The 728, I think, of Kai Waterhouse. He's going to be the 4th place rider crossing the line. I think he just hangs on.
James Bibby leading out, quarterfinal number 9, the first one for the 10-year-olds. Who's in there with him? That is the 9 of Ronnie Payne. Check out Derby, picking up 3 and 4. That's Zach Everly and Atar Jamira going on through down the final straight. Crucial and hashtag 59 picking up 3 and 4.
Okay, race number 10, quarterfinal number 10. It's the 365 Moto 1, Big Daddy Moto 1 place. Oh yeah, jumping the double out the first turn into the lead. We love those number plates from Moto 1 and the 365 squad doing the collaboration. We got Harry Swales there in 2 and we got the rider there in 3. It's Creation rider Bowler. I'm getting to recognise the shirts now. And the 21 on his new cranks. I think it's Huey Hall. I think it's Hall there maybe. No, I'm not sure. Back in 4. I think it was Hall that's going to get the 4th in quarterfinal number 10.
Leah Rowlands leading this one through for the 10-year-olds. That looks like Preston Pirates. Marcus Mullen on the 12 plate in there in 2. So the 4 and 12 going 1 and 2 at the moment. There's a bit of traffic in and out of turn number 2. Who's picking up 3? That is the rider out of Decoy, Lucas Belter. Oh! Challenger hits the deck. Takes 2 or 3 riders with him. That is the 24 plate being gifted, that 4 spot. Oliver Taylor, happy birthday. MK Evolution going to pick up the 4 spots. Put your hands together for Samuel Richards. And Emil Challenger back up to the feet.
Alrighty then, yeah, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. What's what we like to see? Riders getting up straight away, smiling faces. Deep down inside, they're disappointed. But here we go, quarterfinal number 12. He goes down. Who's got the spin to take the win? Seth Byrne is out there. Rook's there. Harding's there. Smith is there. These 3 guys have been going at it all day long. The 3's going to hang on. Isaac Smith from Rab Racing. All the number 6 moves across. Joe Rook from Stay Strong. He knows the lines around this track. He's from the southwest, but he's making moves again in the corners. It's all going off in this one. The lead's changed 3 times already. But it's still Byrne, Rook and Harding, I think. Leading this one out is the 975 now of Harding. And it is Byrne there in the 4th with Rook, Harding. So it's going to be Smith coming through with Harding, Rook and Byrne. Sorry about that.
Freddie Parkinson leading out, quarterfinal number 13, in and out of that second turn for Pro Star BMX. Zane Williams is in there with him on the 13. Here comes the 52 of Kurt Storkis around the outside into that 2 spot. In and out of the final turn, Howell has managed to squeeze into that 4 spot. Late charge from Chambers. Has he got enough left? It's going to be Howell through to the semi.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 14 on track. Trying to recognise the shirts now as they come past me. Team Airs, James Miller, Honeywell from Green Machine in there in 2, I believe. Green Machine not with us this weekend, but their team is, and they're riding hard and fast for him. I hope Matt Marchand's watching at home. Here we go then, Arnold in 3. Who's that in 4? It's the 22 of Sullivan Collis. Here comes the Divide rider. Collis is going to hang on with a little jump over the last double.
Ethan Rogers leads out quarter-final number 15 into turn number 2. Who's in there with him? Colby Williams on the 14 plate picking it up. Mabo UK leading it out then. Williams in 2. Who's in 3? Picking it into this third turn. That looks like the 16 plate at the moment. Bent's T-Ball Kiss out of Peckham, but they are queuing up behind him. That is looking like Hunter Malion. Oh, Walding's exited right. Looking like Malion's going to hang on. Spence is going to be unlucky in 5.
Oh, massive crash on the first straightaway. 2 runners down and a big one here from the fluent guy, Frankie Griffin. Wow, that looked like that got a hurt. I'll be surprised if he gets up, and he has got up. Wow. Okay, Charlie Wilcox then, where is he? He was one of the riders that went down, maybe, I'm not sure. This race is all over the place. It is Wilcox that leads this one out from the 17 plate of Thomas Palmer and the number 9, I think, of Harry Tyers in there. Who was it, the 26? 28 of Jepson. Josh Jepson went through. And I think it might have been George Redding, I'm not sure. But put your hands together for these riders that went down. All back up on their feet. The national number 5 of Griffin. Wow.
Quarter-final number 17 hits the track. The European number 4 of Rayford is trying to work his way through the pack. Not sure what happened to him out of the gate, but out on track. You are looking at James Cottrell leading it out. Here comes Rayford round the outside. Oh, Rayford, Cottrell into the final turn. Lawrence in 3. That's Bailey in 4. Heading down the final straight. Looking like the front 4 riders are safe and clear. 2 riders hit the deck, but Comey Rayford take a bow.
Yeah, Ty DS leads this one out for Supercross. Jumping his way through the second straightaway. Just watch yourselves here coming down the third straight. There's a rider in the last turn, exit, that might be in the way, but Ty DS looks good. The 11, the 15, and the 8 of Ty DS, Lynch, Jewell, and Ronnie Richards. They're the ones going through as I look at it on my sheet.
Gate goes down on quarter-final number 19. The 12-year-olds head towards turn number 1. Check out the European number 3. Got to be Harry Donald leading this one through. Ned Guppy's in the mix at about 4 at the moment. It looks like there's 3 riders down in the first turn. Massive pile up in turn number 1, but the scrap is out front. Donald leads it. Who's there with him? It is Shaw on the inside, working his way into that 2 spot. Richardson round the outside, hangs on to 2. Shaw in 3, Guppy in 4. The front 4 riders looking safe and clear. Guppy's working his way back to a 2 spot, tight on the line with Richardson.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 20 on track. Smith, Notman, Flukes, Everly, Weller. In this one, we got the world number 6 of Senshu Flukes leads this one out from the rider from the north. And that is Todd Smith, Notman in there in 3. Amelia Everly, the only lady in there, mixing up the world number 5 from her age group. As we see the 4th place rider going in and through to third. That's the 7 of Oliver Tyres. But Amelia Everly is having none of it. She's saying, you make it, you're going to have to go all the way round me. They do go round her, but she is going to qualify for the semi-finals.
Quarterfinal number 21 on track. That looks like Birmingham NRT in the mix. Got to be Lucas Osborne in there in 2. Out front though, who's picking it up? Your world number 8, Heath Thomas through Factory. UK headed towards turn number 3. It is Thomas, Osborne, 1 and 2. Freddie Whistles in there in that 3 spot. The battle of the MCR riders heading down to the stripe. Looking like McSwitty and B. Who's going to get it? I think that might have been Ewan B taking the 4.
Yeah, quarterfinal number 22 on track. Wilcox leads this one out for Halo Royals BMX race team. In there in 2 in the USA shirt is Bradley James from Decoy. Then we can see the rider there on, is it the 10 bike, the 18 bike, Harvey Tomlinson. Who's going to get the 4th? I didn't catch the play as they come down the rail straight away. It is going to be a fight on the line, but Wilcox is safely through to the semis.
Rab racing on track. Lucas Seeley going 1 and 2 of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. That is Amos Guppy bringing it in towards his final turn. In and out they go. Seeley, Guppy. Looking good down the final straight. Who's picking up 3? That looks like it could be Jack Davey. Here comes Oliver Sim hanging on to that 4 spot. Tight on the line with Kirby out of Green Machine.
Bowen and Larkins going at it now in the male 13-year-old quarterfinals. Bowen and Larkins are clear of the rest of the field. They can shut it down and take it easy. Tate Kitson looking good here in the quarterfinal. He's in a qualifying position, and the rider on the outside is going to be Harrison Schofield. Or is it? Because the Dutchie might have got him.
Quarterfinal number 25, that is James Clitheroe, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out front. Who's picking it up with him in and out of turn number 2? That is Retro Racing's Cody Coker. So it is Clitheroe Coker at the moment. The 24 plate in there as well. Nathan Barata out of the Hawks. They're queuing up behind him though. That's the 30 plate of Cameron Cox. Looking like he's going to qualify through in that final qualifying spot.
Yeah, 4, 8 and I think it was 4, 8 and 18. Was it? Finn Phillips it was in the mix, but it's Mason Lang on the 309. 309, that can't be right. Ah, right, okay, we got an incorrect number on the sheets here, but that is Mason Lang and Finn Phillips going through. Ollie Coppin, is he going to make it? I think he is, along with, is that Finley Collis? No, Collis went out, I think. Wow.
Pro Star BMX Finley Hockey National number 3 from last year leading it through. Who's there with him? Hashtag 59 Never Everly out of Derby. Bringing it on round the 15 in there in 3. That's Freddie Dudman out of Concept made by the 17 plate in there behind him. Jack Bailey picking it up. Doing it for Rustin at Racing. Down to the stripe. He's going to pick up that 4th spot.
Quarterfinal number 28. Only 8 to go. Male 14. Smith, Dunn, Rayner, and Chapman and Webster in this one. The number 6 of Eli Smith, Rab Racing, is out there in front with Caden Dunn from GT. In there in 2, we got another Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Lucas Webster. They all seem to have the number 22, this Absolute Bicycle Motocross team. As they enter the last corner, the 14 bike of the Odom rider of Harry Rayner. He's going to qualify through with Webster, Dunn and Smith.
Next up on track, quarterfinal number 29 into turn 2. Gabe Simpson, Pro Star, leading this one out. Who's there with him? That's got to be Air picking up 2, the 15 in 3. That is Ryo Stepanovs with the 217 in 4. Looking like Jack Clark. Wild Ball's right there on his tail. Clark. Wild Ball down the final straight. Clark and Wild Ball to the stripe. Clark's going to hang on.
Yeah, boy, we got the 15 boys out there. Claire, Copeland, Simpson, Davis, Fawcett, Hamblin, Hines, Connell and Kapai. And we got the 7 leading this one out. That's Max Clare from Fawcett into the 11 and the 10 going on through there. The 11 was Curtis Copeland. The 10 was J. Till, Simpson, Davis. And that's the way they're going to cross the line.
Jared Hill, Flying Flynn, Drellin caught 1 and 2 in and out of turn number 2. These two lads have had some battles over the years. They're bringing it through this third straight at the moment. The 17, Adcock getting it all. That was Jaden Green, sorry, going elbow to elbow with the 18 of Hugo Moon. How on earth both riders stayed upright and qualified through, I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, Twitching leads this one out from Rebel Racing's Josh Williams in there in the 2. In 3 is going to be Rab Racing, Elliot Brook. So Twitching, Williams, Brook, 1, 2 and 3. It's all about the 4th place. At the moment it's Miller from Moto 1 BMX Race Team. The 27 coming on through is Ellis. Berry is not going to be close enough. It's going to be Twitching, Williams, Brook and Miller.
The first of the cruiser quarterfinals, 17 to 29-year-olds. That's got to be Joe Parr, Luca Manzi, 1 and 2. Heading into turn number 2, moves are being made though. That is Daniel Wilson out of BMX Widow Photography, working his way into a top 2 spot. Jay Taylor's in there in 5 at the minute. That's Retro Racing's Jack Wiggins in 4. Under pressure from Taylor down to the stride. Wiggins is going to hang on. Taylor unlucky in 5.
Yeah, 17 to 29 cruisers. Putnam, Watson, Roy and Goodfellow. I can see Roy in there in 2, so going to be Pete Watson. Is it out there in front for the Royal Air Force? It was, because Roy's just overtaken him, looking all dusty from his fall on the 20-inch, and we got the rider there, Max Henderson. Goodfellow going through, is he? Yes, I think he made it. Well done, Max.
1 on the plate, Alex Brooks leads it out for Rab Racing. That's Harrison G picking up the 2 spot. Who's there in 3? That is Jason Daly doing it for Ice Bikes UK. Here comes Connor Hedges on the 9X in there in 4. In and out of the turn. Looking at Oscar Simpson, in that qualifying spot in there in 4. McHugh blows a pedal. Brooks, G, Daly, Simpson.
Last quarterfinal on track. Freddie Cadman Carpenter leads this one out from DC Cycles. Connor Blythe. Then we see Moto 1 coming on through. The Moto 1 rider, who's that? It's going to be Theo Pope. And then we see Rocky O'Brien. O'Brien doing it for Belgium in there in 4 at the moment. But Cadman, Carpenter, Blythe, Pope and O'Brien safely through to the semis. How long, mate? How long before we go racing again? Somebody tell me. 20, 30 minutes. 3:15. 10 past to 3:15. 3:15, we will go semi-final racing. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves hydrated. Put your sun cream on. Beth Shrevers won the World Cup in Turkey. And Roman Meyer won the Elite Men. I don't know about the rest. Alrighty then. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for semi-final racing? Let's get ready to rumble. I said, are you ready for semi-finals, Mexicans? Yeah, that's more like it. And you lot round here, you've been noisy in my ear all day. They're all on the alcohol round the corner here, watch out. All right then, semi-final time. Oh, one rider hits the gate there, went a little bit too early. These are the 9 and 12-year-old mixed cruisers, Alonso, and the rider there from Signature, Eli Lamb, cuts underneath there, and they're looking good because we got the rider from Sorted in there and free, and that is Harding. So at the moment it's looking good for Lamb, Alonso and Harding, 1, 2 and 3. Who's that in the 4 spot? The rider that hit the gate is in 5 at the moment. Has he got enough to get going? It's the 5 of Newton Hindley in 4. Here comes the rider that hit the gate. Has he got enough? No, I don't think he has.
James Cottrell gets a good start out of lane 1, doing it for BMX with her photography. Logan Young's right there with him in and out of that first corner. Cotty, Young, 1 and 2, who's in there in 3. Edward Jones on the 775, picking it up. Here's the Angry Badger working his way into a top 3 spot. Who's in 4? Rebel Racing picking it up. That is Alfie Sim on the 933's under pressure though. That is Lewis Rawlinson. Rawlinson throws it under, doesn't quite make it stick. It's going to be Cotty, Young going through. Jones is in there as well. Sim in 4.
Yeah, they're starting to jump the second straight away now as they exit that second turn. Looks like it was Sean Brown, Zachary Teal, 1 and 2 at the moment. We got the rider there in 3. It's Tate Kitson looking good on the cruiser here this afternoon. The 194 is qualifying through in 4 at the moment. That's the rider from Runnymede. That's Bradley Davison. Davison, is he going to hang on? Yes, he is.
13, 14-year-old cruiser, semi-final number 2, headed for turn number 1. Look at him go. That's looking like Joe Penton-Boat out front on the 852 plate. Eric McSwitty's in there in 2, picking it into turn number 2. Harry Schofield's in there in 3. Who's in 4? MK Evolution. That is Jamie Haywood bringing it on through, but he's under pressure from the 5 of Stanley Palmer. Palmer's on the inside, works his way through for Fast Signatures into a top 4 spot. Boat's going to take it. McSwitty, Schofield and Palmer all through as well.
Semi number 5 on the track. Arnie Esselman was the first to show. Drellicourt's in there, but we got a rider there moving on through into second. Is that Cayusho Flukes? I think it is. In a different top on the 11, but yeah, it's DC Cycles, but it's Flukes there with Drellicourt in 3, and the NRT rider of Benjamin Weiss, he's going to get the 4.
Lewis Fletcher leads it out of turn number 1 in semi-final number 6. That looks like Thomas Duran out of CGR and Smiley's Fly Club in there with him in 2. MCR in 3. That is Zach Chapman on the 782 plate. That is your top 3. Rebel Racing in there in 4. That's Alexander Stokes. The 508 in there in 5. That is Joseph Long. He's got a bit of work to do down this final straight. Long looking for a late charge on Stokes, heading to the line. He's not got enough time left. Stokes hangs on.
Alrighty then, look at these guys go. 40 to 44 cruiser, is it? On track? No, I don't think it is it? 40 to 44, yeah, must be. It's Amir Stark and Maine Whiting, Todd Robertson, Toogood and McCoy. Who's that lead now on the pro stars? Kingsley Mears. Kingsley Mears looking good on the 134 bike. And then we got Andy Todd in there. And we see Scott Main on that Prophecy in there in 3. And who that in 4? It's a single digit. It's going to be Graham Stark from Team Air. Is he going to hang on the line? I think he is.
Fraser Watson doing it for the Cumbernauld Centurions, leads it out of turn number 1. Who's picking it up with him? That looks like it could be Richard Stevenson in the mix. In there in 2, it is Stevenson heading in and out of the corner. Andy Groves on the 347 in 3, heading for the final turn. That is the 736 of Richard Chappell. Mixed Pigs hanging on to it at the moment. Here comes Neil to Blanche. Late charge down the final straight to Blanche. Gonna go from 5 to 4 and qualify through.
Alrighty then, DC Cycles, Graham Stanley leads this one out. Darren Speedy Reedy, GT Bicycle Factory, he's there in 2. We got Santos in 3. Who's going to get the 4? At the moment it's the number 10 and it's the 15. It's Mark Cottrell versus Tim Porter. I think Cotty's going to hang on. Cottrell's going to get the 4.
Semi-final number 10, the 45-49 cruisers are a go. Matt Barnard leads it out with the 2 of Glyn Cartwright right there on his shoulder. That's a 3 of Damien Mead in there in 3. Stay Strong, Clark and Ken have got 2 riders in the top 4 at the moment. Jules Allen is in there in 4, doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. Looking like he might be safe and clear through to the final. Barnard gonna take it. Who's in there for 2? Cartwright's gonna pick it up. Mead and Allen are gonna go through in 3 and 4.
Yeah, Jules Allen getting a little bit stylish there down the third and last straightaway. It's made me laugh, that has. Oh, I love it. Yeah, Alan Hill, Pure Bikes, lead this one out from Carver in the 2 spot. Kevin Sykes in 3 at the moment, the number 3 in 3. Hilly, Carver, Sykes, 1, 2 and 3. Who's that in 4? A rider from the north. Madron looks like he's out of it. Is that the 691 of Peter Butler? He's being chased hard by Stuart Campbell. Here comes Campbell from Scotland down the last straight. Campbell and Butler. I think Campbell might have nicked that.
Ian Archibald on track on the 8 plate, leading this one through the 15. In there with him, that is Stephen Hassel out of Bournemouth. In and out of turn 2, Jason Lewis is looking for a way round. He's in 3 at the minute, doing it for the Brixton Massive. Look at the battle for 4. Benters has just been passed. That's Daz O'Brien in 4. Benters throws it under. He's just carved that last turn like a Christmas turkey. O'Brien's not done yet. Can he come back at him? Bentley hangs on.
Yeah, female cruisers on track, 30 plus. It looks like Stupple leaves this one out from Batsford. Anita Wong is there in 3. Who's that in 4? Looks like it's Nikki Spears. Spears in 4 at the moment, in a qualifying position. Manda Hempstock in 5. That's your top 5. Stupple, Batsford, Wong and Spears are looking safe because Hempstock, despite their pedaling, is she going to catch Spears down the last straightaway? I don't think so. Spears is going to go through.
Semi-final number 14, 30 plus women's cruiser into the first turn. Who's leading it out of the 433? Sarah Jane Nichols out of Andover. That looks like Leah Pearson, Concept Mabo in there into Allen's Heritage in 3, Leah Pendleton on the 17 out of the mid-ranks. Who's in 4? Looking like a Team Bunnies jersey in that lovely new black and orange kit that they've got this year. Marsha Brook on the 9 in a qualifying spot in 4 at the moment. Last straight action. Nichols, Pearson, Pendleton, Brook, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Hannah Drew leads this one out. Second Raka 17 to 29 female cruisers. She's at the front of the pack. Could be I'm not sure actually. On the outside there, on the Royal Air Force, it was the number 3 of Taylor Lee Mahan, I beg your pardon, as Allen's Heritage Kira Lee goes through, and the rider in 4th is Molly Nice from Frill Factory.
Mabo UK have got 2 ladies in this one. Lily Chiswa and Izzy Hurry going 1 and 3 in and out of turn number 2. Who is splitting up the Mabo party? That is Olivia Firth in there in that 2 spot. Chiswa, Firth, Hurry 1, 2, 3 and 4. That looks like the 4X in there in 4. That is Charlotte Jackson out of Allen's Heritage BMX coming under pressure down the final straight from Hannah Hedges. Jackson's going to hang on and qualify through to the 8th final.
Yeah, Charlie Roy has got the whole shot. Oh, O'Brien. Oh, there's 4 riders gone down and the rest of them are trying to cover out. Charlie Roy, the 26 of Pete Watson, they're going through with the 17 of Connor Blythe, and the rider in 4 is the rider from Retro Racing. It's Jack Wiggins going to make the final. A big spill in the second corner there in race 17.
Put your hands together for Joe Parr and Daniel Wilson as they finish their lap. Rocky O'Brien's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Rocky.
1, 2, 2, 2.
Second racker, 17, 29-year-old cruiser heads down the first straight. Alex Brooks, Rab racing on the inside, going to take the whole shot. Who's picking it up with him? Freddie Cadman Carpenter in there in 2. Harrison G's in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like it is Moto 1365. Theo Pope has worked his way into a top 3 spot. Brooks, Carpenter, Pope, 1, 2, 3. Pope throws it under and goes from 3 to 1 in the final turn. Brooks coming back at him down the final straight. Brooks, Pope, Cadman, Carpenter, 1, 2 and 3. Harrison G's going to pick up 4.
Alrighty then, male, 7 years old. This is a big semi-final for Caleb Tewalt from Peckham. Is he going to be in the final? Let's check him out. Emerson Tucker's coming across into 2 now. Henry Sullivan leaves it out. Tucker in 2. The 502 of Tewalt. He's up to 3. And he's in a great position to qualify because the top 4 riders go through to the next round. And he's in 3rd place. And they've opened up a bit of a gap now on the riders in 4. So it's looking good for Caleb Tewalt. These 3 guys are safe. They don't need to do anything stupid. It's Sullivan, it's Tucker, it's Tewalt from Peckham. Caleb Tewalt, he's looking good down the last straightaway. He is going to be in the final from Peckham BMX. Caleb Tewalt, he's going to make it along with the 449 of Jake Avis.
Semi-final number 20, this second rack of the 7-year-olds headed towards turn number 1. Anthony Perebny on the 034, he's on the inside, looking for a whole shot. Perebny leads a 344 of Alistair North. He's in there in 2, who's queuing up behind him? That is a 505 of Dominic Zapanos. In there in 3, look at the moves in turn 2. Who's throwing it under? That is a Brunty Massive. Picking it up, Alexander Gilbert. He's in there in about 5 at the moment, got a bit of work to do. Braintree in 4, that's Ethan White. In and out of the final corner, Perebny looking good, North in 2. Here comes Zapanos, back at him down the final straight. Perebny, Zapanos, 1 and 2. North and White going through in 3 and 4.
Male 8 years old on track, Dowson, Ford, Groves, Dewis, John Lee, Ballantyne and Westwood, and then looks like the rider for Braintree, Rex Ford leads this one out from Tobias Groves. The 239 of Charlie Dowson, but crucial, he's there as well. And Ashton John Lee, is he going to hang on or is it going to be Rocco Westwood? I think it's going to be Ashton John Lee going through to the final.
Second rack of the 8-year-old semi-final number 22. That is Ethan Shaw, your British champion, Birmingham NRT. Leading it out, who's in with him? That is looking like the 725 of Jack Kitchen, doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. He's under pressure in the final turn. The move has been made. Belton moves his way into a top 3 spot. Here comes Haynes back at him down the final straight. Shaw's going through. Belton's in as well. Kitchen and Hines.
Yeah, check it out, ladies and gentlemen, on the front of the pack, Absolute Bicycle Motocross leads this one out, but now it's the rider there, he's coming on through, it's Benny Jackson, the British champion, and the 292 of Jacob Anderson going through with Jack Devine. Didn't quite catch the last one, could have been Finley Munro. Yes, it was Finley Munro.
Bray Watson going 1 and 2 with Joey Tompkins in semi-final number 24. Who's in there in 3? That's a 784 plate of Ashton Kitely. Kitely's in there in 3. Who's in 4? Preston Newmarsh. Powell's under pressure. Here comes Seb Hewitt headed to the line. Powell, Hewitt to the stripe. Who's going to get it? I think it might have been Powell.
Yeah, female 10 years old, semi-final number 25 for the Hawks rider, Rusty Nut Racing, Iris Hyder, she's looking good out in front, clear of the rest of the field from Lainey Cording there in 2. Then we got the Fluent rider on the 7 bike, that is Grace Gerard. Gerard is there with Isabella King, and that's the way they're going to go through. Iris Hyder, Lainey Cording, Gerard and King.
Second rack of the 10-year-old girls, semi-final number 26. That is Elizabeth Paul out of Manchester on her home track. Seren Pritchard in there into all over her back wheel, doing it for Creation Cycles, who's picking up 3. That is looking like the 115 as they're coming back towards me. The 15 of Millie Ross, the 14 round the outside. Lauren Keller has worked her way into a top 4 spot under pressure from Poppy May Kirby. Keller looking like she's going to hang on. Kirby's unlucky in 5.
Yeah, James Bibby up the inside, that Fluent bicycle motocross gear. Oh, that is a big off there from the Jump Club rider. Oh, I feel sorry for that guy. That's Ronnie Payne. Let's hope he's not in too much of it. James Bibby leads it out. We got the rider there in 2 from Salted. It's Leighton Harding. He's there. The rider in 3 is going to be Jamira, I think. It is Jamira. And then we got a rider from Prestford. It's Marcus Mullen. But Mullen is being chased hard by the 10 of Zach Everly. Is it going to be Mullen? Is it going to be Everly? I think Mullen's going to hang on. But put your hands together for this guy down in first turn. Ronnie Payne, that was a big OTB over the bars in that first corner. Woo. That was a tough one, I felt that. You all right, Ronnie? Give us a thumbs up, mate. Well done, mate. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Ronnie Payne! Well done, Ronnie. Tomorrow is another day, my friend. Tomorrow is another day.
Ten-year-old semi-final number 2, Leo Rowlands is in this one and he's charging for that first corner on the 4-play. Rowlands out of the Brunty Massive, leads it out. Who's there with him? That's going to be Joe Rook picking it up on the 6. It is Rook heading into turn number 2. Adrian Guylet is in there in 3. He's getting busy out of turn 2. Who's in 4? That is Fast Signatures. Harry Swales, the 3-play in there in 5. Isaac Smith got a bit of work to do. Last turn action. Looking good at the moment for Swales. Smith's not done yet. Heading for the stripe. Who's going to get it? Smith with a late ditch to the line. I'm not sure who got it.
That was close. Yeah, female 10 years old on track. No. Male 11-year-olds on track. Miller, Storkis, Palmer, Arnold, Williams, Perkins, Kiss and Malon. Looks like the 15 and the 17 are going through here. That was Miller and Palmer. Storkis in there as well, along with Colby Williams, is it? No, he's back in 5. It's a tough one, that 11 age group.
It's getting busy in semi-final number 30. In and out they go. Out front, that is Charlie Wilcox, Honeywell, who's in 3, that is Parkinson. Rogers has got a bit of work to do back there in 6 at the minute, looking for a way round. Oh, the move has been made. Here comes Rogers, late ditch to the line. It looks like Ethan Rogers is going to get it over the stripe. The battle in the final turn.
Yeah, check it out, ideas from Peckham. Look at this guy go out in front. He wants to be in the final. He's not been so consistent over these last few months, but he's looking good here in Manchester, and he has got a massive lead over the number 8 there of Ned Guppy. I think, no, Guppy's back in 5. Wow, that is a big mix-up in that age group, but Ty DS from Peckham, he takes the win. He's in the final later on.
Second rack of the 12-year-old semi-finals coming at you thick and fast. That looks like it is a Northeast Todd Smith-Notman on a flyer on the 17 plate, leading it in and out of turn number 2. Harry Bailey's in there behind him in that 2 spot. Elvis Lawrence in 3. Here comes Kobe Rayford round the outside for Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. The 7 plate involved as well. Oliver Tyers looking for a way past Lawrence. Last straight action. Lawrence looking like he's going to hang on to that top 4 finish.
Yeah, female 13's on track. Lexi Waite, the world number 6. She leads this one out from the 11 plate of Ava Wright and Grace Berg from Exeter and Green Machine. Who's got the all-important 4 spot then? Let's check them out as they head towards us. Could be the Allen's Heritage rider of Grace Proctor. It is Proctor. Proctor's got Cooper on the outside. Is it going to be Cooper? Is it going to be Proctor? I'm not sure. Cooper's hanging on. Is she? No, it's Proctor. Proctor, Cooper. Cooper's coming back. Cooper's going to take it on the line.
13-year-old girls on track for their second semi-final. Out front looking like that could be Alana Watson out of the Centurions. Going 1 or 2 with the 13 of Ruby Walford, the 804 in there in 3. That is Summer Glynn. Here's SAS race team in there in 4. Lily Hayes looking like she's safe at qualifying through in that final qualifying spot.
Male. Yeah, Heath Thomas leads this one out from Guppy in there. Into, no, it's not Guppy. Again, I got it wrong. It's Thomas, though, clear the rest of the pack. It's that number 6, it's Bradley James. And then we got the 13 there coming on through. That's Freddie Edwhistle. Guppy's in about 5 at the moment. Wilcox is in 4. That semi-final is completely messed up. Guppy's going to nick it off of Wilcox on the line.
Semi-final number 36 hits the track. That's the 3-plate of Kai Bowen going elbow to elbow with Lucas Seeley through the first turn. Who's in there in 3? Looking like Ben Larkins doing it for Pure Bikes. They're queuing up behind him though. Here comes Tomlinson looking for a way through. He's in a qualifying spot at the moment. The 12-plate of Lucas Osborne in 5 is happening. Oh, Tomlinson hits the deck. Osborne's going to take it down to the wire.
Yeah, this age group is amazing. Female 14s on track. Ruby Morse, look at the style. Let's hope I don't put the curse on her. But this young lady racing up an age group, I believe, is looking really good here on the radio BMX. Now she's got some factory sponsorship from those guys. She is hot on the wheels and looking good here because she has opened up a lead on Cadman, Carpenter and Carruthers. And that is no mean feat. And Alonso from Peckham is going to make it through in 4.
Put your hands together for Harvey Tomlinson. He's going to ride away from his crash. 14-year-old girls heading down the first straight. Who's going to take the whole shot in this first turn? Megan Roy on the 2-plate leads it out. The 5 in there in 2. That is Sophie Elwood going elbow to elbow with Sabina Ashman. Ashman's back there in 3, heading for turn number 2. The inside line, that is Jessica Marriott throwing it underneath your current world number 4. Doing it for BMXHype.com. Roy, Elwood 1 and 2. In and out they go out of the final turn. Marriott in 3. Ashman's under pressure, heading to the strike, looking like she'll just about hang on to it across the line.
Yeah, the world number 6 leads this one out. That's James Clitheroe, Hard Knocks Bike coaching at the front of the pack on the Pure Bike there. We got Mongoose in the 2 spot with Finn Phillips, the national number 8. Then we got Mason Lang on the 4-plate there in 3. And this is much decided because Cody Coker from Retro Racing and the Hawks is going to make the final here today on Saturday.
Finley Half going 1 and 2 with Noah Everly in turn number 2. Who's picking up 3? Eli Smith, Rab Racing, heading on through towards the final turn. The 13-plate of Caden Dunn GT Factory in a qualifying spot as well. And then out of that final turn, it's going to be Half taking it to the stripe. Everly, Smith, Dunn, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, Gabe Simpson knows his track like the back of his hand. I said it earlier on. We got the guy there from Hard Knocks in the 2 spot. That's Jaden Fawcett. Fawcett looking good today on this track. And who's that there in 3? It's Henry I. Has gone up to 2 now because Fawcett's back in 3. And the 4th place rider on the Prophecy, I think, is Rario Stapanovs from Bournemouth as Gabe Simpson takes the win.
Semi-final number 42, 15-year-olds heading in and out of that second turn. Hill, Drellincourt, Clear, 1, 2 and 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like it could be Josh Williams on the 13 plate. The 10 is in there behind him in 5. That is JT Simpson. They'll pile up in the final turn. The front 4 riders are safe and clear. That's how they're going to finish. Put your hands together for Elliot Brook and JT Simpson Davies back up to their feet.
Yeah, riders coming down the track here. Looks like Criddle could be the early leader. It is Criddle. Where's Esselmont? He's in about... Esselmont there. He's in about 3 or 4, is it? Esselmont's 4 as we look for Benjamin Weiss and was it Dudman? I'm not sure there that went through. That was a bit mixed up. But Criddle's in the final for sure.
Semi number 44 coming at you in and out of the turn. 2 riders down in the corner. That was George Gerard was one of them. Heading towards the final corner. That is Xander Mavawani Wright. Who else is in there with him? Holloway's in a qualifying spot. That is Danny Jamal 4 in there in second. Who's going to pick up the 4? Looking like that could be... I think that was Ethan Chandler out of Blackpool.
Yeah, rider down in the first turn in this one as well, but Cadman Carpenter looks good out in front on the 10X. We're looking at the 12X of Jake Adcock. Kenny Phillips coming on through, and in there in 4 is the rider from Norwich, and that's Mickey Porter. He's going to make the final, well deserved. Put your hands together there for the 22 bike of Liam Doyle from Manchester, ladies and gentlemen. Went down in the first turn. He'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure.
17, 18-year-old semi-final number 2 coming at you into turn number 1. Callum Chard Maple was out front, but he's had the move stuck on him from Jaden Seaward. Seaward leads it. Chard Maple's in there in about 3 at the minute, scrapping away with Owen Pullen in and out of that second corner. That looks like Rossi O'Brien doing it for Ice Bikes in there in a qualifying spot in 4. Who's in 5? That's a 25X of Oscar Matthew Carlon. Out of the final turn, Seaward, Maple, Pullen, 1, 2, 3. Looks like Matthew Carlon's made his move and he's going to qualify through.
Here we go, the old men of the sport, grand veterans, 50 plus, but look at them go, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Lewis and Craig Nelson out in front. Fitzroy Bryce and Daddy White are going to have a battle down this straight away. Now, Daddy White has just been edging his way into the next round on each lap, and he's here in 4th at the moment. He's got a couple of quick riders behind him, and here comes that Carver. Carver's out of it. He's right at the back. He must have hit the gate. And Daddy White, oh, it's gone down as I said his name. Nigel, what are you doing, my friend? Oh, I'm gutted for him. Carver's made it through by default.
Semi-final number 48 on track. Bentley, Kemp Village, Fortune, Madron, Knowles, Shale and Shawcross. It is Bentley going to 1 and 2 with Matt Phillips down this 3rd straight. That looks like Chris Madron in the qualifying spot in there in 3. The 6 plate of Fortune in 4. Shale's in 5. Last turn action, in and out they go. Bentley's going to take it. Phillips, Fortune, Madron all going through to the Grand Vets A final.
Alrighty there, we're racing again with the 17 to 29 challenge. That's Featherstone on the inside for Odin. That's Chisholm, I think. No, is it? Yeah, it was Chisholm. She had last pick, but she got out of that gate pretty quick, and that rhymed. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. So Featherstone leaning it out from Chisholm. In there in 4. No, the number 4 plate is Phoebe Gaynor. Gaynor's there with the 33 coming on through. That is Mega Dewey. Mega Dewey, is she going to make the final? Mega Dewey's going to make the final. Well done, Megan. Looking good on the bike there.
17, 29-year-old women in and out of turn number 2. That's going to be Caitlin Ellis leading it out. Jaya Bradshaw, NSR Foundation in there into scrapping it out with the 3X into the corner. That is Elizabeth Bound. Picking it up, bounce back there in 3. Here comes Hurry with a leg charge. That's Clinch hanging on in 4 at the moment. Looks like Clinch is going to go through. Hurry's unlucky in 5.
19 to 29. Brindley Savage overjumps the double, the triple at the end of the first straightaway there, but Savage is leading it out from the rider from Birmingham, Finley Clark, I think. Oh, here we go. It's all going off in the second corner. These 3 riders are clear. Take it easy. The 014, Finley Clark and Brazil. Who's going to get the 4th? It's the rider from Divide at the moment, and the Divide rider is Daniel Kay. He's been riding really well all day, so there you go. I just did a little rhyme again without even realising. Oh, just don't know how I do it sometimes. I really don't.
Unable to escape. But tonight, it's heavy stuff.
Last semi-final of the day, heading towards turn number 1, the 7 of Josh Moore looking for a whole shot. Moore leads it, Hedges going 2 and 3 with Lookers heading through the straight. Look at the elbow-to-elbow action. Lookers this sideways. That looks like it could be Wallace, I think, hanging on to that 3 spot as it stands, heading for the final turn. Moore, Hedges, Lookers, Wallace, 1, 2. Got a bit of work to do down the final straight. Gonna run out of time. That's your semi-finals done and dusted. We are going final racing at 4 ladies and gents. So you've got 15 minutes. We will be going final racing in 15 minutes time. Thank you.
Maybe I'm foolish, maybe I'm blind, thinking I can see through this and see what's behind. Got no way to prove it, so maybe I'm lying. But I'm only human after all. I'm only human.
Oh yeah, it's working. Right, okay. This is your 5-minute call, ladies and gents. 5-minute call until we go final racing. We are running all cruiser finals first. Then all 20-inch B finals, followed by all A finals on the 20-inch at the end. So if you have a final on a cruiser, you should be making your way to the pens, please. Thank you.
Flashing, could this mean that I'm coming home? If I see a man waving, does this mean that I'm not alone? If I see a light flashing, could this mean that I'm coming home? If I see a man waving, does this mean that I'm not alone?
We are ready to go. Final racing, ladies and gents. Starting off with the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser B final. Lining up on the gates. Okay, goes down. Jake McKenna got a good start, but Lewis Rawlinson leads it in and out of the turn for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. McKenna's in there behind him, who's picking up 3. That looks like Liam Byrne on the 48 plate out of Birmingham BMX Club. Rawlinson, though, running away with the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser B final at the moment through the 3rd straight. McKenna, Burns still in 2 and 3, the 20 plate in 4. That is Bailey Penny in and out of the final corner. Penny throws in a high-low. Westwood's in 5, heading down to the stripe. Late charge from Westwood, looking like he's going to nick that top 4 spot on the stripe. 9 to 12-year-old cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We have got Alfie Sim, Newton Hindley, Hadley Harding, Edward Jones, Robin Matten Alonso, Logan Young, James Cottrell and Eli Lamb. 9 to 12-year-old cruiser A final hits the track, looking like Cotty's got a good one from the inside of the gate. Who's going to take the whole shot? Cotty leads it for BMX with a photography. How on earth Eli Lamb stuck up right then? I have no idea. He's in there in about 3 or 4 in a minute. Elbow basher with Matten Alonso. In and out of turn 2, Cotty leads it. That looks like Newton Hindley in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? It's still Lamb, the 14 in 4. That's Logan Young. Look at the battle out of the final turn. Cotty's run away with it. Hindley, Lamb for 2 and 3. Who's going to get it? James Cottrell takes it. Hindley for 2, Lamb for 3.
Yeah, 13-14 B final. Locke, Harradin, Turpin, Binder to Blanche, Robbins, Hayward and Surridge. These are the 13-14s. This guy's got it sewn up. He's the 1X. He's your British champion from the younger age group. And he's going to take the win in the B final. A final line up on the gate. We have from Runnymede, Bradley Davison, Stanley Palmer, Tate Kitson, Harrison Schofield, Eric McSwitty, Zachary Tier, Joe Penton-Vogt, and Sean Brown. 13-14 Cruiser A final. Alrighty then, here we go. 30-40 Cruiser. Looks like another good first straight there from the Fast Signatures team. And they lead this one out at the moment. And as you can see, no, it's been overtaken now. The rider leading this one out is going to be Sean Brown on the 21 bike. The 21 bike leads it out. Who's that in there in 2? I'm not sure. I'll have to check them out as they come past me. Definitely Team Signature in 3. And that is Stanley Palmer. And it was the 185, was that? Zachary Tier Jump Club. No, it's not. I'm sorry, I didn't. Oh, it's going to be Joe Penton-Vogt. Penton-Vogt takes a second, but the win goes to Sean Brown.
13 to 16-year-old women's cruiser lining up on the gate for their A final. We have got Isla Radcliffe, Grace Burge, Anya Matin-Alonso, Yetska Hemstock, Bibi Alderton, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Cody Harmer, and Elsa Rendell-Todd. Final 5 hits the track, heading for turn number 1. Look at Elsa Rendell-Todd from the outside. DC Cycles and the NSR Foundation goes airborne in and out of the first turn. Todd's out front, who's there in 2? That is Annalise Cadman-Carpenter picking it up. The 6 plate in there as well. That is Cody Harmer bringing it through for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. The front 3 ladies looking safe into the final corner. The 7 of Anya Matin-Alonso in there in 4. Bibi Alderton in 5. Rendell-Todd, stylish as you like, gonna take the national win in the 13-16-year-old women's cruiser.
Yeah, Sean Brown from KBMX UK leads the B final out of the 15-16 cruisers. Joseph Long from Braintree in there as well. Jake Hart for Creation. He's gone back a little bit because the rider there up there in 3. No, it is Jake Hart, and that's the way they're going to finish, I think, down this last straightaway. Brown, Long, and Hart. Is Hart going to nick the second? I think he might just do that. A final, cruisers. 15-16, Alexander Stokes, Zach Chapman, Benjamin Weiss, Thomas Duran, Lewis Fletcher, Flynn Drellencourt, Kyosho Flukes, and Arnie Esselman. Oh, here we go. Gay goes down. Who's got the spin to take the win? Drellencourt's looking good, but Arnie Esselman's up the inside, and Esselman leads this one out. Total concentration on his face as he exits the first turn, enters his second straightaway. I really think this is going to be between Esselman and Drellencourt here. Ross Flukes, he's in about 5 actually. So the 4 plate coming on through is Thomas Duran. Duran is in there in 3, but it's between Esselman and Drellencourt. Esselman's going to take it. Drellencourt for 2, and it was Moran for 3. Duran.
17 to 29 women's cruiser on track for the B final. That is looking like Hannah Hedges out front, Amy Willits on the inside, looking for a way round, didn't quite find it in turn 2. That is Team Bunny's Emily Frost in 3, heading for the final turn, the 14 plate. Jessica Taylor in 4, in and out of the final. Hannah Hedges, Pro Star BMX, looking like she's got the 17 to 29 women's B final cruiser across the line. Frost for 2, Willits 3. 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We have got Molly Nice, Taylor Lee Mohan, Kira Lee, Charlotte Jackson, Hannah Drew, Izzy Hurry, Lily Chizawa, and Olivia Firth. Gate goes down in the 17-29 women are a go. That is Lily Chizawa headed for turn number 1. Chizawa leads it. Drew's in there in 2. 13-3. Hurry's in 4. Elbow bash in 5, 6, 7, and 8. Into turn number 2. Chizawa, Mabo UK running away with it. Last year's national champ. Hannah Drew's not done yet though. She's right there with her. Headed for the final turn. Here comes Firth with a high-low in the final turn. Firth. Firth works her way from 3 to 2. Chiselworth, Firth, 1 and 2. Here comes Horry with a late charge. I think she might have nicked a podium spot.
2X in this one. Owen Putland leads this one out, but look at the guy going round the outside like the Buffalo Girls. That's Joe Parr. He wasn't expected to be in the B final, but he is. But he's got to take the win if he can. So Parr and Putland, 1 and 2. Sorry, I just actually belched then in between. And where's Rocky O'Brien? Did he not show up? No. Oh, Max Henderson Goodfellow was there. Anyway, A finals, 17 to 29 cruisers. Jack Wiggins, Connor Blythe, Harrison G, Freddie Cadman Carpenter, Pete Watson, Charlie Roy, Theo Pope, and Alex Brooks. Your attention for the start. Alrighty then, Brooks is going to want this big time. Rab racing on the inside of Brooks. He's got the early lead. Cadman Carpenter slips into second there with Charlie Roy in third. I think that could be on the 1X. But look at Brooksy go. He wants another national win here from Preston. He would know this track. He's only up the road. Roy is not out of this. No, it's not Roy. Oh, it's Pope. Oh, he's OTB. A somersault on the last straightaway as Alex Brooks takes the win. It was Theo Pope that was in second. It looks like Cadman Carpenter and Roy are going to take the top 3 spots. Pope's up and he's all right. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
50 to 54-year-old cruiser B final on track. European number 5, Daz O'Brien, and leading it into turn number 3. Pete Butler in there with him. Richard Ellis in at 3, in and out they go. That is Tim Drew in a top 4 spot, headed down the final straight. It's going to be O'Brien taking the win. Looks like Butler's going to hang on to 2. Ellis in 3. 50 to 54-year-old cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We have got John Bentley, Stuart Campbell, Jason Lewis, Kevin Sykes, Gary Carver, Stephen Hassel, Ian Archibald, and Alan Hill. Final 13 hits the track. 50, 54-year-old cruiser A final. Hilly Archibald to turn number 1. Hilly takes the whole shot. Who's there with him? Here comes Archibald picking up that 2 spot. Jason Lewis in 3. Who's in 4? Here comes Kevin Sykes by the looks of it. He's in a top 4 spot. They're queuing up behind him though. Third straight action. Hilly 1 and 2 with Archibald running away from the rest of the pack. Lewis still in 3. In and out they're going down the final straight. Another national win for Hilly and Pure Bikes. Archibald for 2. Jason Lewis in 3.
30-39 A final. Christopher Leary, Darren Thompson, Ash Richardson, Mario Burno, Jack Hudson, Daniel Pope, and John Livingston with Martin Smiley Brown. Riders ready once again. Who's got the spin to take the win? Look at this guy in the middle. That's John Livingston. Livingston on the 743 plate. The 01 British champion. Martin Brown is up there in 2 now. The 44 coming on through. There's going to be Ash Richardson from CGR, is it? No, because now it's Alan's Heritage moving on through. In 3, that was Dan Popel. I beg your pardon, it's not. It's the Dan Popel there for Bristol. Bristol is there in 3, but it's going to be a win for John Livingston. 30-39 cruiser.
44-year-old cruiser B final on track. 1 rider down in turn 1. That was Lewis Allison. Let's hope that he is all right. He's back up to his feet on track. Simon Toogood's in there at about 3 at the moment, mixing it in and out of that second turn. But out front, that is Kev Merrin on the 12, doing it for Moto 1365, the 093 of Andy Todd in there in 2. Look at the moves being made in the final corner. That was the 260 thrown it under. I think that was Josh Whiting looking for a way into a top 2 spot. He'll hang on for 3. Too good for 4. 44-year-old cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We've got Graham Stark, Scott Main, Neil Tablanche, Donald Robertson, Andy Groves, Richard Stevenson, Fraser Watson, and Kingsley Mears. Here we go, the 40-44 Cruiser Bruisers heading towards the first third. Pro start on the inside, Kingsley Mears, he's going to pick up the whole shot and earn himself 50 quid. In and out they go, who's there with him? That looks like it is Fraser Watson out of the Centurions, heading into turn number 2. Oh, one rider hits the deck in the second turn, got it all wrong. Mears, Watson absolutely charging away with this one. In and out of the final turn, Stevenson in 3 is under pressure though out of the final corner. Groves looking for a way into the top 3. Mears is going to take it. Watson for 2. Who's going to pick up 3? That's going to be Richard Stevenson. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Donald Robertson. He's back up to his feet.
All right, B final. 45-49. 45-49 Cruisers, Porter, Barnard, Stokes, Smith, Bailey, Millen, Elkindi and Brett Knight in this one. Looks like Brett Knight's giving it a swerve. Don't see him out there. The 551 is in the 2 spot there. No, that's not his number because there's not a 551 on the sheet. I can tell you right now that that's Tim Porter leading this one out. So who's that in 2? Rebel Racing, David Stokes. Stokes is there with the 11 plate of Paul Barnard. So Stokes and Barnard, but your winner is going to be the 16 plate of Tim Porter. A final, 45-49 Cruisers. From BMX Widow, Mark Cottrell, Halo Wheels, BMX Race Team, Julian Allen, Ricardo Santos, Damien Mead, Stay Strong, Clark and Glenn, MK Evolution, Glenn Cartwright, GT Factory, Darren Reedy, DC Cycles, Graham Stanley, and Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Matt Barnard. 45-49 Cruisers. All right, let's ready once again. They may be getting older, but they are getting bolder. Look at Barnard on the inside. He wants the wing, but look at this guy all the way around the outside on the number 2 plate there. That is, of course, Glenn Cartwright from the MK Evolution team. He's out in front. It's Barnard there in 2. Then we got Darren Reedy. Darren Reedy in 3 at the moment. Barnard, no, it's not Barnard, is it? Yes, it is Barnard. Barnard's making moves. Here we go. Down the last straightaway. They're coming together now. Barnard's run out of gas, and it is going to be your Evolution man. Glenn Cartwright takes the win.
55 plus Cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We have got Stephen Noble, Robert Clark, Darren Borton, Simon Watson, Raymond Reed, Keith Brown, Billy Stupple, and James Eo. Any idea what that means?
No, that's what I was going to ask you.
I don't know what that is. Final 19 hits the track, the 55 plus Cruisers heading for this first corner. James Yeo's looking for a whole shot, and I think he's going to pick it up. Yeo leads it out. That's got to be Raymond Reed in there in 2, doing it for Radio Race Team. Who's in 3? That is Ice Bikes, Billy Stupple heading in and out of turn number 2. James Yeo, Braintree Bullets flying away with it through the 3rd straight on the 10 plate. Reed, Stupple 2 and 3, the 26 plate in 4. That is Keith Brown doing it for Team Mind down the final straight. Yeo's going to take the national win in the 55 plus Cruisers. 30 plus Women's Cruiser B final on a track. That looks like Manda Hemstock leading it out, doing it for Ice Bikes. Who's that in there with her? Looking like it could be Braintree's Teresa Chalice on the 295. Heading on through the 3rd straight in his Ice Bikes. Out front, Hemstock. Chalice, the 11 in at 3. That is Josephine Burston in and out of the final corner. Look at the moves being made. Emily Isla trying to find a top 3 spot. I don't think she's quite going to get it. Hemstock, Chalice and Burston 1, 2 and 3. 30-plus women's cruiser A final lining up on the gate. We have got Marsha Brooke, Nicola Spears, Leah Pendleton, Leah Pearson, Anita Wong, Kim Batsford, Sarah Jane Nichols, and Michelle Stupple.
It doesn't mean he's a...
Final 21 30-plus women's cruiser heading for turn 1. Michelle Stupples had an absolute flyer. Your European number 2. There's a European number 7 in there as well. That is Batsford in there, and about 3 or 4 of them in here. Elbow! Oh! Sarah Jane Nichols hits the deck, takes 3 of the ladies with her. Stupple, Batsford 1 and 2. Spears in 3. Who's in 4? That is Leah Pearson. 17, sorry, that is Lee Pendleton. In and out they go. Michelle Stupple's gonna take the win. Batsford for 2. Put your hands together for Leah Pearson, Marsha Brooke, Sarah Jane Nichols, and Anita Wong, ladies and gents.
Yeah, comeback for Sarah Jane, ends in a crash. She kind of half went for it, didn't fully commit as the male 7-year-old B final hits the track. We've got Alexander Gilbert leading this one out, McAlpine and Burton, Mason, Chambers, Jessup, Britt and Oscar Marco in this one. Marco's normally up front. Here he comes, the national number 2. He must have had a terrible start. He's up the inside. What a race for a B final. Taking off for his old man. Oscar Marco is going to take the win as the win picks up here in the male 7 years old.
Rocco Westwood Divide UK leading our final number 23 in the 8-year-old B final. Who's there with him picking it up as they come on through? That looks like a Derby rider. In there in about 3, that's Seth Kucherik. In there in 2, the 386 on the outside. That is Hendricks Hines looking for a way round Westwood. Westwood, Hines, Kucherik, 1, 2 and 3. Bruntwood's in there as well with Jacob Dent in 4, but it is going to be Divide UK taking that 8-year-old B final win.
Yeah, male 9 years old on track. Lucas Tawaldi there from Peckham. B final. I thought he made the A, to be honest with you. But anyway, Preston Newmarsh Power, he's up there as well with the 938. T-Wold is there on the 193 bike in 2 from Peckham. As we see the 241 of Ronnie Wood, and not the Ronnie Wood you're all thinking of. He's there in 3, but it looked like a win there for Preston Newmarsh. Different to old day. Thank you, mate.
10-year-old girls B final on track. Kirby, McSwitty, Rawlinson, Beard, Webb, Cunnington, Stevenson and Blackburn are on track. Then that is a Green Machine Tribe. Poppy May Kirby leading it through. Millie Rawlinson, Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there in 2. Who's in 3? That's the 11 plate picking it up. Looking like Sadie McSwitty out of MCR heading down the final straight. It is going to be Kirby taking the win in the 10-year-old girls B final.
I'm lost in the way you move, the way you feel. One kiss is all.
Alrighty then, looking at the male 10 years old, am I? Isaac Smith, Everly Bowler, Taylor Hall, Belton, Elkindi and Payne from the Jump Club in this one. Let's have a look. The number 3 leads this one out of Isaac Smith, Rap Racing. The number 10 of Zach Everly, he's there in 2. And looks like, that looked like a retro racing guy there in 3. That could be Niall Elkindi.
11-year-old B final, final number 27. He got busy into turn 1. That looks like Ethan Howell. Team Creation Cycles leading it out at the moment. Who's there with him? That is the Brunty Massive, Josh Jepson, bringing it on through in that 2 spot. That's the 14 in 3. Colby Williams with his the 13 right there with him. That's Zane Williams. So the Williams brothers are going 3 and 4 at the moment. Roland Ells in there in about 5. Here comes JP Jack Perkins. He's going to nick that top 5 spot on the line.
Final 28, B final for the 12 years old tyres. Guppy, Flukes, Shaw, Lynch, Richards and Everly. In this one with Oscar Jewell, but it's the 11 play of Toby Lynch who's taken this one. The number 6 of Ned Guppy, he's there in 2. Oliver Tyres and Senshu Flukes back in about 5 there, unusually.
Daisy Knowles leads out the 13-year-old girls B final. Who's that in there with a Grace Proctor? Allen's Heritage bringing through that top 2 spot as they come in and out of turn number 2. Who's in 3? Heading on through this third straight. Caitlin Yeo working her way round the outside from 3 to 2. That's the template of Atana Price in a top 4 spot as they come on round. In and out they go, and down the final straight. It is going to be Knowles taking it. Yeo's going to get 2, Proctor 3, and Price for 4.
Yeah, check it out, the male, 13 years old, Luke Wilcox in this one. Unusual to see him in this one, and that's why he's blistering it at the moment. The world number 4 leads this one out from Lopez. I think it could be in the 2 spot. As we see, let's take Kitson. He's in about 5 at the moment. That's a shame, but it looked good for the rider there. Wilcox out in front.
14-year-old girls B final in final number 31. Out front, that is Alexis McCartney, Allen's Heritage, bringing it back through this third straight. Who's there with a BB Alderton on the 912 plate, doing it for DC Cycles. There's a battle on for 3, in and out of the corner. That's the 14 plate hanging on at the moment. Betty Brewer coming under pressure from Imogen Cockrell on the 8 plate, heading to the stripe. Brewer's going to hang on to that podium spots.
Henry Rayner, Ollie Coppin in this one with Webster, McKenna, Dudman, Barata, Bailey and Cox. And as they come out of that second turn, looks like it's Henry Rayner. No, it's not. It's Dylan McKenna. Then it's Rayner. Then it's the 15 plate of Freddie Dudman in there for Concept Mabo. It's looking good for the 18 plate of Dylan McKenna.
15-year-old boys B final on track, heading towards turn number 2. That is Zach Twitchen leading this one out for Team Mind on the 14 plate. Who's there with him in that 2 spot picking it up? That is the 18 of Hugo Moon. The 11 of Curtis Copeland's working his way underneath for Birmingham NRT's now in a top 2 spot. Moon's in there in 3. That looks like Rab Racing in there in 4. Elliot Brook squeezing his way into a top 3 spots.
Alrighty then, more B finals on track. Look at these guys go. It looks like it was the number 10 plate there coming out of the first turn. George Gerard from Fluent Bicycles. We see the rider there in the mix. I'm looking for the Concept Mabo guy. That's Max Dudman. Dudman's in there with the Moto 1 rider, of course, in there in 3. That 3 riders you wouldn't normally expect to see in the B final, that is for sure.
Absolute bicycle motocross leading this one out. That looked like Colby Ellis in the 17 to 18 year olds. In and out of turn number 2, it is Ellis out front. Who's there within the 32 plate picking it up? Looking like it is Henry Rowe heading for the final turn. The 148's there as well. Marcel Moore out and Norwich Flyers out front though. Ellis going to go 1 and 2 with Rowe as they take it across the line. Put your hands together for Thomas Grieg, who's back up to his feet.
Here they are, the 50 plus. Bernie Shales going for the whole shot. Finally got his arse in gear. I beg my pardon. Nigel right in there in 2, but David Knowles has got underneath. He's trying to make moves. Poor Nigel nearly made the final. Didn't quite on that last straight incident, but he's chasing Bernie down. Nigel wants to be final win here. Bernie says, I think I might take it. David Knowles says, I'll have a bit of it. And Jai Kemp's having a go as well. Here comes Kemp up into the final podium spot, if you could call it that, in a B final. But Bernie Shell's going to hang on. Nigel Wright's legs have gone, and Kemp's going to come home in 3rd.
Annabelle Townsend leads out final number 37 in the 17 to 29 year old women B final. Who's that there with a looking like pro start? That is Hannah Drew on the 3 plate, so it is Townsend, Drew 1 and 2. Who's in 3? Emmy Shackles doing it for DC Cycles, the 5 plate there as well. That is Lucy Monday doing it for Thrill Factory UK. That's your top 4 heading down the final straight, but Annabelle Townsend taking the B final win.
19 to 29 B final. Pascal White, Hudson, Curlin, Watson, Suleiman, Gibson, Davis, Hayes and Ben Bates. Is only 1, 2, yeah, Gibson is in there. He's in about 3 at the moment. Ooh, nearly flat bottoms the last jump on the first straight and just thinks, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll just manual the whole last straight.
Moving on to the A finals. We have got the 6 and under females lining up on the gates. we've got Hattie McGoldrick, Susie Wyatt, Orlaith Dewis, Maggie Devine, Mabel Pine, Matilda Hewitt, and Abigail Henning.
Whole shot challenge is 11 boys.
Yeah, no, 13
Oh, you know.
girls.
Right. Okay.
I remembered it.
Good. I'm going to stay up here as well.
All right. Why have you got
The Thursday final of the weekend is a go for the 20-inch classes. The 6 and under girls headed for turn number 1, and they are so close you could have thrown a blanket over them. Elbow bashing into the turn. The 6-5-7, Mabel Pine leading it out for Exeter Eagles. Who's in there with her? That is Maggie Devine on the 3-6-6, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Pine, Devine, 1 and 2, Gospel in 3. That is Orlaith Dewis on the 6-5-3. Who's picking up the 4 spot? That could be the other Exeter rider on the 480 plate, Susie Wyatt. Heading through into the final turn, Matilda Hewitt in there in a 5. And the 6 boys, Abigail Henning, Hattie McGoldrick in a 7. Last straight action and to the line. Mabel Pine ran away with it. She takes the win. Maggie Devine for 2. And it's looking like Orlaith Dewis in a 3. 6 and under boys, A final lining up on the gate. We have got Lincoln Hargreaves, Charlie Crossley, Frankie Jones, Oscar Rutherford, Arlo Payne, Finley Thomas, Joseph Claydon, and Roman Birdfield.
God, I'm lost. Is it still you?
This is 40. Final 40 hits the track. The 6 and under pocket rockets on a go. Look at him flying towards turn number 1. That's going to be the 4-5-3 of Joseph Claydon leading it out. Check out Birdfield though, throwing it under and working his way into that 2 spot. Preston Pirates in 3. That's Oscar Rutherford on the 5-1-1 heading for turn number 2. Claydon, Birdfield, Rutherford. As it stands, who's there in the 4? That looks like it could be Gospel's Finley Thomas on the 1-3-4, but he's making moves. Thomas has worked his way into a top 3 spot. In and out they go, check him out. Joseph Claydon, Exeter Eagles. He's going to take the 6 and under A final win. Birdfield for 2, and it is going to be Finley Thomas rounding up your podium spots.
13. I've written it down wrong on my thing. I did 30. Wrote it on the 15 girls. Are they waiting for me? Oh.
Female 7-year-old, A final, or Grand Prix, I suppose. Widdowson, Phoebe Miller, Maisie Dyson, Ella Grant, Lauren Snell, and Ellie Robertson.
Is that Tallulah? Tutu. Oh God.
One of my favourite tunes ever. This reminds me of the 2015 World Championships in Zolder. Tutu Widdowson, yeah, she's in there. She's mixing it up. But the leader though is Phoebe Miller from Braintree on the Moto 1365 race team. She is your British champion from last year in Bournemouth, and she leads this one out. So she's looking good for taking the win here today. As we see the rider on the 296 coming on through. That's Lauren Snell. Lauren Snell in there as well. Coming across the line though and taking the win. 2-2, we are allowed to call her apparently Widdowson from Knots and Team Bunnies. Male 7-year-old A file. I've been looking forward to this all day long. Jake Avis, Ethan White, Alistair North, Dominic Zapanos, Anthony Prebny, Henry Sullivan, Elson Tucker, and Caleb Tiwani. 7-year-old boys. Watch out, guys.
then, watch the gate goes down. Sullivan hasn't dropped a single lap all day, and he is out in front again here today. Who's that in the 2 spot? It's the 034, the 034 of Antoni Prebny from Birmingham. Emerson Tucker in about 4 at the moment. We've got the other rider there, come on through. Could be Dominic Zapanos, I'm not sure, as they come in and out this last turn. He's going to change. Caleb Girardi, he's going the outside run from Emerson Tucker. Tucker dives inside, tries to get some speed out that last corner. I don't think he's close enough for the podium. Henry Sullivan hasn't dropped a single lap all day long and takes the win in the male, 7 years old.
8-year-old girls, A final lining up on the gate. We have got Beth Worley, Charlie Hargreaves, Cara Cross, Harley Webb, River Henderson, Rosie Geddes, Florence Dyson and Betty Wills. Final 43, the 8-year-old girls, A final heading for turn number 1. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Looking like it could be the 352. That's Betty Wills out of Bournemouth leading it out. Check out the battle for that 2 spot. Holly Webb's there or thereabouts. Elbow bashing into the second corner with Florence Dyson. She makes it stick. So it is Webb up to that 2 spot then. Battling it out back down this 3rd straight. Who's in there in 4th? That looks like Peckham's River Henderson. Last turn action. Wills leading it. Who's going to get the 2 spot? Heading down to the stripe. Webb's hanging onto it. Late charge from Dyson. Can she get her on the line? I don't think she can. It's going to be Holly Webb hanging on to 2. 8-year-old boys, A final lining up on the gate. We have got Aston, John Lee, Jack Kitching, Jack Haynes, Charlie Dowsing, Jack Belton, Tobias Groves, Rex Ford and Ethan Shaw. Eight-year-old A final hits the track. Check him out, that is Ethan Shaw, your British champion, Birmingham NRT, heading for a whole shot into turn number 1. Shaw leads it, look at the moves on the inside from the 838. That is Jack Belton out of decoy, he's been making that move all day long. Dawson's in there in about 4 of the minute, looking for a way to a top 3 spot in turn number 2. Didn't quite make it stick, so it is Shaw running away with it at the moment. But that looks like decoy right there on his back wheel. Belton isn't letting him go. The 613 in 3. That is Tobias Groves, but he's got Dowsing all over his back wheel, heading to the line. Who's going to get it? Shaw's going to take the win. Who's in there for 2? That's going to be Belton, and I'm not quite sure who got 3.
Alrighty then, final 45, lining up on the gate, the female 9 years old. From the Hawks, Maisie Surtees, Aria Rose Lee, Ellie Beat, Holly Richardson, Mia Kiss, Maisie Egan, Grace Hudak, and Ella Lamb. Your attention for the start, the female 9 years old. There he goes down, little lady's on track, all in red, looks like she got the whole shot there. But who is that? Is that the MK Evolution team rider? It's the 109 of Maisie Egan, Rab Racing, but now Ella Lamb, she's been riding 2 bikes all day long. She takes over the lead for the Fast Signatures BMX team from Gosport. This young lady has been racing really hard at first all day long, and she's looking good in the A final here. She is the British champion. Ella Lamb comes down the last straightaway. Is she going to hang on? Maisie Egan from Rab Racing is going to be there for 2, and the MK Evolution Grace Huddock, I think, is going to be there in 3.
I'm just dancing. I'm just dancing.
Good stuff from the ladies. Let's move on to the boys. The male 9 years old. Team Creation Cycles, Sebastian Hewitt. From Braintree, Aston Kitely. From Preston, Finley Munro. Absolute Bicycle Motocross and Brixton's Jacob Anderson. Preston's Jack Devine from Sorted Race Gear. MK Evolution's Joey Tompkins. From Cumbernauld, Murray Watson. And from Manchester and Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Benny Jackson. And the gate goes down already, and from the middle there was the Absolute Bicycle Motocross guy, but on his inside is Benny Jackson. The 232 looked good out the gate, but now it's over to Benny, who's the British champion. Yeah, well, Jackson takes it on there. There's a rider there on the BMX Hype team coming on through. That could be the rider from MK. It could be Joey Tompkins. Let's have a look as they come past me here. It's the 666 of Tompkins. So at the moment, it's Jackson, it's Tompkins, it's 1 and 2. We got Jack Devine on the podium position, coming down the last straightaway. That's the way they're going to finish. Jackson, Tompkins, Watson.
10-year-old girls A final lining up on the gate. We have got Isabella King, Grace Gerard, Lauren Keller, Lainey Cording, Millie Ross, Seren Pritchard, Elizabeth Poole and Iris Hyder.
So when that final finishes, it's going to be me.
10-year-old girls, here's the track. Iris Hyder gets a good one, headed for the first turn. Neck and neck with Grace Gerard for the whole shot. It's going to be Hyder leading this one through. The 7 of Gerard's right there with her. In there in that 2 spot, that is Lainey Cording. Jennifer Pro Start BMX in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That looks like Elizabeth Poole in a top 4 spot. Moves are being made in turn 2 though. That looks like it was. Retro Racing's Isabella King working her way into a top 4. Last turn action. The 2 of Iris Hyder, Rustin Racing. Grace Gerard in there with her on the 7 plate, heading down the final straight. Hyder, Gerard, Cording, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to finish. 10-year-old boys, A final lining up on the gate. We have got Marcus Mullen, Atar Jamira, Harry Swales, Adrian Geilatis, Leighton Harding, Joe Rook, Leah Rowlands and James Bibby. Here we go then, the 10-year-olds in final 48. Rowlands gets a good one, but he's getting boxed in. Here comes Geilatis and Bibby heading for turn 1. Bibby leads it hard, he throws it under. Rowlands is in about 4 or 5 in the minute. That looks like Jamira going airborne through the second straight. Bibby leads it. Geilatis, Rowlands 2 and 3. Harding in 4, Rook in 5. This is getting busy through the 3rd straight. James Bibby running away with it on the 2 plate. Fluent Bicycle Motocross. He got busy for the 4. That was Rook hanging on to it. Bibby, Geilatis, Rowlands. That's how they're going to finish. Rook's in there for 4.
Alrighty then. Female 11 years old lineup on the gate. From BMX Widow Photography, Naya O'Connell. From Jump Club S&M Source, Anushka Jones. From SAS Race Team, Allegra True. From Braintree, Emma Kiss. From Pura Bicycles, Dakota Tucker. From Martha Cottam from Manchester. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Brooke Fawcett. And from Nightwood and Pro Start BMX, Emily Eaton. Gate goes down. Look at these ladies go, but she is the world #1. That's Brooke Fawcett. Look at Tucker tucking into 2 there in the first turn. No, it's not Fawcett. That's the Emily Eaton, the 01, the British champion. Fawcett, the world champion, is back in 3 at the moment. Tucker holding on to 2. Needs to keep it rolling. Use those arms down this 3rd straightaway. Keep it going. If she's there, let her go. Save the podium. Tucker's looking good at the moment, but the Pro Star rider, Emily Eaton, she's going to be out there. Fawcett's going to come home for 2. Is Tucker going to hold on for a podium? She's doing it for the great grandma. Well done, Tucker. On the line, picking up her first podium of the year. Great stuff. All right, boys, male 11-year-olds, and we have the ODI Whole Shot Award going to one of these guys. How much is it?
Oh, what? A big payout and some other prizes as well. How much is it, Lewis? £100 apparently. If it's not £100, Gunnar will put his hand in his own pocket. My 11-year-olds, who's going to be first to the white line? From Mabo, it's Ethan Rogers. From Pro Star, it's Freddie Parkinson. No club, no name, Kurtz Storkis. From Preston, Thomas Palmer. From Green Machine Tribe, Thomas Honeywell. Smiley's Flight Club is Oliver Arnold. Team Mind and Bournemouth's Charlie Wilcox. And from Team Air and Andover, James Miller. ODI hole shot up for grabs. Shh. Oh, this money. Who's it going to be? Look at this guy on the inside. If he's shot out of a cannon, but he's got somebody on the outside. Who is that? It's the number 15. He gets the whole shot. That's James Miller, team air. He's doing well. Wilcox back in free at the moment. We got the rider there from Pro Star. That's Freddie Parkinson. Parkinson up to 2 now. Is he going to take the win? But the whole shot is definitely going to Miller. Miller. And Parkinson, 1 and 2, Wilcox in 3. That's the way they're coming down the last straight away. That's the way they're going to finish. Yes, he takes a whole shot and he takes the win. That's James Miller. Gunnar, if you can hear me, James Miller, the number 15. Agreed? Okay, done.
12-year-old girls A final are lining up on the gate. We have got Anastasia Mucha, Maddie Dixon, Evelyn Leary, Sidoni Cleve, Matilda Sacharu, Jalila Patel, Lottie Brown and Katie Millar.
Which is male 12.
Yeah.
It's done now, isn't it?
Yeah, at the start of the day I asked him, and he said,
12-year-old girls hit the track. Miller gets a good one out of lane number 1, heading for turn 1. That looks like the 4X are working their way across. Lottie Brown leads it for absolute bicycle motocross. Crowds out from Miller's in there in 2. That looks like Sidoni Cleve in there in 3, picking it up in and out of turn number 2. Who's there in 4? That looks like it could be Pekka BMX's Jalila Patel. Last turn action, 4X Brown running away with it, looking good. Heading towards the stripe to take the win in the 12-year-old girls A final. She's going to do it. Katie Miller for 2. Cleve's going to take that 3 spots. 12-year-old boys A final lining up on the gate. We have got Harry Donald, Elvis Lawrence, Freddie Richardson, James Cottrell, Harry Bailey, Kobe Rayford, Todd Smith-Notman and Ty DS. 12-year-old boys are again heading for turn number 1. Tidy S on the inside. Todd Smith-Notman got a good one, but it's going to be Tidy S. Supercross battery. Here comes Kobe Rayford on the inside. Rayford leads it. URP number 4 out front. Oh, it's hit the back. Rayford's front wheel went underneath him. Tidy S leads it. Donald in 2. Richardson in 3. Last turn action as he coming towards the 17th, picking up the top 4. That's top to be made. It is going to be Tidy S taking the win. Harry Donald going to take 2. Freddie Richardson in 3. Wowzers, put your hands together for Kobe Rayford, ladies and gents.
Alright, then we got another ODI Whole Shot Award. The female, 13 years old. Whole shot money up for grabs, young ladies up on the gate. No pressure. From Team Creation, Orla Cooper. Green Machine Tribe, Grace Berg. SAS Race Team, Lily Hayes. Summer Glynn. No club. From Manchester, Ruby Walford. From Concept Mabo UK,
Ava Wright. From Cumbernauld, Elida Watson. From Mid-Lancs, Lexi Waite. The ODI Whole Shot Award for the female 13s. Oh, they all want this. Lexi Waite and Edith Watson, pretty level out the gate. Who's it going to be from Manchester? Ruby Wolford. Oh, she's gone. And it's Lexi Waite that takes the Whole Shot Award. The world number 6, definitely over the line. Clear leader from the rider into the Green Machine Tribes. Grace Berg, she's there in 2. Concept Moto in 3 with Ava Wright. But look at Lexi Waite go. Oh, lovely looking back as she comes out of that last turn. Lexi Waite's going to get it. It's going to be the rider from Green Machine. Grace Berg is going to take the turn. And the 3rd place is going to go to Ava Wright from Concept Mabo. So, your whole shot winner, Lexi Waite, W6 on the plate. And we've got to give a big shout out to Seth, because Man City won apparently. All right, no worries. Oh. Male 13 years old. No one cares about football. This is BMX. From Birmingham NRT, Lucas Osborne. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Amos Guppe. From Birmingham, Freddie Entwistle. From Decoy, Bradley James. From Pure Bicycles, Ben Larkins. From Rab Racing, Lucas Seeley. Thrill Factory, Heath Thomas. And Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Kai Bowen, male 13 years old. Gate goes down, Larkins is looking good out the gate, but he's got the Bowen on his inside, so Bowen and Larkins 1 and 2. Here comes Thomas up the inside, but he's not going to make it because he's been elbowed by the rider in the USA top. Bowen and Larkins 1 and 2, Thomas behind. This race is not done yet, as Bowen and Larkins are going to battle in the last corner. Here comes Heath Thomas, but he's over jumping everything. What's he got down the last straight? Bowen's legs have gone. Here comes Larkins. Larkins down the last straightaway. Who gets it on the line? I don't know. Somebody tell me the result. I'll have a look on scores in a minute. What a race, guys. Well done, Bowen and Larkins.
14-year-old girls A final lining up on the gates. We have got Sabina Ashman, Anya Matten Alonso, Jessica Marriott, Sophie Elwood, Laurie Ann Carruthers, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Megan Roy, and Ruby Moores. Race 55, here's the track check. These girls are, that looks like Roy on the inside going for a whole shot. I think she's going to manage it. Here comes Ruby Moores on the inside for Radio Race Team. Moores in there in 2, Carpenter's in 3. Here comes Laurie and Carruthers around the outside, working her way into a podium position. It is Roy, Moores, 1 and 2, Carruthers in 3. Who's picking up 4? That is Cadman Carpenter. Marriott's in 4. It looked like Laurie and Carruthers lost her foot into the final turn. She's back to about 4. Low to the line. Look at the battle. I think Ruby Moores might have nicked it on the line.
Yeah.
14-year-old boys lining up on the gate for the A final. We have got Cody Coker, Mason Lang, Caden Dunn, Noah Everly, Finn Phillips, Eli Smith, Finley Hoff, and James Clitheroe. 14-year-old boys are on go. Clitheroe gets a good one. Who's that with him? Finley Hop on the inside. It's Hard Knocks and Pro Star 1 and 2. That's the 8-plate fitting in there in 3. Finn Phillips working his way through. Who's in 4? Looking like it could be Rab Racing's Eli Smith. Turn 2 action. Clitheroe, Hoff, 1 and 2. These two guys are running away with it. Your world number 6 and your national number 3. In and out they go. Clitheroe running away with it, looking like he's going to take another national win. Heading to the stripe. Clitheroe 1. Half for 2. That's going to be Phillips in 3.
Alrighty then, final 57, female, 15 years old, Allen's BMX Heritage, Paige Proctor. From Mid-Lancs, Erin J. Jackson. From Team Maimbo UK, Abigail Nyquist. From CGR Manchester, Lily Phillips. From Biddeford, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Cody Harmer. From DC Cycles, Mika Pritchard. From Odom, Akira Cook. From Knots and Team Maimbo UK, Esme Brooke. The female 15, the inside line. Alrighty then, Nyquist has been riding really well all day long, but she hasn't got the start she wanted because the rider from Oldham is leading this one out, and that is Akira Cook. The Akira Cook leads this one out from Esme Brooke, so it's Cook and Brooke 1 and 2 at the moment. Abigail Nyquist must be back at the back there in about 5 or 6 at the moment as they exit that turn. DC Cycles up to 3. That's Mika Pritchard. As we see the rider there, number 7, Paige Proctor, just picking herself back up, but the Oldham rider is looking good from the 11X there, coming on through. There in town is, but it's Akira Cook who's going to take the win in the female 15s. Alrighty then, getting to the meat of the sandwich now. The male 15-year-old boys. From Rebel Racing, Josh Williams. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Jaden Fawcett. From Bournemouth, Rayo Stepanovs. From Sorted Race Gear, Flynn Drellencourt. From Team Maimbo, Max Clare. From Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Henry Eyre. From Pure Bicycles, Jared Hill. And from Pro Start BMX is Gabe Simpson. 15-year-old boys. Alrighty then, Jared's got the whole shot there for Pure Bikes, but he's got a strong field behind him, so he's going to try and get as much power as he can out of this first turn and down this straight to try and open up a lead on Henry Eyre from Absolute. So Pure Bikes leads this one. Absolute are not out of this yet. Jared just needs to keep it going and stick him up on the top of the turn. Jared comes down that last straightaway. His legs have been tough all day, but it looks like Jared headed for Paul Biascos. He's going to hold on to the lead, and Jared Hill does hold on to the lead, and he takes the win. What a great race from Henry Eyre from Absolute Bicycle Motocross. I missed the third place guy, I do apologise, but it's another win for Jared Hill.
16-year-old girls, a final lining up on the gate. We have got Alice Taylor, Elia Akareli, Megan Gerard, Yetska Hemstock, Amelia Grattan, Ellen Parr, Tilly McCrum, and Lucy Hutz. 16-year-old girls hit the track. That looks like Hook getting a good one. Last year's British champion doing it for Odom Racing, heading towards turn number 1. Who's in there with her? That is the 6 of Tilly McCrum. So it is Hook, McCrum, 1 and 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like Amelia Grattan for Rusting Up Racing. On the 5 plate, in and out they go. Ice Bikes in there as well. Yetska Hemstock in a top 4 spot. Coming under pressure from the Crank BMX coaching rider, Ellen Parr. Last straight action though. That is going to be Lucy Hutt taking the national win on the 0-1 plate across the line for Odom Racing. McCrum for 2 and Grattan in that top 3. Okay, the 16-year-old boys A final are lining up on the gate. We have got Ethan Chandler, Arne Esselmont, Ben Weiss, Alfie Holloway, Samuel Day, Danny Jake Montfort, Xander Mavawani Wright, and Jimmy Criddle. final 60 is the track. Jimmy Criddle heading towards turn number 1. NSR Foundation and Crucial Racing. Criddle, European number 6, racing up the group. He is heading into turn number 2. Out front, check him out. Battles on for 2. That looks like Mabawani Ray. And there's someone going at it, scrapping as he heads towards the final turn. Criddle running away with it. Mabawani right hands onto it. Esselmont exits right. Sunday comes on Crit, heading to the line. Criddle takes it. Mabawani right for 2. Montfort takes 3. Chaos in 16s.
Male 17 to 18-year-olds line up on the gate. Oscar Masso Cowlar, Team Mime, Mickey Porter, Owen Putland, Callum Sharp-Makel, Jake Adcott, Kenny Phillips, Freddie Cadman-Carmenter, and Jaywood Seawood. I went a bit quick then because they look like they were ready. Right, as Ronnie was getting, who's got the spin to take the win? Cadman-Carpenter was the first to show, and he is out in front. Oh, look at the move from Seawood on the peel back. Looking good, hard box, right coaching, out in front now, but Cadman-Carpenter's not done yet. And here's this guy on the right side. Oh, broadside in the turn there. That was, of course, I think it was, who is that guy? It's 738 of Callum Sharp-Maple, who's trying to make the move. But Jaden Seawood, he's going to take it from Cadman-Carpenter. But fair play to Callum Sharp-Maple. He went for it in that second turn and left a nice big skid mark there. Female 30-plus challenge from Ice Bikes UK factory team, the Masseur, Manda Hemstock. From Cornwall, Claire Albert. Ice Bikes UK factory team, Michelle Stupple. From Thrill Factory, Anita Wong. And from Jump Club, S&M The Source, Kim Batsford. Only 5 ladies in this one. Coming down the first straightaway, Stupple and Batsford lead this one out from Wong and Hemstock. And the young lady at the back of the pack on the skinny wheels coming on through. That's the 921 of Claire Albert from Cornwall. And fair play to her, mixing up with these young ladies of vast experience out on that track, out in front of her. But it's Stupple who's going to double up on both bikes here, I feel. The 20-inch and the cruiser. Batsford also putting in some good performances. Wong went down on the cruiser. Good to see her back up on the 20-inch and fighting fit, picking up a podium. And of course, where would we be without Manda Hemstock crossing the line in fourth? All those people getting those nice relaxing massages to get him through the day.
Masters A final lining up on the gate. We have got Darren Utley, David James, Martin Smiley Brown, Billy Irwin, John Lillingston, Scott Waterhouse, Tom Palmer and Neil Brunez. The Masters hit the track as the gate goes down. Brunez, Waterhouse, elbow to elbow, heading for that whole shot line.
Bicycles, Chris Madron. From Barnsley, it's Craig Nelson. From Runnymede and Retro Racing, it's Matt Phillips. From Brixton, it's Jason Lewis. And from Allen's Heritage BMX, it's your national number one. It's John Bentley. Yeah, Craig Nelson has got a super snap here and he's getting his power down, but has he got the smooth skill to hit the front? He has. Nelson's at the front, but here comes Lewis up the inside. Nelson's got to try and keep it going. Oh, he's come down. Oh, that was unlucky, Craig. He was doing so well. Lewis is ahead, all carving up the turns. Bentley wants to win. It's British champion versus national champion. Who's going to get it? Is it going to be Bentley? Carver's up to 3. Oh, Bentley's made the move. Lewis with the tough two. He's off track. He's not even going to be on the podium as Carver comes home second. And the guy all in black was Fitzroy Bryce. He gets a good, well-deserved podium. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll wait for him to get up, actually. Craig Nelson, you had the whole shot. He was out in front. He just didn't cover that inside line. I hope he's okay. He's just come back to racing after about a 10-year off. Put your hands together for Craig Nelson. Give us a thumbs up, Craig. Come on. Well done, mate. Good showing today out on track. Heal up tonight. Have a nice ice bath. And we'll see you back here tomorrow. Okay, female 17 to 29s. Line up on the gate. Emily Clinch from Pure Bicycles. Elizabeth Bowen. Megan Dewig. She's in there. Team Maybo, Lily Chisawa. Moto 1 365, Phoebe Gaynor. From Team Maybo, Jack Bradshaw. From Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Caitlin Ellis. And from Odom Racing, Ellie Judith Chalmers Featherstone. And for those that know, know. Yeah! Gate goes down! Oh, he's got the speed to take the lead. Chisawa looks good out in front now. It's Jack Bradshaw and Caitlin Ellis. Look at Ellis! Oh, putting in the elbows and Ellie Featherstone goes down. I think it was a 50-50 shoulder charge down that second straight. It's not good to see Ellie on the floor, but hopefully she's all right. To Jack Bradshaw. Maggie Bowles in a podium position, but here comes Chisawa. Maggie's going to keep it rolling. I think Chisawa's going to get her on the line. Maggie Bowles going to end up 5th. But Jack Bradshaw out the gate. She was shot out of a cannon. I think this is Emily Clinch here. Down on the first straight. She went down as well. And Ellie Featherstone just got a slight nudge over this first jump out of the first turn. Good racing, girls. Well done.
19 to 29-year-old A final lining up on the gates. We have got Daniel Kay, Adam Brazil, Josh Wallace, Connor Hedges, Billy Luckhurst, Finley Clark, Josh Moore and Brindley Savage.
You do the next two. And then you do the next two, and then I'll do championship with you, and then you do Superclass men, yeah? Right, so. You do it tomorrow, yeah? Yeah.
19 to 29-year-olds hit the track. Savage on the inside on the W3, doing it for Crucial Racing. He takes the whole shot. Who's here with him? Crucial go 1 and 2. Hedges and Clark come and clip through the second straight. Savage, Brazil, Moore, 1, 2, 3. Wallace in there in 4. That's Lucas, 5K in 6. Heading for the final turn. Savage looking good. Brazil doing all he can to track him down. Last straight action. Who's going to get it? Savage, Lucas, Moore. In that order, that's your 19 to 29-year-olds done and dusted. Junior men lining up on the gate for their final. We have got out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Harrison Collis. BMX Winner Photography have got Ben Fitzsimmons. Out of Moto 1365, Charlie Roy. Thrill Factory have got Adam Gilbert. Absolute Bicycle Motocross again, Ben Cornish. Concept Maybo UK, Casey Markley. GT Factory UK, Harry Tanner. And out of Crucial BMX on the 67, Taylor Hunt. Gate goes down, junior men hit the track, Hunt's on the inside, Cornish gets a good one from the middle of the gate, Cornish Hunt into the tail! Nearly everyone hits the deck, the wheel wash from under Cornish, out of track, Ben Fitzsimmons, Charlie Roy 1 and 2, heading on through the third straight, Fitzsimmons, Roy, here comes Charlie Roy looking for a way round. Roy Fitzsimmons, who's going to get it? I think Fitzsimmons hung on to it. Wow, oh wow. Taylor Hunt, Ben Cornish, Casey Martley all went down. Put your hands together for Casey Martley and Taylor Hunt both riding away, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for Ben Cornish, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and walking away, which is fantastic to see.
Are we hanging on for medics? Okay. All right, we'll just chill out. Ladies, stay in the shade up on the hill. We've only got 2 more races to go, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see Cornish back up on his feet. Let's give him another round of applause. Ben Cornish, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most awesome riders you'll see on the track, and they are going super speed. You should see the skid marks down on this first turn. It's quite scary, actually. So we'll just wait for the medics to get him back to base station, and we'll get some medics back out on the track, and we'll go with these last 2 races, the championship women, which I know we're missing a few of these riders here this weekend, but it is good to see this class still going. It's a strong class. Got to give a big shout out to a lot of these riders going from the big hill. Haslam, Betsy Bax, Sienna Harvey, been mixing it up in the European rounds, and certainly ones for the future. Bax and Harvey have been going at it all year long, and here they are back in the UK territory, racing the championship women, points and money up for grabs. And we've got to give a big special mention to Elsa Rendell Todd, Freya Chalice, two young guns mixing it in with these older girls, sticking out the elbows when they need to. And we must say a big shout out to Tabitha Rendell Todd. If she's here or she's watching, we're all behind you. We know what you're going through. Big round of applause for Tabitha as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. We know that rings real true to our hearts here of BMX. So we're going to get her battling through that. Sorry about that. Alrighty then, we'll just wait for a couple of medics. Looks like they're making their way back out. Just let me know. Are we ready to go, guys? Give me a thumbs up. Anyone in blue? Okay. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Championship women. Line up on the gate. On the outside for Crucial BMX, Sienna Harvey. Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Betsy Bax. From Sorted Race Gear, Morgan Haslam. Sorry about that. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Freya Chalice. DC Cycles, Elsa Rendell Todd. And Absolute Bicycle Motocross, another one of the young guns, mixing it up. Evie Webster.
Well, I think she is about 17 now, but still.
Here we go. So we got Harvey and Bax all the way out on the outside. Have they got the speed to take the lead? No, look at this young gun in the middle. It's Freya the Slayer Chalice. She's going to take the win here in this one if she can. And she's going to take the win for the day if she does. And then it's all about second and third because I think it's Grand Prix for these ladies. So Freya the Slayer Chalice, if she takes the win here in this last qualification final, she will take the win for the day. Bax and Harvey, Elsa Rendell Todd putting in a great performance on four, bearing in mind their age, but it's the other young gun who takes the win. Freya Chalice, definitely one we're watching for the future. One on.
The final of the week, of the day, lining up on the gates. On the 1 template, we've got Matthew Malone out of Jump Club, S&M Source, Dean Reeves. Team Mabo UK, Tyrese Bradshaw. Team Mabo UK again, Jay Boville. Concept Mabo UK, Matt Hutt. Out of Pure Bikes on the 211, Kyle Evans. Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Cal Strickland. And last year's national champ out of Crucial Racing, Eddie Steady Moore. Here we go, the Superclass men head into turn number 1. Bradshaw gets a good one. Moore's looking for a home shot into the turn. Moore leads it. Evans is in near into Strickland, slots into 3. Boville and Bradshaw are scrapping it out with her into the turn. Who's going to pick it up? Here comes Bradshaw throwing in a high low from 6 to 4. Moore, Evans, Strickland, Bradshaw, 1, 2, 3, 4. In and out they go. Up another win. Moore takes it, Evans, Strickland, Bradshaw takes 4, Boville and 5. All information has been loaded up to scores for tomorrow's racing, ladies and gents. Check in overnight. If anything is wrong, please head over to admin first thing in the morning. Other than that, we will see you bright and early for day number 2. Thank you very much.
You know I'm going to lose. The gambling's for fools, but that's the way I like it, baby. I know I'm living forever.